Story 1. My wife friend-zoned me in our marriage and wants a platonic companionship and I don't know what to do. Posted by you/themashooter. My wife, 35F, and I, 35M, have been married for 15 years, and we've been together for 20 years. We have 2 kids, 12, 14, we absolutely adore and work tirelessly to provide the best possible life for them. For the past 3 years, things have been somewhat bumpy. I understand that our kids are at an age where they require a ton of our attention and resources with school, band, club sports, and other extracurriculars, and I'm aware of the physical and emotional toll that can have on marriages. However, for these past 3 years, my wife and I have had very little intimacy and very little sex, and we've been trying very hard to work on that aspect of our relationship. This past year has been the most difficult and by far the darkest year in our marriage. We didn't talk very much, we essentially became roommates, co-parenting our kids under the same roof. It was very depressing and very demoralizing. It was to the point where we began contemplating divorce, and it became very dark and gloomy in the household because of that. We began seeking help with both individualized therapy and couples therapy, and it seems to have helped some. Little by little, we started to get along and started to have deeper conversations about what our marriage looks like and what we would love for it to look like. This is where it gets tough. As time passed, my wife started to tell me she no longer was in love with me and that she only saw me as a best friend. That she only loved me in a very platonic way, and this was one of the main reasons she didn't have any desire for intimacy, and let alone sex. This was very shocking to me, and quite frankly, I was devastated. I became angry and depressed, and I couldn't fathom the thought that I was no longer wanted or desired by the person I felt completely in love with. Things began to deteriorate again, and not long after, we were back to square one. I sat down with her one afternoon and had a heart-to-heart, and began to ask questions about where the root of this problem lies, and her answer was I don't know and that I have built up resentment towards you, but I don't know where it stems from. As you can imagine, this provides very little to no insight into how to approach this. I'm puzzled, I'm frustrated, and I do not know what to do at this point. Currently, we've arrived at a place where she says that she has no sex drive and no desire for intimacy or connection. She says that all she wants is simply companionship, which basically means our co-parenting roommate dynamic. I asked her what I could possibly do or what it is about me that is so unattractive or undesirable, and her response is always I don't know. She stated that she does love me, but it's not the same. That she has been feeling disconnected for years and that our marriage just takes up too much work. Her focus is only the children for now, and my co-parenting contributions are meaningful to her in our home. I'm at a loss, and I'm mainly venting about my frustration. It's tough to realize that the person you love has no feelings for you. I feel like at this point I'm only here to contribute financially and as a parent. I feel like what she means with companionship is that she's comfortable with the convenience of having a good father for our kids and my financial contribution to the household. In regard to intimacy and or sex, she basically told me that it's not something she's interested in or wants at this time. She mentioned that the only way to get to a point for any of that is to be intoxicated, which I believe is incredibly awful and very wrong. I told her I do not think forcing herself to have sex or be intimate by drinking or smoking is good, and I declined to be a part of that. To my surprise, it upset her and made her more distant. We're both extremely honest and transparent. We've never cheated on each other, and we are always free to look through each other's phones, emails, socials, etc., and we hardly ever do. I asked her if there was someone else, and she declined. Honestly, I believe her. We then peacefully went through each other's things, and as expected, it was clean. We've always been very forward, even with the hard topics, so I don't smell nor feel any foul play or infidelity. Am I wrong for declining to only be intimate or have sex when she's intoxicated? I'm firm on my stance of not partaking in this only when I'm high or drunk sex because it doesn't sit well with me. I do not know how to help our situation, and I'm starting to become a bit anxious and desperate. We're both fairly young and healthy individuals and good looking. We both have good standing careers and are good parents. I'm just not sure how our lives could have driven us to this point. I'd love some outside perspective on this matter and some insight on how to address something like this. It feels so awful to be unwanted and undesired by my own spouse. I hate it. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. If you love her, this arrangement she proposes will burn you to the ground with time. If she doesn't want to fix it or find it possible to love you as her man, it's time to work on plan B to fix your life without her. It will be on her, my friend. In the meantime, study and implement 180 to protect your sanity. Honestly, such stuff always makes me wonder how egocentric and unaware people can be to even imagine that this is a viable option. I am not in love with you and it's fine, here is the wallet, there are the chores. WTF? Ops response. I'm definitely not okay with a sexless marriage or no intimacy. This is why it's a problem, and I'm here seeking insight and perspective. She knows this, and our therapists know this. However, I'm ensuring I do everything possible to mend our marriage to ensure my own peace of mind and excite knowing I did everything I could. Commenter 2. From your comment history, it looks like you are swingers? If so, I would think that is relevant information to consider. Ops response. We did some swinging in the past. That was fun for some time. We mutually decided to stop doing it, and we have established it's not the case. When we were swinging, however, our marriage seemed to be in a good place. This is something we did disclose with our couple therapist, and we made sure to include it to make sure we're not neglecting an obvious potential issue. I will say, I did ask my wife if what she experienced during swinging is something that is affecting her view on our relationship, and she said it wasn't. Our swinging experience was always together, and it was very sex-driven. Nothing really emotional or poly. Truth is, I have to believe her at her word. I have no reason to distrust her. To date, she's always been very forward and never afraid of dealing with things head-on. No matter how painful. Op to another commenter. I agree that swinging wasn't a solution in the end. It never was meant to be, it was more about discovering or exploring if she felt any different. If that was the case, we agreed we would talk about it, and if we arrived at the conclusion that myself is the problem and she has no problem with other men, we would amicably part ways. However, this wasn't the case. She didn't like sex nor intimacy there either. She was very much in control of that whole swinging situation. And yes, I went along with it. What gives? It felt very organic, and it was her effort, if you will, to discover more and learn more about our current issue. I saw it as a means of learning if I'm the problem and was very much ready to accept that. It turns out it wasn't the case. 6 years of miser sound awful. I would very much hate that. Commenter 3. If you're still trying to save this marriage, you both need to go back to therapy to dig into the resentment she feels toward you. She said she didn't know, but there is definitely a reason. If you can get to the heart of her resentment, you may be able to save this marriage. Good luck to you. Ops response. That's the hope, and I'm certain there is a reason. My hope is we find it. We're still in therapy once a month. I have so much new insight and questions from this post to bring to the table during our next session. All good things, and I hope it helps. Thank you for your input. Update 1 week later. I wanted to give you guys an update of how the therapy session with my wife went this week. Not sure if this is helpful or not, but I took many of the responses, comments, and suggestions from my initial post and put together some things I wanted to discuss with our couples therapist to help us navigate some of the core issues that may be affecting the situation. One of the main things that is the buzzword of this has been the term resentment, and it has been really eating me up inside knowing my wife keeps telling me she doesn't know why she's resentful or doesn't know why this is affecting her emotionally or mentally. I brought this up with our therapist once again and resurfaced the conversation about being married for so long, 15 years, and being together since we were 14 years old. Our long history of growing up and how having children when she was 19 years old, me 20, significantly changed the trajectory of our lives. We experienced severe poverty and many hardships in the process, and we essentially had zero social life for the past 10 years because we were so busy raising babies, 2 kids now ages 12 and 14. She followed up with tons of questions directed mostly at my wife about her feelings towards this, and 90% of the responses were very our kids focused. It definitely felt like she was afraid of saying yes it sucked because she would feel guilt or shame because it would imply she regrets the kids. I mentioned this in the session, and the therapist encouraged her to look at this outside of the lens of being a mother and to try to view it a bit more selfishly and individually, and it was very eye-opening. My wife mentioned that she was very frustrated with the fact that we did miss out on many things in life. She also was very clear in saying, I do not think I missed out on other partners or dating or partying, but I certainly lost all my friends. This was huge because one of the big pieces that has caused a strain in our lives is how siloed and isolated we've been, again busy raising kids. I followed up by reminding her that it's important to have good friends and to make time for herself and her friendships. For the past 3+ years, we've had multiple conversations about friends and how it is important to have them in life, especially when you have similar peers that can help in many areas of life that perhaps we have no experience navigating, and even simply for enjoyment. It has always been something my wife avoids, even though she's always been someone who needs that external stimuli. The main reason for her not investing in friends or even herself has always been the kids. Like I mentioned earlier in this post, 90% of the answers have to relate to the kids to some degree. At this point in our session, I started to feel like there was a common denominator, the kids, in most of the frustrations and problems she was experiencing. So I simply asked her, do you think you may be upset at me because I'm responsible for these kids in the sense that I got you pregnant so young? I wasn't ready, but she said that she was upset at me for that. She also followed up with the fact that she knows that's unreasonable because it takes 2 to tango. I did feel like it was progress because it kind of gave us something to work on and help alleviate some of these burdens, so we agreed to invest more time in nurturing good friendships both together and individually. Towards the end of the session, we began to discuss what actionable items we would take from this session. At this point, it was still all very ambiguous and blurry as to what the outcomes were. I was very direct and very forward in asking my wife what her plan is moving forward. Note, I had decided prior to the session that should my wife say the same thing about being a co-parenting roommate, I would take the 180 approach and essentially do me. She started basically saying the same thing, that she doesn't have any desire to be intimate or sexual with me as of now, and that she loves me immensely and she feels bad for not being there for me, as mentioned in my first post. I also brought up the brief swinging that happened, to which, for the 50th time, she said it wasn't a problem. I agree with her on this. This was something that was a mechanical approach for a solution to a problem that was very much in existence when we tried this. We both really have no issue with this. We know it happened, we tried it, and mutually stopped and turned the page. I also brought up other life events that may cause resentment, and really we ended up not getting anywhere else as far as the root for resentment, which was discouraging. I then basically expressed to my wife that I will not be okay with that arrangement. I told her that I've really done everything I can, and that this issue really has reached a point where it has nothing to do with me or require me to do anything that I'm currently not doing. I was very direct in saying that I will not be accepting this dynamic, and that I need to be with someone who is actively involved in our marriage, works towards resolutions, and is very much interested in maintaining an active intimacy and sexual relationship. I expressed how I am not going to be a convenience, and that there was more to life than being roommates and co-parents. I made sure she knows I love her dearly and that I do want this to work for the better. I also told her that I'm fully committed to this marriage so long as she is as well. And that if she wasn't, it's okay, however, I will not be a part of something where these efforts are not reciprocated. I told her I have no plans of leaving, and I do not want a divorce. However, I made it clear that if this dynamic continues, divorce will be the only outcome. Of course, tears were involved, and it was a very bleak and sad ending to the session. Still, nothing was said, and I walked out very discouraged and very determined to start working on the 180 as soon as we left the room. It's painful and very difficult because much of the 180 requires you to be very short and cold and transactional. The saddest part is realizing this dynamic already is very cold and transactional. Here is where it gets very interesting. I started working on implementing many of the 180 recommendations that same day. I mentioned to my wife that, hey, things are going to be a bit different moving forward. I'm going to honor her roommate/co-parent dynamic without reproach, and that it should be no mistake that I am not happy here and I am never going to be okay with it, but I am done working on it if she wasn't going to work on it. She agreed and went to bed. I started to build distance and started to basically focus on myself. Very short and transactional. She asked for help on some of her personal things, to which I declined, and it really shocked her. She was upset, saying I was being petulant. I explained to her that she is now fully in charge of her own life and her own issues. We didn't talk all day, and we only spoke when necessary. Few days I keep this going, and she's very visibly upset and stressed. I typically react to that with gestures of help or nurturing, but I didn't this time. That night she was crying, telling me she's stressed and she thinks something is wrong with me because I'm indifferent. I simply listened, then I told her that this is the dynamic she proposed, and that I'm simply, much like her, taking care of myself and focusing on myself. I'm not going to lie, it has been very hard to be cold and distant because, as I mentioned before, I love her, and I wish I could hold her and love on her. However, I know this is somewhat manipulative in a way just to get her way and still keep me in the friend zone. So I've been staying the course. We're now going on a week of this 180, and let's just say there have been many changes on her side. I think she is starting to realize there is more to me than just friends and co-parenting. I sent her a text a few days ago essentially itemizing bills and separating the financial responsibilities 50-50, and she lost her crap. She basically told me it was out of left field, to which I responded, hey, friends go in 50-50, and as your friend I expect nothing less. This was very eye-opening because it gave me a glimpse of how I'm really taken for granted, and how her level of comfort and convenience at my expense is really overlooked. I pushed through anyways and basically told her that this is the new dynamic she asked for, and that it's still a bargain because she would have to be 100% if she was on her own. I'll wrap up with this. While the 180 has been working in many different areas, I am still very much sad about the overall situation. There have been many eye-opening statements being said and realizations that have not been pleasant to encounter. It has also sparked new energy and new efforts on her side as well. She's definitely seeking to talk to me more often, and while it's hard to turn down, I hope if things improve, this continues to happen. I've also noticed that she's making more time for herself aside from being a mom, which is huge because she pretty much neglected herself for years. I'm very pleased seeing her be more herself. My hope is that as we work on ourselves, the marriage improves. There really is no telling at this point where this will go. We are very much cordial and amicable even to this day, and that's a very good sign. Boundaries are set and expectations are very clear, and I feel that no matter the outcome, I will be at peace with everything that has been done. We're still going to continue the couples therapist until we either rekindle our marriage or end up in divorce. I feel like having this non-biased third party really helps as a witness and as a guide through this. No matter what, I will always love my wife. However, I will not participate in a sexless, intimacy-less marriage because we both deserve better. Thank you all for all the kind words and recommendations and feedback. This will be my last post on this topic, and I wish you all the best. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Bottom line, and not to be brutal, but there is one thing you don't have an infinite amount of, and that is time. This has to be resolved in a timely manner. It takes two to be in love and to be loved, and you only have half of the equation. You need to put a time limit on you being the good guy, and think of yourself and your future. Look, hope it works out for you, but listening to what you are going through and what you could be in for, you can still be a good father. You can also be a great husband to another wife if you find that special person again. Ops response. Definitely. I think this soft ultimatum, 180 method, has been very eye-opening. I'm definitely hoping for a rekindling of our marriage, but I'm also bracing for divorce. I agree on a timeline, and I've decided on a timeline for myself privately. I don't want to give her a timeline because I want to reduce the pressure. However, after 1 to 2 years, if things don't improve, it won't be shocking or a surprise if we split. I think 1 to 2 years is more than reasonable. Commenter 2. So, I'm going to assume that your wife has a lucrative job and you are both going 50-50 on childcare, as you both work and share children. Because otherwise, this approach is just plain financially abusive, and if you're planning on saying I won't pay the bills unless you have sex with me, sexually abusive as well. Assuming that is the case and you aren't a total piece of crap, I'm actually interested in how this works out for you. I feel like I'm in an unstated, similar situation. We both work and have blended finances, but we don't go to bed together or eat together, have barely any intimacy, a kiss or two, hugs every couple days, and spend maybe 8 hours a week together, just the three of us, him, me, and the toddler. Even less just the two of us, maybe 3 hours a week? Otherwise, he is on his game, or out playing sports, watching YouTube, or whatever else he does. It barely feels like a friend's situation, let alone a marriage. I'm curious how she handles it, as the spouse that presumably was pulling away first. I hope you keep us updated. Ops response. Yes, we both have degrees, good careers, and while I make significantly more money, her salary is very proficient and above average. The 50-50 was not to cripple nor hurt her financially, that is cruel, but mostly to send a message on what a roommate dynamic looks like in the real world. I really dislike how people immediately jump to conclusions about the finances as a way of manipulating her. It's not the case at all. Plenty of money is left over after bills. However, 50-50 means she has less whatever money, and the understanding that roommates share everything equally. Prior to this 180 approach, we did everything together and with our kids. We always saw ourselves as a unit that does things together. Both alone and with the kids too. That's changed now, where I'm choosing to focus on more independent types of pastimes and focus. That is what has sparked her reaction and realization of there's more than just roommates here. Commenter 3. How does one dump half of the household expenses on the other person if they share a bank account? Or are your finances kept separately? Just curious how this would work if applied to my life. Ops response. Excellent question. We shared everything. The proposed 50-50 was suggesting we place the necessary amount to pay bills in the same account, and any leftover money can be deposited to a new account. I think this is why she was very upset. She felt a huge loss of control, knowing she won't be able to monitor my finances. Also, she felt a huge loss in her leftover money with this arrangement, and saw that I would keep significantly more of my own. This is still being worked out, because I think she is calling my bluff here. But my plan is to notify her next week as I modify my direct deposit and open a new account. It will definitely be more real then. To be clear, for all the trolls here, yes, she will have less leftover money after responsibilities, and it's still enough to live on. Example, for reference, assume I make $3,000 a month, she makes $1,000 a month. Responsibilities are $1,000 a month. So she'd contribute $500, and I would contribute $500. Where before she would contribute only $250. This is the last comment I'll add regarding money and finances. She's fine, and she's not hurting. I promise. Commenter 4. It is a play with fire. And at this point, you can't do more. You gave all in, and I hope you get your spark back in the marriage. However, if she finds, in that time, someone who clearly hits on her, another male, she will most likely search for emotional attention from that guy. It is all risk, and the chance that this marriage will work is very low, but you try your best, and that is the case now. Ops response. Interesting. She has no shortage of men hitting on her, and we're by no means jealous people. So I've witnessed this multiple times, and her reactions are somewhat indifferent. I will say, if another man for her was the answer, she'd tell me, or she'd have some inkling maybe? There's no telling, but I think the problem is deeper than superficial attention from a different person. Commenter 5. Another man for segs? Nah. Another man to take care of her if he'll accept the bare minimum? Maybe. I'm sorry you're going through this, Up. It sounds like she never really grew up or developed as an individual, since you all had kids so young, and resigned herself to a role as a mother only. Now that I'm older, I can see the differences in the way I thought about things from early 20s to 30s, and can see how anyone could easily be stunted in that situation, just trying to survive and not being able to think about what you actually want. Op's response. You might be right. And if this is the case, so be it. However, I'll live with peace knowing I left no stone unturned. Crazy thought, I know I would be disappointed and saddened if she did leave for another man that would accept the bare minimum, but I'd also feel a peace knowing it's not all my fault. I know I'm responsible in some way to some degree. That's just marriage. I know sadness and depression will creep in, but we'll both overcome. If this does happen, at least there will be clear reasons and clarity as to why it did. Also, I know for a fact she wouldn't cheat. We're both very blunt, open, and transparent. She would definitely tell me that she wants to step out on our marriage before it actually happens. As would I. We owe ourselves this respect for each other, and we actively practice it. Second update 2 months later. I debated for a long time on whether to submit an update on this matter. A few significant changes have taken place, and I felt it would be good to not only share with you, but also to allow myself to process all of this in a uniform way. We're now almost 9 weeks in on the 180 method I mentioned I was starting, and it started to render some positive reactions from my wife. I explained in the previous post that she started to notice things that she previously took for granted, started to ask more about my whereabouts, and also started to notice I would go out with the kids more often without her, and she started to invite herself, to which I didn't decline. So much has changed, and it has changed for what seems to be for the better. This past Memorial Day weekend, my wife asked me if I wanted to go out for coffee because she wanted to talk to me about something. This was huge, because I can't recall when the last time my wife asked to talk to me about something important. I must admit, I was very nervous and worried about what this could be about, and my mind was racing with the plethora of scenarios of what it could possibly be. Of course I agreed, and we took some time away from the kids to have this conversation at a local coffee shop. The talk was very constructive in nature. There was a ton of insightful information about herself that helped me further understand where she is in life both emotionally and mentally. We summarized what the core issues we are encountering are, and she asked me for help. This is new, and I cannot tell you how excited I was hearing something so sincere coming from my wife, who for the last 2+ years has been absent. So, after she was through sharing all her thoughts, I proposed a plan that I felt was right for us. This is something that I had been thinking about these last few weeks, and I was planning on bringing this up in a few months if I noticed that things were not changing for the better. This date felt like the right place to share it, since it goes hand in hand with what she talked about, and it also relates to the help she was asking me for. I started by first acknowledging her feelings and her concerns. I told her they are valid, and how she feels is personal to her, and that I care that she feels this way because I don't like the thought of her being sad or depressed. I also told her that my goal still is and will always be for us to reconcile and be the happily ever after we vowed to be for each other, and that my love for her is as strong, if not stronger, as it was the day we said I do. I continued the conversation by telling her how I felt about the whole situation, read my previous posts for details, and how it affects me every day. I also clarified some things that she mentioned she was feeling, because of how I have been very distant and monotone, transactional, lately. I explained to her that I was very much trying to protect my feelings and emotions from the rejection and neglect, and that it wasn't personal, it was simply me safeguarding myself because I cannot control her, I can only control myself. This was a perfect segue to the core of this approach, which is focused on self-accountability. I told her that for the longest time, I was always working hard to make her happy and do things that I knew she enjoyed or wanted. However, I was always met with rejection and disappointment, which caused a load of stress on me. I explained to her that I had to make a change for myself. After all, I can only control myself and make the changes that I want for myself. I mentioned how I was starting to implement new habits and routines that help edify me, all while still executing all of our shared responsibilities, including parenting, finances, and daily living activities. I explained that the goal is to continue to improve myself, both as a husband and father, learn more, and be healthier, among other things. She was very receptive to this. She told me that she sees what I'm doing and that she is proud of the changes she has seen. She also told me how she's starting to realize that she feels left behind and that much of the things that have affected her negatively are her own fault. Toward the end of the conversation, which was about 3 hours, there was a very high spirit of reconciliation in the room. I told her that my goal is to ultimately make this work. However, I was very clear that I was not going to live under the current circumstances. I told her that my heart wants her to be happy, even if it means elsewhere, and that I also deserve to be happy myself. I also explained that I do not want our children to grow up thinking this was okay or normal, because they deserve better as well. She told me she doesn't either. She told me she doesn't know what to do, to which I replied, let's set some clear goals, However, the goals will be for ourselves, not for each other. So, here is what we established: we are in charge of our own happiness. The key here is that she's not responsible for making me happy, and vice versa. We both need to seek what that personal plan looks like individually. Also, we're both encouraged to include each other in taking those steps if we want, but it is not required. We are in control of our own individual lives and our own journey. This means we're both responsible in finding the resources necessary to grow, change, and heal. We can definitely help one another when help is requested. However, unsolicited advice or help will not be rendered. We are responsible for communicating. This ensures nothing is left unsaid. If it was never brought up or discussed, it never happened. We're not mind readers, and we need to take ownership when we fail to communicate. Make a list of needs and wants. This gives us both clear direction about meeting each other's needs. This also gives us a choice as to what we want/choose to do, compromise on, or decline to do. This list also will not serve as a checklist for accountability. We made it clear we would not be bringing this list up for the purpose of arguing, and it was up to the other person to use the list as a tool for growth, transparency, or clarification. We concluded that it was up to us to decide if we will be happy doing these things for ourselves because we care, not to simply check a box. This was very important in order to establish long-term habits and not short-term band-aids, because you cannot make someone change or do something they don't believe is important. Established a deadline, Memorial Day 2025. At the end of the conversation, we concluded by setting Memorial Day 2025 as a hard stop to evaluate our lives and our progress. We agreed we would do this with the clear understanding that we will independently decide if we are happy here. If we determine we aren't happy, we will be getting a divorce. We would also both assume full responsibility for what happened should we get divorced. For example, if needs were not met, it would mean my partner chose not to meet them. This places full responsibility on each other in all areas. The whole process requires that if needs were not met, the next question should be, did we do everything to address this issue? If yes, then we will have a clear conscience of what transpired and know we left no stone unturned. If, however, we didn't do everything to address the issue, it will mean the issue was not important enough for you, or you didn't care to meet those needs. This goes both ways in all areas, like everything else. We established that the main motivator for change should be ourselves, and that if we did that, we would in turn begin to see beneficial changes towards each other. The goal is to ensure that everything we are doing for one another to meet each other's needs is being done because we want to do it for our spouse, not because he or she asked. Instead, it was done because I know it makes him/her happy and I love seeing them happy. I felt it was important to mention to her that we are no longer required to do anything for each other. It is now more of an I want to do these things for each other. Ultimately, I felt the conversation was very positive and productive. Many tears were shed, and lots of hugging ensued. I know this doesn't mean or guarantee anything. However, this has never happened before, and I can honestly attribute it to the 180 method. I cannot give any more insight on this method other than it's the only thing I did different, and something new happened for what seems to be better. I've decided I will conclude and will refrain from this method moving forward, as the plan now has changed. I'm planning to devote myself entirely to not only myself and my growth, but to also work on her needs and wants because I want her to be happy by my side. She said and agreed she would do the same for herself. We agreed we would help and build each other wherever we request for it, and that we will be approaching this as a team. As of today, some of the biggest changes I have noticed are her commitment to therapy and mental health. She is taking some antidepressants that are helping her. She is also more confident and in a far better mood more frequently. We have started to explore more ways of intimacy in multiple areas, such as physical touch and words of affirmation. Sex is starting to make an appearance, which is exciting. Side note, sex was very awkward to start when you've been abstinent for so long. We've also started to work out together, which is great, and have lost weight, which is also very exciting. Overall, communication has improved, and I cannot wait to see where this leads. I hope this helps someone out there. I'm still very much interested in your feedback and thoughts on this. You all have been a huge help in giving me hope and insight into this tough journey. Trolls aside, many of you have really been instrumental in my journey both emotionally and mentally. I will not be providing any more updates until Memorial Day next year. I think it's now time to keep focusing on myself and start working on all the new opportunities that hopefully will arise with my wife. I wish you all the best in life and your relationships with those you love. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. My man. I'm so glad you didn't stick with that original plan of 180 for 11 months or whatever it was going to be. That just sounded absolutely miserable. And I'm thrilled at the way you both have built a plan to take some personal accountability. We all are responsible for our own happiness. It's good that you no longer feel beholden to try to make her happy, and that you both are free now to do kind things for each other from a place of support and desire, not obligation. Well done. That conversation sounds like it was a fantastic turning point, and I'm even more happy for you that you both are making positive changes for yourselves. And if you can rebuild this relationship as a much stronger team, well, no one could ask for a better outcome. How much of this plan had you put together before the talk? Thanks so much for this update, it helps to restore my faith in humanity. Ops response. I had given a lot of thought to what I would do next. When the opportunity came up, it felt like it was the right place and time. I'm very hopeful, and thank you for the well wishes. I must admit, the 180 method for a year did sound daunting, but I was committed had this event not happened. Commenter. I admire your determination and dedication to your family. And it sounds like your thoughtfulness really paid off. I'm glad she opened the door to talk and that you were able to gain some healing from it, at least that's the assumption I'm making. Sounds like this was therapeutic and restorative for you both. Ops response. It's by no means fixed, but it's definitely moving in the right direction. Third update 1 year 4 months later. I realize this final post is far later than I anticipated, and I truly apologize for that. But such is life, and honestly, the timing now feels right. So much has transpired since my last post that it's hard to capture it all in words, but I'll do my best to be thorough and as succinct as possible. I know this is my final post on the matter, and I want to offer genuine insight and meaningful takeaways from this difficult journey we've been on for the past few years. Are we still married? Yes. Are we happy? Yes. Has it been easy? Absolutely not. You may be wondering why the hell no, and that's more than fair. The truth is, shortly after my last entry, things got worse, much worse. Just when you think you've hit bottom, life has a way of showing you there's still room below. Where it all started to shift, in my previous posts, I shared the approach I took and the truths it uncovered, truths that were difficult to accept, including the realization that my wife genuinely didn't want much to do with me anymore. I had essentially been friend-zoned, and our marriage was drifting into a platonic partnership I didn't want. That's when I used the 180 method, Gray Rock method, originally designed to help victims of infidelity reclaim stability and clarity. And yes, it works. It worked for me tremendously. I've received a ton of hate for choosing this path, but everyone's situation is different. There is no one-size-fits-all in marriage recovery. I have zero regrets. It helped my wife recognize her own areas for growth, and it helped me rediscover mine. For years I believed I deserved the pain I was experiencing because of my flaws, but that's not true. We all have imperfections, but they don't strip us of our worth. During this time, I focused on rebuilding myself, my health, my joy, my identity outside the marriage. I've since lost over 23 pounds, ran a marathon, completed 2 Tough Mother challenges, developed a consistent exercise and mountain biking routine, started a business, read 6 books, joined a charity, and raised more than $52,000 for my children's school. People misunderstand the 180 method. It's not just about how you treat the spouse, it's about reclaiming you. Where we are now, the 180 method gave me the space to focus on myself and my kids while still remaining faithful and committed to the marriage. I gave my wife an ultimatum, see previous posts, and we mutually agreed on what we each needed to work on, along with a timeline. Was the timeline perfect? No. Were there hiccups? Constantly. That's the nature of relationships. You cannot remove the human element, our flaws, our emotions, our setbacks. This process came with relapses, depression, unrelated conflicts, insecurities, and the need for constant readjustment. This is where grace and adaptability became essential. Imagine practicing the 180 method, which can appear cold and distant, while simultaneously extending unexpected moments of grace. It surprised my wife, and it made a profound difference. It validated the effort we were both putting in and signaled that we were genuinely moving toward healing. One powerful shift was realizing that my wife reciprocated grace and vulnerability much more easily when she saw me practicing them. We began having deeper conversations, ones I didn't even realize we needed. Many of those issues were mine. I had to confront my struggle with emotional vulnerability. I grew up in a macho, stoic culture where men don't cry, and that mentality was silently damaging our marriage. As I worked through that, I learned that allowing myself to be vulnerable didn't make me weak. It made me accessible. And in turn, it allowed my wife to reach parts of me and care for me in ways I had never truly experienced. That feeling of being cared for, genuinely cared for, was new. And it changed everything. Where we're headed, as I mentioned, things got worse before they got better. My wife had a serious breakdown early on where she felt everything was over. We hadn't yet fixed our communication patterns, and counseling helped us realize it was time to shift out of the 180 method and begin recognizing and validating the progress we both were making. Once we focused intentionally on communication, grace, vulnerability, and consistent practices of gratitude and emotional expression, things started to transform. Over the months that followed, we chose to show up for each other. Not out of obligation, but out of intention. Fast forward to today, our marriage is nothing like it was a year ago, and nothing like the day I wrote my last post. Is it perfect? No. Is it worth keeping forever? Absolutely. We have a new foundation and a new commitment to the work, not just on our marriage, but on ourselves. Advice for anyone going through something similar: your marriage can still be something beautiful, even after unimaginable hardship. Remember why you married your partner. Remember the qualities that made them right for you. But also remember that change starts with you, not your partner. You can't force them to change. You can only do the work on yourself and give them the space to choose their own path. I recommend the 180 method/Gray Rock method because it was essential for me, but it isn't universal. It worked because it forced both of us to confront truth, discomfort, and growth. People on Reddit criticized me endlessly for it. But it's your marriage, not theirs. Only you know what you can live with, what you can't, and what your relationship truly needs. Lastly, I genuinely hope this helps anyone navigating a similar situation. I will always be pro-marriage, and I firmly believe couples can overcome even the hardest challenges if they have the desire to do so. Love can be rebuilt. Trust can be rebuilt. Intimacy can be rebuilt. I now have a marriage filled with renewed love, real emotional connection, and new hope for our future. My wife chooses me every day. We are rebuilding together with honesty, vulnerability, and intention. My children have witnessed resilience, forgiveness, and growth, and that matters deeply to me. Note, I'll be sharing some resources that really truly helped us later on in a comment. I truly believe it would be beneficial for those interested. Remember, you must go all in if you want real change. Love hard, without reservation. Rewire your mindset. Give yourself time and grace. And believe that your marriage can succeed. I pray that every marriage here finds strength, hope, and a restored path forward. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. I was waiting for this update, and I'm very thankful for your willingness to lay it all out there as you both sought a way back to each other. Great to hear about your path forward together. Ops response. Thank you. I feel incredibly blessed to be able to turn the page. More work ahead, but the future looks promising as long as we keep working. Wish you the best. Commenter 2. Happy to hear, but I need messy gossip details. What made your wife finally come around? Ops response. Multiple different things. The 180 method helped her realize there was more to me than convenience. Also, knowing how we were both willing to do the work to restore our marriage helped. I cannot speak for her as to what was the turning point for her, but I can say that it was a mindset thing. Story 2. My kids and ex-wife have been making false allegations about me for the past 2 years, starting when my kids ran away and told the police I kicked them out, and now I don't want any part in my children's lives anymore. Posted by you/Returning Darkness. Hold on because this is a doozy. I'm going to omit some details to help keep myself from getting doxxed about this whole thing. Last year, my kids, 9F and 7M, ran away late at night/early in the morning. When found by some city officials, they claimed I kicked them out of the house. I woke up that morning to the cops and CPS knocking on the door. I told my side of the story from what I knew, and they had my, now ex-wife tell her side while keeping us separated. The cops claimed our stories didn't match and ended up arresting me. I bailed myself out that same day and went to live with my parents for a while. I was dealing with court, scared that I was going back to jail or prison and that I'd lose the job I had only been at for a year. A little over a month went by, and I got a phone call to have a meeting with the CPS woman in charge of our case. My daughter ended up making more allegations against me that did not make any sense to the CPS people, and when they asked her questions, she was unable to give them answers. My son ended up breaking first and admitting the whole thing was made up, and that my daughter was the one who orchestrated everything. This reveal led to the charges being dropped and my daughter getting counseling and psychiatric help. For a while, I thought things were good. We were on our way to fixing things. I kept trying to get all of us into therapy, both individually and as a family. I was already in therapy due to this whole situation anyway. My ex kept dragging her feet, and it never went anywhere. After some other situations with being displaced due to a natural disaster and me trying to get things packed up in our old apartment, I was told by my ex that she wanted a divorce. So now I was having to rush to find a place to live, which I did luckily. I actually move in tomorrow. On June 14th, I was served an emergency protection order by the county sheriff's office. I was told it was because I allegedly hit my son and gave him a concussion while in the grocery store, where there are cameras. He had been taken to the emergency room by my ex on the 14th, but this event allegedly happened on the 10th. I had told my ex that, due to me having to get this house to rent, along with utilities in my name, adding up to over $2,000, I wasn't going to be able to pay certain bills this month, but that I'd get them caught up as soon as I could to get everything paid off and even. I signed for the deposit on the 11th, and the kids had been with her while I did this paperwork, and there was no issue. That same morning, I had taken my kids to the park so they could play and recorded videos of them being silly and having fun. I was talking to my therapist this week, and I told her what was going on and how I felt about being around my ex or the children. It's 2 years in a row of false allegations. I want nothing to do with any of them now. I'll pay child support gladly. I had an agreement with my ex before this all happened to pay $1,000 a month, $500 per paycheck, for child support. After all of this, am I the jerk for not wanting to be around the children and my ex after everything gets settled and is found out to be lies again? Top/relevant comments. Additional info from Op. I posted this before I clocked in at work, so let me give some more details. My ex-wife and I were still together when the kids ran away last year. My side of the story during that was that I came home from work, talked with the kids and my wife, gave the kids their melatonin gummies before sending them to bed, after which I took a shower before making myself something for dinner and cleaning up afterward. By this point, my ex was already asleep, and so were the kids. When CPS and the mental health professionals were talking to my daughter after everything got cleared, she was saying the voices she was hearing were telling her to do things. The mental health professionals said this sounded too rehearsed to them. It was later revealed that she had been watching videos on YouTube about kids pranking their parents, and she wanted to try it out herself. She had access to YouTube due to tablets my mother-in-law had given the kids for Christmas back in 2023, which I disagreed with, but I was ignored. At the time, and to this day, I do not believe my ex had a hand in the running away situation. On to this year, my son went to the ER on the 14th because he had, and I quote from the paperwork I was given, dizziness, lightheaded feeling, and a nosebleed. I am not sure how he received a concussion. Nothing is finished with this situation yet, and nothing has been decided in terms of child support. We go back to court next month to revisit this after the investigation has finished. On the day I received the EPO, I talked to a state trooper and told him the kids' history, showed videos of my kids playing, and showed receipts on my banking app from when we were at Walmart and the time we were there. As of right now, I haven't heard anything else. I have already been interviewed by CPS and informed them of the same things I told the state trooper, because it is a different person on this case as my ex and kids live in a different county at the moment. This time, I firmly believe that my ex is behind this due to my telling her that some of the bills would have to wait because I'm having to pay approximately $2,500 to move, put down deposits, and pay first and last month's rent. I haven't seen my kids since I dropped them off to my grandparents on the afternoon of the 11th. I have not made a decision about staying away from my kids, but I do plan on talking to a lawyer in the next couple of days. I'm also looking into security for my house and a discreet body camera to wear, like many other users have suggested. I'll try to answer any other questions that I can, but I move tomorrow and I have some last-minute things to pack up and place in my car and move downstairs. Thank you for all of your insights, words, thoughts, and prayers. It means a whole lot to me that I can't even put into words. Are Op's children his biological? Well, considering they look like I just clicked copy and paste. Did something happen at the grocery store that caused the son to have a concussion? Nothing happened at the grocery store, that's the thing. We went in, picked up some sweet tea and ramen, then left. Update 1 month later. So I have an update, along with answering some questions better from my previous post. When I first posted this, I was not in a good headspace, and I realized that I wasn't very clear. To be honest, I'm still not in a good headspace, but it's a little bit better. For starters, these false allegations started last year when my kids were 9 and 7. When I said 2 years, I meant calendar years. When I said I spoke to the police about my side of the story last year, I meant what happened the night before the police and CPS showed up at the front door. I had gotten home, spent some time with the kids and my ex, then wife, before giving the kids their melatonin gummies. This was done on an as-needed basis, mainly 2 to 3 times a week at most. After that, I took a shower, made myself some dinner, ate, and cleaned up the kitchen before spending more time with my then wife before we both went to bed. Due to a contraction happening when she was being given the epidural, she sleeps better propped up, so she slept on the couch while the kids and I slept upstairs. The next morning is when I woke up to the cops at the door with CPS. I was charged with child abandonment and arrested. It took over a month for the truth to come out about my kids making this up, due to the fact that my daughter was saying I was having sex with her. The CPS agent conducting the investigation tried to ask more details, and that's when my daughter started crying and admitted she made it up because she couldn't give details. The only reason my daughter even knew what sex was is because my ex and I were in the bedroom and we both thought the other locked the door, and my daughter walked in on us. Moving to now, I don't know how my son got this supposed concussion. We had court again on Monday, the 21st, and when the judge asked her, she told him, after talking with the state trooper, "We have decided to not press criminal charges." I asked the judge if there was any evidence that they had about what they're claiming I did, and he told me that since no charges were filed, there's no evidence gathered to give to me. I want to thank everyone for their answers on my last post. Thinking about those feelings was making me sick to my stomach, and I just needed some perspectives from people who weren't emotionally involved. I've thought about this since last month and I made the decision to tell the judge I want the divorce process and this EPO to be over and done with, and that I just want to be left alone. I'm still questioning if this was the right decision or not. I'm just not sure what else I could do. I work 12-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week. I have no way to take care of the kids, so I can't take them in. Even then, am I supposed to get to the point where the court system says supervised visits aren't needed anymore and just start wearing a body camera around the kids, and just be scared all the time? Looking over my shoulder constantly just to make sure that I'm not going to end up in jail again? We have a hearing set up for December to hopefully get everything finalized and finished. I keep thinking about the kids going trick or treating in 3 months, going back to school next month, how we won't be decorating Christmas trees together or making cookies for Santa, and I start crying all over again. I'm not sure what else I could have done that wouldn't have made me a paranoid mess 24/7. This will be the last update until December or January, I guess. Thank you again to everyone who said I wasn't the jerk for feeling this way. Have a good one, Reddit. Top/relevant comments. Did OpsX explain why she wanted the divorce? Her words were that she just isn't in love with me anymore and we've both become too different. She's religious, I'm not. We both have different views on things that we can't come to an agreement on. After last year, I wanted to get us into therapy and got some recommendations for marriage counselors. I gave her the list and said that I'd be fine with whoever she chose, so long as we worked on it. She never chose anyone and kept making excuses every time I asked. Commenter. Your daughter lied about you saying her, among many other allegations, and she says that she was motivated to behave the way that she did after she apparently watched a YouTube prank video? There is more to this story than your daughter is letting on. Either your ex-wife has coached your daughter well, or your daughter is incredibly manipulative at a very young age. Ops response. Everything I know I included. I'm dead certain there's stuff I don't know about, like you said. Commenter 2. If you don't mind the question, in your previous post, you mentioned how you were arrested because the cops claimed you and your wife's stories didn't match. Did you find out why they weren't the same, and why your wife wasn't arrested as well? Sorry you're going through this, Op. Ops response. No, I didn't. I have the police report, but all it says is, when asked if she believes he's capable of this, she answered, I don't know, I don't think so, I don't want to think about it. Did the daughter's tablet from Mill have parental controls? She apparently somehow found a way to get past it, from what I know about it. Like I mentioned in a different comment, I've told everything I know about the situation from my end. Op needs to get his kids in therapy, especially his daughter, and himself. I agree about both, and luckily I'm in therapy already. I've been in therapy since August/September of last year. Second update 8 days later. So this is a really small update that I wasn't expecting to make. I had left a voicemail for the CPS agent assigned to the current situation with my son, asking for an update on everything because I haven't heard anything since June. She had to look in her case notes, but everything has been found to be unsubstantiated. I should be getting the official paperwork in a few days to a week in the mail. I'm not sure how to feel about this, honestly. I'm relieved that the truth has come out about these allegations, angry that this has happened to me twice now, and happy that this is one step closer to being finished. I want to cry, but I couldn't tell you the specific emotion that's causing it. I'm taking some other Redditors' words to heart and putting in a request to my state police records department to get copies of any and all paperwork, evidence, or lack thereof, anything I can get my hands on from them. I'm also getting copies of my son's medical records so I can see exactly what was found back in June. I know a lot of you don't believe this, and I don't care. I have nothing to gain from lying about this. I'll gladly post pictures of the paperwork from CPS when it comes in, with all private information redacted, of course, to protect myself and my children. I know some of the details don't make sense between the OG post and the update, but like I saw one person mention in our /best of Redditor updates, which I love to read posts from and didn't expect my own to end up there, I'm just going into survival mode. I only just got a full-sized fridge 2 days ago. I only have an air mattress for a bed. I'm just tired. I want this over with. I want things to go back to January, when all I had to worry about was the fact I was recovering from a car wreck and couldn't even help take down the Christmas trees and get a new car. Third update 1 month 3 weeks later. So I didn't think I would be back with any sort of update until December, but here I am. First, I want to thank everyone for their comments, the ones who tell me I'm not the jerk for feeling this way, the ones who said this was fake AI bull, which got me laughing a bit, and for all the advice everyone's given me. Second, for the ones who DM'd me, I also want to say thank you for reaching out. I may not have answered, but I really appreciated reading the messages. After my last update, I tried looking for something to do on my days off of work. My first thought was the animal shelter nearby because it's not even a 5-minute drive from my house. Turns out it's closed on my days off. I looked around for neighboring counties, and those were even less helpful. A lot of them required I attend some sort of orientation, but there's no set day of the week for the orientations. I know it would be good for my mental health in the long run, but in the short term, taking a day off from work, potentially, to attend the orientation and making my paycheck smaller isn't helpful. So I decided to try dating. I wasn't going into this looking for anything serious. I was wanting to try some casual dates to just get out of the house and meet people. That's not what happened. I made a profile on a dating app and kinda just left it alone. One of the pictures I had put on there was of my cat. He's an orange cat presenting as a tuxedo cat. No brain cell whatsoever. I got a message, and this woman was talking about how cute my cat was and how he matched one of hers. We talked about our cats for a while, then things got flirty, and I asked her out on a date. I feel like it went well, since she stuck around anyway. We found out that there are so many similarities between what we like and our senses of humor that my friends think I found a female version of myself. I think that's funny because when she meets them, that means they're screwed. After almost a month of us talking and going on the occasional date, I told her I had some things to tell her and then something to ask her. I was upfront with everything that happened last year and this year, showing her the paperwork that I had to show that I was innocent in all of this. After telling her all of this, I asked if she still wanted to stick around or if she wanted to walk away and not get dragged into any drama that she could get put through just because of us having a relationship. She hugged me, cried for me, which got me to start crying, and told me that she was sorry I had to go through something like that. Once the two of us stopped trying to flood my house from crying, more myself than her, I asked her if she wanted to make things official between us, and she said yes. I was honestly so scared to tell her about what happened with my kids and ex. I was dead certain that once I told any prospective girlfriend this, they would walk away so that their own lives wouldn't get ruined. But she stayed, and I'm so incredibly grateful for that. We agreed to take it slow so that we don't rush into anything too quickly. I can't remember which of my posts it was on, and to be honest, there are too many comments on them all to be able to find them, but a Redditor said that, essentially, they hope I find someone and can actually be happy after all of this drama with my ex-wife and kids. I want to thank them for saying that, because between them speaking it into existence and my cat being, well, him, it seems to have worked. I'm not back up to 100% though. I'm still scared that something else will happen that will somehow mess my life up even more. I'm scared of the cops showing up at my house with new allegations even though I haven't done anything. I'm scared of running into my ex or the kids in public just by going grocery shopping and somehow getting arrested over it. Every time I drive home and a sheriff, state police, or city police vehicle comes down towards me or drives by the house, I can feel my anxiety spike. I have cameras up that record my front door, back door, and where I park my car outside my house, and cameras inside that cover my front door and my back door. I have other means of showing my location on my phone and where I've traveled, if I've traveled at all that day. I keep any receipts from shopping or even grabbing something to eat while in town just so I have timestamps of where I've been and when I was there. It's a mess, but I'm doing what I can. I'm looking forward to learning more about my girlfriend that my dingus of a cat helped me meet. I'm looking forward to being able to not live in fear of police. I'm looking forward to being able to live and not just not die right now. Again, I want to thank everyone for their thoughts, advice, comments, everything. I'm still gathering paperwork and what evidence I can about all of this, and sadly I still don't have answers about why this has been happening. I don't know how my son got this supposed concussion. I don't know if my ex is coaching them. I don't know if someone is in their lives because of my ex that is causing all of this. I don't know if I'll get those answers, but right now, I'm going to keep searching and fighting for myself until I either can't find anything else or I get answers. /relevant comments. Commenter. Did your ex give her a reason why she wanted a divorce in the first place? Do you think there's someone else, and that she's trying to manipulate the kids? Ops response. At this point, I have no idea, but that's the general consensus from my other posts. My ex told me she wasn't in love with me anymore, that she couldn't stay with me, and that she wanted a divorce. I haven't spoken to her since June, so I have nothing else to go off of. Commenter 2. First post was 3 months ago. You've been dating this girl for at least a month, so you went from that traumatic end to jumping into a new relationship in 2 months? If you're gonna move away from trauma at warp speed, don't be surprised when you end up with more. Ops response. That's why I'm making sure to take this slow and not jump into the deep end. No meeting family until 2 months of officially dating, so not until November at the earliest. No going to family functions together until next year, things like that. Fourth update 11 days later. Seriously, what the F now? So things have gotten even more messed up, although on a technicality, I guess it's not on my end. On Tuesday, my Saturday, I get woken up by my mom knocking on my door. After I let her in, the first thing she says is, I have something to tell you, but don't freak out. I'm on medication for anxiety that I have to take twice a day at minimum. I had just woken up, so I didn't take my medication yet. Can you guess what I started doing? She then tells me that my ex and the kids got kicked out of the house that they were living in, that belongs to my ex-friend and his wife. My mom told me she found this out from my stepdad because my ex stays in contact with him pretty regularly, but has my mom blocked on everything possible. Mom had already filed a CPS report on her because, at the time, we believed my ex and the kids were living in her car. My ex has no income other than occasionally delivering groceries for Walmart and the child support the state deducts from my paycheck. She had no place in line to move into, as far as we knew. So I started freaking out and called my sister. My sister still talks with my ex but won't talk to our mom for completely unrelated reasons. I asked my sister if she knew what happened, if she knew where my kids were, and to tell me where they were so I can make sure they were safe. My sister did already know but didn't tell me, but she did assure me that they were in a house and that she had a video call with the kids and screenshots to prove that they were in a house and safe. Luckily, this helped calm me down a bit. Later, I called the child support office and asked them if the address for my ex was still the previous address and informed them that she had gotten kicked out, but that I didn't have the new address to give them. The caseworker told me that the address had not been updated, but to reach out if I found out the address, just in case she didn't contact them with the updated address. At this point, I've done all I can do, legally anyway, so I try to relax and chill out because I know that I'm just stuck playing the waiting game again. Then the mail ran. I got the papers from my son's ER visit back in June. It doesn't say anything about a concussion, just that he had a contusion on his head and to treat it with an ice pack and ibuprofen. He had a goddamned bruise that could have come from anything. I love my son, but he's so clumsy it's ridiculous. He once walked face first into a tree because he wasn't wearing his glasses or watching where he was going at a playground that we had gone to. I ended up getting myself out of the house and went out of town for a while, just driving around. I ended up at the river that separates my state from the next one and sitting in a park while watching the boats and barges go by, listening to the music playing in the park and the water. I talked to my girlfriend while I was there and ended up having a borderline emotional breakdown, wondering what I could have done to make them all hate me that much to try and get me in prison for things I never did. I have an appointment with my therapist on Tuesday, so she's going to learn all the new and exciting things happening in my life, yay. My girlfriend ended up coming over and staying the night to keep me company and support me through dealing with all of this new information. I have no idea how I'm going to repay her for being so kind and understanding and supportive. She keeps dismissing whenever I say thank you because she says that she's just listening and being a human and knows that I have proof that I didn't do anything that they've been accusing me of. I'm feeling so much right now, I can't make heads or tails of it. I talked to my boss and took an extra day off to help myself process this, and he's going to use some of my PTO to cover for me. I'm not going to do it, but damn do I want to drink. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Goddamn man, if somebody did all the stuff your ex did to me, my sister would murder them. No questions asked. Why is she still speaking to that woman? Why didn't she inform you what was happening? Who needs enemies when you have siblings like this? Ops response. At this point, I'm glad she's still talking to my ex. If she wasn't, I'd have no clue if my kids were safe or not. As for not telling me, I have no idea. Commenter. Do you have a good relationship with her? Like I can't imagine a sibling seeing what you're going through and still being good with the person that did that to you. I can understand staying in contact for the kid's sake, but to never ask why? Why she is doing all of this. Why she is going so much further than just a regular divorce. And the fact she didn't inform you about this or anything else she may have talked about with your ex just seems like such a betrayal to me. I wouldn't trust her at the moment unless she can give you a good explanation for her behavior. Ops response. Not as close as most siblings. Both of us are pretty independent. She lives over an hour away from me, so it's hard to keep a relationship like that strong when I have to make reasons other than seeing her to go that far. Commenter 2. I am so glad your kids are safe. I am so glad you have support. I am so glad you are still with us. If you need support in not drinking, in my experience, most AA members are willing to hook you up with a support person, even if you're not officially joining, even if you don't think it's permanent. Some people just need a break from alcohol for a while, and they get that, and they're happy to support you in that. I hope you keep finding the support you need. Best wishes. Ops response. Honestly, even when I do drink, I don't drink a lot. The most I do is maybe a glass of bourbon, 2 fingers at most, or maybe 2 beers. I've actually been trying non-alcoholic options, and they're pretty good. My favorite so far is Guinness. Downvoted commenter 3. Don't listen to everyone. He's rage baiting you since he flip-flops back and forth, saying that he loves his kids when he wanted nothing to do with them. Ops response. So let me get this straight. Because I want to not risk going to jail and prison due to lies made by my kids about me, I can't be concerned about finding out they're homeless and living in a car? 5th update 2 months 3 weeks later. So here's the update from the last few months of my life. Craps effed. Back in October, my girlfriend ghosted me, sending me a message while I was at work and away from my phone saying she had some things she needed to think about and she can only do it on her own. I didn't hear from her for a couple weeks before she messaged me again saying she didn't blame me if I didn't want to talk to her, and she admitted she stopped taking her anxiety/depression meds cold turkey and it messed with her head. There was no fighting or anything that would have let me get an idea of this happening, so it really came out of left field, which is the story of my life right now, I guess. So now it's just me and the cat again. I go to work, I go home, I run errands and appointments on my days off. It's dramatic, I know, but I'm surviving, but I wouldn't call this living. After court at the beginning of this month, it was decided to extend the emergency protective order for another month so that my ex will have time to have me served with divorce papers, and then it will expire on its own in January. It was this and take supervised visitation with the kids, extend the emergency protective order for another 6 months, or let the emergency protective order expire and have it turned into a domestic violence order. That would have ended with me losing my job and having an insane amount of difficulty finding a new one to keep paying child support and my rent, and if I didn't, I'd be evicted and end up arrested for not making child support payments. Those were the options her legal aid/attorney, whatever he is, gave us. He didn't say anything about the rent or being arrested, but I know that is what would have happened in the long term. I have supervised visitation with my daughter at my grandparents' house at my kids' discretion, so I may see them once a week or I may not, who knows. I was told she wanted to make contact, but my son didn't. I have a body camera that I used when I attempted to have visitation with my daughter a few days ago, but she changed her mind and didn't want to see me, so I left. I didn't want to take a risk of anyone claiming I violated the emergency protective order. I've made copies of the video and have multiple flash drives hidden around my house with them so that I have backups. I'm tired. I'm tired of everything. I want this to end and for life to go back to normal. A friend of mine actually asked me if I ever got into a relationship with someone if I would want to have kids again, and I almost had a panic attack over the thought. It's weird some days. I can tell when the depression is affecting me worse and it's just the depression talking, and I can kind of ignore it. Other days it just feels like my own thoughts, and I'm just sitting on the couch trying to get the will to get up and make a sandwich or take a shower. So no grand miracle solution, no fanfare or anything. Just a guy sitting at home or at work trying to get through the day. I'm not going to post any more updates about this, because it's almost over with and I just want to get on with my life. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. So-op's ex-wife made multiple false CPS accusations, which all have been disproven, to get full custody of her kids, but she can't even pay rent to put a roof over their heads. How does she even have custody at this point? Commenter 2. I don't think OP is a reliable narrator. There's so much that just doesn't make sense. The courts aren't going to give the ex a restraining order or a domestic violence protection order without any actual proof he's a threat to them, and his own sister refuses to tell him where they're at. I think there's a lot that's been left out. Commenter 3. Him also being in contact with the mother, who is blocked by multiple people for reasons he won't state. It all feels very missing reasons, and the more he talks, the less I believe the narrative he's spinning. I think the girlfriend ghosting was her trying to get out because she figured some things out and took the safe way of exiting the relationship. Commenter 4. Reminds me of my ex. I was the new girlfriend, and listening to his story, I was absolutely heartbroken about how evil his ex was, keeping his kids away, and I supported him through a lot. And put up with a lot. Then I happened to read a court statement his ex made that he hadn't hidden away yet. It was word for word a situation we'd been in weeks earlier, and he had gaslit me into thinking I was a crazy person. But that's the thing about meeting new people and hearing their stories, you can only believe what you're told, till other facts present themselves and shatter your reality. Editor's note. OP titled his last post with final update and said at the end that he doesn't plan to update anymore, so I think we can assume this story is concluded. Story 3.
My fiancé has an extremely weird relationship with his female best friend and she is now set to be his best man, and I'm unsure whether I'm overreacting or ignoring serious red flags as we plan our wedding. Posted by you/Nathalipita. Hi, I don't know how to approach the subject so that it doesn't sound like a rant. I, 31F, have been in a steady relationship for the past 4 years. My boyfriend, 33M, and I dated for about 15 months, then decided to move in together. It's been wonderful. Recently, we got engaged and now are planning the wedding. We are both very excited about it. He is a great person, basically what you'd call a good guy. Very bright, super funny, has a good job, has always been caring and loyal, kind of a dork and a nerd in some things, which I love. I would say without a doubt that he's the best guy I've ever been with. I love him and he loves me very much. My family and friends adore him. So far so good, right? Enter best friend Sandy, 33F. This girl is a total nightmare. They have been best friends like forever, and once I met her a few years back, I knew she was bad news. She is very attractive and knows it, always dresses kind of SLT, is a tease and a flirt. If you know the type, you can picture her. She has never been rude to me or anything like that. We just keep our distance. We are polite around each other and that's about it. She's not the idiot people think she is. She has 2 kids and recently got divorced. She has always been in his life, and I can't seem to understand why. I'm not naive or narrow-minded. I have male friends, and I'm the kind of person that believes that a man and a woman can be great friends without sex being involved. However, the relationship they have is just too much, too close for comfort, and everyone seems to think so. And it has been going on like forever. There are so many things. I don't know where to begin without sounding like a crazy jealous person. The only thing that puts my mind at ease is the fact that she lives 1,000 miles away, in South Florida. She is always texting him. I've checked his phone a couple of times, he doesn't mind, we are very open with each other and I know I shouldn't, but still, she is constantly telling him she misses him, that they should see each other more often, that when is he coming home, that she wants to come up to see him, that a song reminded her of him, all sorts of stupid things, pictures, selfies, etc. Sometimes it's like a couple of 15-year-old kids, and I don't make a fuss about it. The one thing that really freaks me out is when she tells him she loves him. Love is a very strong emotion for me, and he says he loves her back. I don't like that part at all, and the fact that she's drunk dialed him a couple of times at very odd hours, even when she was married, makes me so mad. We've had a couple of strong disagreements about that over the years. I have met his family. They are very nice folks, and they like me. His sister and I get along pretty well, we have a lot in common, and we've become good friends even with the distance. The first time I met her, she found out that best friend Sandy was coming to town, and didn't look happy. A couple of years later, after we knew each other better, I asked her why she didn't like her. She told me that she never did. Even when they were kids, she didn't like her, that she was always trouble and did crazy things, that no one in her family liked her, but since she had always been there, they kind of just tolerated her and accepted her in the household. She shared with me that while they were preteens, she would always be at their house hanging out, and that she would stay at night and sneak into my fiancé's room. Apparently, their parents didn't know or didn't care. In high school, she was always kind of a BTCH while my fiancé was kind of a nerd, and she never understood how they remained friends. They didn't even hang around the same group of people. His first girlfriend always felt threatened by her, and she wouldn't be the last one to feel that way. I knew all this because of what my fiancé's sister observed and told me. She's a couple of years older than him. I talked to him about it, and he said it was true. No problem there. I have asked him a couple of times straight up if they ever had some kind of physical relationship in the past, but he has always denied it. He says they are only friends. When she was married, my fiancé was the best man at her wedding, at her insistence. Her now ex-husband and kids would spend time together with us, going on holidays or meeting up for special occasions. And I must admit, I got along better with her husband than with her. He was about 10 years our senior and always seemed oblivious about their weird relationship or just didn't mind. My fiancé is godparent to her youngest kid. They both call him uncle. He adores them, and they adore him back. He's great with them and with his nephews. He's wonderful with kids, and I can't complain about it. A couple of times, best friend Sandy's dad or other family members have been in town, and they call him and have lunch together or just meet up. I can tell they're very fond of him and care a lot for my fiancé. Last year, he flew down to Florida so that they could go to some convention because she got tickets that were hard to get. A couple of months ago, I went with him to his parents' house, she showed up unannounced, and they got drunk in his parents' living room watching stupid movies while I was sleeping. We got in a huge fight because of it. His sister told me that they used to do that kind of stuff all the time, and it just made me angrier. We all ended up having Christmas supper a couple of nights later with her and her kids in my future-in-law's house. It was not a happy moment. He doesn't even drink, just a beer every once in a while and wine with a good meal. This girl just brings the worst out of him. I have met his friends and people close to him. One of his best male friends lives in a neighboring town with his wife. They all went to Florida State together, and the three of them at one time shared an apartment. They are our closest friends. His wife has always told me that she can't stand best friend Sandy and straight out calls her a WHRE. So to the point, now that you have an idea of what I've been dealing with. A couple of nights ago, we were at our place with some other friends, celebrating our recent engagement and setting the date. She told me that there was something I should know. It was about best friend Sandy. Like I said, I knew she didn't like her one bit, so I didn't think much of it at first. She told me she hated the fact that even though she didn't attend Florida State with them, she still managed to show up all the time. She would stay weeks at a time in my fiancé's room, and she ruined a couple of relationships for him, going so far as to punching one of my fiancé's exes because she had cheated on him. The story was that they had plans to go for spring break, and since my fiancé was single at the time, he took best friend Sandy. I told her I knew all this. Now, the part that I didn't know, but she felt I should, was that they had been drinking all week, no surprises there. One morning she walked into their room, and they were both naked, with another couple in there as well. I asked her, naked like with underwear or with something covering themselves, and she said no. Completely naked. She didn't see them having sex, but 2 girls and 2 guys naked in a room makes you think, what the hell was going on? All this was before I met him, and I know everyone has a past, but that really shook me. Every time I hear one of those stories, it gets to me. This one was over the top. Have I been blind all these years? I've been honest about my feelings and confronted him about other things, but not about this. He usually just laughs and brushes it off, saying that it was nothing, and keeps on insisting that they have only been friends, very good friends, and that nothing has been going on or ever will. I have an older sister, and we are very close. I have told her about all this, and we both agree that their relationship is too weird. It seems very unlikely for them not to have ever hooked up or been intimate, and now, with this new information, I have more doubts. We are making plans for our wedding. To make things worse, and I laugh and smile so I won't cry, best friend Sandy is going to be the best man, and already she's talking about planning his bachelor party and even a trip to Vegas. TLDR, now here is what's driving me crazy, he has never lied to me, and I feel he has nothing to hide. He has always been honest. When I question him about anything, is he lying about this? Just so I won't get paranoid all the time, my sister says that I should make him stop being friends with her after we get married. But on the other hand, I know him, and I know she's important for him in his life. He has told me on numerous occasions that he's never wanted a relationship with her other than friendship, and that he wants to spend his life with me. Am I being crazy, paranoid, jealous, and insecure? Is it possible for 2 people to have that kind of weird friendship? Or am I right to feel that way? What should I do? /relevant comments. Commenter. Bottom line, this type of relationship wouldn't sit well with me. You can't be married to one person and telling someone else how much you love them. There need to be boundaries. You need to talk with your fiancé about setting some. Crap is changing, you're getting married. Commenter 2. Sandy sounds rather wild, but I don't see anything that would indicate she's any kind of threat. Your fiancé has had practically his entire life to get with her if that's what he wanted, and he hasn't. She has likewise had the same opportunity and hasn't. I don't see them suddenly discovering a hidden passion and desperation for each other at this late date. My sister says that I should make him stop being friends with her after we get married. Your sister has some interesting idea about what marriage is and is not. Want to know what marriage is not? It's not ownership. And it does not suddenly grant you the right to tell your husband who he can and cannot be friends with. You simply don't have that right, not even as a wife. You especially don't get to tell him he has to cut off a friendship with the mother of his godchildren. That's really not okay. What you can do is discuss any concerns you have with him, and set some boundaries, together, regarding his interactions with her. Your fiancé is marrying you, not her. After all these years, he's more than had opportunity to make something happen with her, and he's chosen not to. Instead, he's chosen you as the woman he wants to spend his life with. She's not a threat. And if you let your jealousy or insecurities rule the day when it comes to her, you're going to end up damaging your own relationship over nothing. That would be a damn shame. Commenter 3. Sandy is bad news, and she'll always be part of your man's life. You'll never change it because that's what Sandy wants. She locked it in when she made your man her son's godfather. Your man is emotionally committed and involved with this woman and her life, and the life of her children. I think that means much more than maybe a drunken hookup with a very attractive friend somewhere in the past. It sounds like your guy is honorable, so I doubt he's hit it again, but sex isn't the thing. He's in a serious emotional relationship with another woman. You can't ask him to change his behavior or his relationship with her. You can try, but he'll never shake free of Sandy. He'll just try to hide it and resent you. If things with Sandy change, he'll have to want to make the change. So, how do you feel about Sandy coming along for the ride? If it's not what you want, just end it with him and tell him why. No yelling, no screaming, no crying, just the facts. If he gets upset because you are doing this now after you are engaged, just tell him that getting engaged snapped everything into focus. It does that sometimes. If you do break up with him, whatever you say, do not talk bad about Sandy. Don't say that she's manipulative or a user or anything like that. Just say that he's in a serious and committed emotional relationship with another woman, her family, and her children, and that relationship predates your relationship with him. Tell him you aren't interested in being in a 3-way emotional relationship. It's obvious how much Sandy means to him, becoming godfather to her son, so you can't ask him to change or cut Sandy out of his life. The reason you don't want to say anything bad about her is you want to set the stage for your man to tell you how it really is with Sandy. The last thing you should say is, "So even though it's killing me, I know I can't share you emotionally with another woman. I don't see any other option for us moving forward." Then ask him, unless you can see a path forward that I can't. Now he'll tell you how he sees you and Sandy fitting into his life. Update 1 month later. Hi, thank you all for your comments and advice, some of them were really helpful. I just wish I had paid more attention to them instead of blindly rushing into things. I confronted my fiancé, calmly, one night while we were out for dinner. I told him I didn't want Sandy to be the best man at our wedding. I didn't want her to plan his bachelor party, and most important, I didn't want her in our life anymore. Of course, he could still keep in touch with his godson, but to limit all contact to that. It didn't go well. At first, he thought I was joking. When I told him I wasn't, he said he couldn't believe it. He told me that he had always been truthful and honest with me from day one and that he never lied about their friendship, tried to hide it, or downplay it. He said he couldn't understand, after all this time, why I was bringing it up now. We argued some more. It didn't get heated, just an argument. We left it like that, agreeing to nothing. The next day, I asked him what he thought about the conversation we had the night before. He said I was overreacting, that he couldn't understand why I was being so obtuse about it. I told him things were going to change, that we were getting married. He told me things shouldn't change. Especially since we had been living together for some years and happily, he added. It kept on going back and forth for a while. He basically dismissed it and said I wasn't thinking straight. He jokingly called me a bridezilla. That really made me mad. A couple of days later, I gave him an ultimatum. I told him I didn't want Sandy as the best man, and I didn't want her in our lives anymore. My now ex-fiancé has always been a calm person. I, on the other hand, have been more emotional and impulsive. He told me to think about what I was asking him. She wasn't part of our life, she was part of his life, and that indeed, sometimes lines had been crossed. Even though he didn't see it that way, he respected my point of view. However, he was willing to make some changes, no bachelor party, and would try to ease down on the contact. But that was it. He said he wasn't changing her as best man. She was his best friend, had always been, and that nothing I or anyone could say or do would change that fact. He said that I knew him and that he wasn't a kid who reacted the way I did. He pointed out that I knew he was a reasonable and understanding guy, but that it was unfair to put him in this situation. He said that I was emotional and to reconsider, and give it a couple of days to cool off. I yelled at him and told him to choose. He didn't say anything. He slept on the couch. We didn't speak for about 2 days. It was the weekend, and he told me he wanted to talk to me. I agreed. He asked me what my thoughts were. I told him I hadn't changed my mind. He asked me if I was 100% sure about it. I said I was. That my mind was set, no Sandy Bestman, no bachelor party organized by her, and no contact. He just said, okay. Then it's over, call the wedding off. I almost had a heart attack. I was furious and heartbroken. I got very agitated. I told him I couldn't believe he picked her over me. He said he didn't, that he had picked himself, that if I couldn't accept him the way he was, as I had always done in the past, and couldn't trust or believe him, it was over. That he had always trusted me, and that if I couldn't do the same, it wasn't worth the trouble. I yelled at him some more and told him I knew about the time they went on spring break together. He told me they had vacationed tons of times together, as a matter of fact, still did, that I knew all this. I asked him, well, what about the time you were naked together in a room with another couple? He told me all I had to do was ask him and not create this drama. This made me madder. He told me he had always been honest with me, and still was, that he didn't have anything to hide. That it was probably, friend, who had told me. I said it was. We calmed down a little, he asked me if I wanted to know. I told him I did. He said it was true, that they had indeed been naked together in the room, when, friend, walked in. They had met a slightly older married couple on the first day there. After some drinks, some partying, and spending time together, they suggested a swap, exchange couples. They were attractive, and he said sparks were flaring, also that it was during a time when they were both single, young, and wanted to experiment. So they had sex in the same room. I told him, so you had an orgy? He said no, that it wasn't an orgy. He had sex with the girl and Sandy with the guy, but that him and Sandy never had sex. I told him, so you expect me to believe you were naked with her in the same room, in the same bed while she had sex with this strange guy and you had with his wife and you two didn't do it? He said exactly. I told him I didn't believe him. He said that was on me, it was the truth, he had no reason to lie about it. He had never lied to me before and wasn't about to. And also that this had happened over 10 years ago, before I met him, and that whatever had happened it didn't matter because it was the past. I told him I wanted him out. He said he would leave the next day. Before he left, he told me he loved me and that I was wrong and making a mistake. He told me that I knew him and that if he walked out the door, I would never see him again. I wished him well and that I wasn't changing my mind, that he had chosen her and that he was a liar. He told me to keep everything and that he would come when I was at work for his things. I haven't seen him since. Those first days were bad, I felt terrible. I spoke with my sister and she said I had screwed up, big time. Now she tells me. I was still angry and felt righteous. I am pretty stubborn. I sent Sandy terrible text messages, telling her she was a WHRE, and that I hoped she was happy for ruining my life. She never replied. Not one of my proudest moments. He came back while I was at work and picked up his things, his clothing, books, toys, and stuff. He left everything else, even some stuff I had given him as gifts over the years. He left the key. I lost it. I couldn't believe he would go through with it and just end it all. We are adults, for God's sake. I called him, texted him, emailed him, got no answer. I called his work and they told me he was unavailable. I called his sister, who I considered my friend, and she said she didn't want to get involved. I haven't stopped crying. I went to my sister's and told her everything. Now she's claiming that I overreacted, that I took something small and blew it out of proportion, that he was a good guy and that I shouldn't have put him in that position. I told her she was the one who advised me to give him an ultimatum. Now she claims I misunderstood her. Gee, thank you, sis. My mom is also aware. She agreed with my sister and told me I had screwed up, however, that it was my decision and they both supported me. My sister said I would never find a guy like him. I was so angry at her, mostly because she is right. I have had time to think about all this, and I have been hurting bad. I think maybe I made a mistake. I think I acted impulsively and irrationally. I hate to admit it, but I was jealous, envious, and insecure of what they had. Some things are true. Like one of the replies here said, they have had all their lives to be together, why haven't they? If Sandy really wanted to ruin our relationship, she could have done it a long time ago. This is on me. And also, like one of the other persons who kindly commented said, after rereading it and paying attention, she was never rude to me or disrespectful, she kept her distance and never invaded my space. She had done nothing. The only time she was not polite was once when her kids were misbehaving and I yelled at her for it. She got mad and said they were children, after all. I think I was a BTCH about it and deserved it. I never apologized about it. Also, I was too judgmental and let myself be influenced by what other people said about her. The naked thing, even though it sounds improbable, might be true. He had never lied to me. On numerous occasions in all these years, he answered my questions, even if they were stupid and petty. I just couldn't let it go. My sister points out, he could just not have told me. Pretend it never happened or simply deny it. Saying it was all a lie or a misunderstanding. I would never have to know, he chose to tell it to me. Every time. He was the best guy I have ever been with in my life, no doubt there. He always treated me right, was a real gentleman, never disrespected me in any way, never raised his voice, did small stupid things like open doors for me, pick me up at work, even when I didn't need it. He is smart and hardworking. He wasn't wealthy, but he took care of all the bills. At first we shared rent, later he took care of that on his own, without me asking, always said I should save up my wages or spend it on myself. He was attentive and tolerant towards me even when I had one of my fits. I admit sometimes in the past I acted like a spoiled brat. He was the first person to never say it out loud or point it out to me. My life has gone to hell, and I can't help to think that it was my fault. Like my sister said, I made my bed, now I have to sleep in it. TLDR, there is none. I have kept on trying to get in touch with him, with no luck. I am now sitting at my place alone, which I'm pretty sure I won't be able to afford anymore, on a Friday night, on Reddit. FML. Anything you say is welcome, thank you. /relevant comments. Commenter. I'll take the downvotes, but I actually think your ex-fiancé dodged a bullet. The way you mismanaged your insecurities through this whole affair, the way you continually engaged in gossip behind his back rather than talking to him, the way you held his past against him, the way you fought with him like a child, and in the same breath called yourself an adult. Man, Phew. I highly recommend talking with a therapist before you pursue another relationship. Commenter 2. Yes, maybe you overreacted and should have talked with him more, and taken the compromise he offered. But you didn't. Stop trying to contact him, or her. Get some therapy, maybe go to the gym, and grow up a little. I had to double-check your age, and WTH you're 31? Yikes. Give you both some time to think, and in a month or so you can maybe contact him. Maybe things will work out if you get couples therapy, or maybe you let a great guy slip away because you were being a brat, egged on by your sister. Who knows? But seriously, stop trying to contact either of them. That's not going to help. Commenter 3. We are adults, for God's sake. You really aren't. He was open and honest, you chose not to believe him. For what it's worth, I really don't doubt his swapping story. That happens more often than you'd think, and kick him out without a second thought. Your stubbornness got the better of you. Commenter 4. I don't think TLDR means what you think it means. Second update 6 months later. A lot of you wrote me for an update, here it is. Finally, I learned. But before, I think I made things worse. After the second post, I was pretty upset, almost everyone was blaming me, and practically jumping up and down because I had put my fiancé in that position. Why is it so easy to judge when I am being honest and truthful? I went to my ex's work, just to talk to him. He wasn't answering my calls or texts, and had changed his number. I wanted to explain to him that I was wrong and that I had made a mistake, also to give him some of the toys he had left behind. They were in a box and I'm pretty sure he didn't see them when he moved out. Mostly, it was just to apologize. After all, was it too much to ask? We had shared our life for 4 wonderful years. I didn't go in or anything like that. Nor did I want to cause a scene. I waited for him outside so we could talk. My sister came along with me for support. I had thought about maybe finding out where he was living. I knew he had moved closer to his job. Sis thought that was a better idea than showing up at his work unannounced, but I thought about it and decided it was way too creepy. It didn't go well. The moment he saw me, he walked away fast, almost running. He didn't even pretend not to see me, he just ignored me and walked in the other direction. I didn't chase him or anything. I just sat down at a coffee shop and cried. Why was he acting that way and completely ignoring me? I left him a note on his car. A nice note apologizing. I followed some of the advice I read on Reddit. People seem to discard at once the advice on the internet. I am thankful, the persons who know me personally aren't so impartial or clear-headed as some of you. Thank you all for putting things in perspective. Some of you can see things from my point of view and understand me and not call me a wacko for wanting a better life and a good marriage. I have now accepted the fact that we will most certainly not get back together. The first thing I did was apologize to Sandy. I sent her a very true and heartfelt message, explaining that I was emotional and had unjustly directed my anger towards her. I never received a reply. I also apologized to his sister. She didn't reply either. That hurt me because I thought we got along and I considered her my friend. She just stopped answering my calls. All the people we had in common, whom I thought were my friends, are simply ignoring me and have cut me out, except for friend. She seems to be a real friend. She is very understanding and supportive. Her husband, on the other hand, is giving her a very hard time about the whole situation and they are having a lot of marital trouble because of it, almost to the point that he has practically forbidden her to contact me. That was about 3 months ago. Every once in a while I would send my fiancé a text or maybe an email to see how he was doing. He never responded. He even blocked me from social media. Mostly all of our acquaintances did the same. He didn't even contact me on my birthday, when in the past he gave me a great gift and flowers. About 2 weeks ago, I got a phone call. It was Sandy. I was shocked that she had called me. She said she was in town and wanted to meet. I had my suspicions that she would be in town because of that stupid Star Wars movie. I knew they would see it together. My sister, who I'm staying with, wanted to come along. I told her no. I had to give up my old place because I can't afford it. I know some of you will laugh and I deserve it. I was clueless as to how hard it was and how expensive life is when you are on your own. I had to cut down on almost all the things I used to do. We met at a coffee shop. She said I knew that I wasn't her favorite person at the moment. The feeling was mutual. She started by telling me that this whole deal needed some closure. She said he didn't know she had contacted me. She told me I had made a mistake, that we are all human, and that all of us make mistakes. She told me that my ex-fiancé was hurting bad, was upset and very concerned, that it had been many months, and that I hadn't stopped harassing him. I almost interrupted her at this, but let her finish. She said she cared about him. As a matter of fact, she stated that she cared about him so much that she had swallowed her pride and came to talk to me. I thought that was very noble on her part and told her so. She said I had to stop trying to contact him, that it was not cool, and that it had to end, all of it. The text messages, the emails, the phone calls, not only to him, but also to his sister, to his friends, and to her, that she knew my sister was the one who sent her messages, but that she was going to let that one slide. I knew about it and did nothing, it was all on my sister. Also, that I had crossed a line when I called his parents. This was very innocent on my part, there was really no bad intention, once I had called them, once. To see how they were doing. I could simply not write this part down and share it, but I decided to be honest. I asked her if maybe she would talk to him and explain that it was my bad to put him in that position and that I just wanted to apologize, that if she really was his friend and wanted what was best for him, that maybe she could suggest that with some therapy we could work things out. She stared at me blankly and stayed quiet for a couple of seconds. She said she was going to be blunt. She asked me if I was clear what was going on? Sounding very condescending, by the way. She didn't give me a chance to answer, she just kept going. There is no couples therapy, she said very loudly, practically yelling at me and hitting the table. Everyone looked at us in the coffee shop. I'm quoting her, "I'm here because you have to stop what you are doing, all of it. He is going to get a restraining order against you." She said that if I hadn't taken the clue that he didn't want to talk to me or have anything to do with me, that he had changed his phone number twice and that she had done the same, she asked me if I thought that was the way a normal person reacted. That really got me. It was not very honorable or decent on his behalf to do that, it made me so angry. What exactly had I done? What? Just because he was rude and didn't reply to my messages, like any sane adult would. I wasn't chasing him around, slashing his tires or doing all those weird things a crazy person would do to merit a restraining order. Not a good call on his part, and I will never forgive him for that. My heart shrunk a little. I calmed down again and told her that I was not a crazy stalker. I told her that it was going too far on his part. Reality check, a restraining order? Please. Again she stared blankly at me. It was infuriating, but I kept my composure. Okay, whatever, she said. That this was a courtesy call. She said she didn't owe me anything, but that really, I had to cut it out, and had to stop before things got out of hand. We sat in silence finishing our coffee. I asked her if it was about the work thing. I explained that I just wanted to apologize and talk to him, and drop off some of the things he had left behind, some of his toys. I knew they were important to him, and that he overreacted. I was calm and didn't want to make a scene, she wasn't, and was obviously emotional. She said, loudly I might add, that I had sent him several texts and emails, telling him he was going to be sorry, and that he was going to regret breaking up with me, and leaving me at the altar. She practically yelled, "What the hell's the matter with you?" I think he took it out of context. It was never my intention for that to be taken in a bad way. But I kept my mouth shut. I may have been angry at first when I sent him those stupid messages and not thinking straight. Of course I did not mean it in the way she put them, it was an exaggeration, and all I said was that he had almost left me at the altar. We were engaged for God's sake, it was excessive and way over the top, but it was never as bad as she claimed it was. I am not going to lie or sugarcoat it. It was an error of judgment. And a huge mistake in my weakest moment. She said she was leaving. Before she left, she told me that she had tolerated me all these years despite my childishness and disrespect, because for some strange reason my ex-fiancé had cared about me. That I was a grown woman and that I shouldn't scoop down so low, that she didn't have anything else to say, that please I should listen to her and follow her advice and not contact her ever again, and to tell my crazy sister the same. She used those exact words, about the toys, to throw them away or do whatever I wanted with them. She left. Now I can understand her bad attitude and her patronizing demeanor. I deserved it. The text messages I had sent her were very bad, the ones my sister had sent her were worse. I never told my sister to do that, she cares about me and was angry. It was a hurtful thing to do, that, I admit, is on me 100%. But to go as far as saying she had tolerated me? And had disrespected her before I sent the messages? Never. I was troubled about their weird friendship as so many people pointed it out in the past, and I shared that on many occasions with my fiancé, but never acted on it. I was the one who had to tolerate her. She was the one who was toxic, like so many people pointed out. I'm not saying I am an innocent bystander, but it all began with her inappropriate behavior with my fiancé. Again, I think she was exaggerating, overreacting and creating a bigger issue about some small misunderstandings. I did get the message loud and clear after our meeting. I should get over it and start my life again. That was a real eye-opener. I think the thing about the restraining order, if it was ever true, was just over the top. Believe me, I have my doubts about it, but still, like I said, received loud and clear. I sent one last email to my fiancé thanking him for everything. It wasn't one of my smartest moves, but I had to speak my mind. I told him that now I understood that Sandy and him were real friends. I didn't mention the fact that she had been sneaking around and had spoken to me. And that I wouldn't throw his toys away, as I knew they were important to him, and that I would keep them in case he ever wanted them back. My sister said we should cut off the heads of the toys and send them by mail or sell them online, a joke of course. To be clear, I apologized again for all the other messages. I explained that I was emotional, a normal reaction, after all we had a life together, and that I wouldn't be contacting him ever again. No I love yous, no begging him to take me back, I still had some dignity left, no weird things. Just that. Very simple. Next day, to my surprise, best friend Sandy called me. She was screaming at me and said she was going to kick my sorry ass. If I didn't cut the crap, her words, to consider myself warned. I wish I had somehow recorded her call, it was very intimidating. Like my sister said, who's the crazy one now, BTCH? I think that was uncalled for, there was no need for that. I don't want to validate myself or say I was right all along, but to threaten me? That's just too much in my book. I always knew she was prone to violence. First she is very condescending and practically calls me a stalker, and now she is threatening to do physical harm to me? I wasn't going to go to the police or anything like that, I'm going to be a better human being and leave it at that. Things at work haven't been so good, as you can imagine. Christmas was horrible. I started going to the gym as someone suggested to clear my mind. I convinced my sister to join me, we both need to get out there. I have been thinking about going to therapy. I have been lonely and feeling kind of depressed. These past few weeks have been rough. I will admit, this is not the outcome I expected. I think I have learned my lesson, a hard one. I'm moving on, and I know better times will come. Regarding some of the comments. No, I'm not crazy. No, I am not a stalker. No, I am not delusional. No, I'm not going to kill myself. No, I don't live in 17th century England where men and women can't be friends. Some kind souls out there understand me and share that my demands and ultimatum were extreme but justified. TLDR, bottom line, am I not allowed to have emotions? Am I not entitled to an opinion different from everyone else? I'm not allowed to think that the relationship they had over all those years was way over the top. So I am immature and behave like a child because I think different. I'm the BTCH of all this because I'm not comfortable about my future husband and his wild female friend being way too close? And speaking my mind about it? I had the best intentions and that if it was going to end, was it too much for it to end in good terms? The least he could have done was acknowledge me and give me 5 minutes to apologize. That is what a real decent man would have done. That is all on him. /relevant comments. Commenter. I read through all the threads and I'll tell you this. Your initial suspicions and problems with his relationship with this woman, I understood. The not wanting her to be the best man thing, I kinda understood because their relationship does seem more than what they both let on. However, you spiraled down in a well of crazy after that. You are a stalker. You have harassed this poor guy for 6 months trying to get back together. If you didn't take the hint the first 100 times he didn't respond to you, why wouldn't you 6 months later? You can't just go nuts and contact everyone in a person's life, trying to get at them when they have made it clear they don't want you in their life. If you want real honest advice, it's not the gym you need, it's therapy. You need to see how unhealthy your behavior is and how obsessed you are with this guy. It sounds like you have made this guy's life hell by trying to get back into his, when all he is doing is trying to move on. Please go get help, because the fact that you can't see how crazy your behavior is extremely worrying. Commenter 2. Holy crap. Your other post is from 7 months ago. You've been acting like this since then? Jesus Christ. Yes, please seek therapy. Commenter 3. Over the course of 3 posts, she did not manage to learn how a effing TDLR works.
Story 4.
My sister-in-law is refusing formula and fixated on exclusive breastfeeding despite her newborn repeatedly failing to gain weight, and our family is worried she's prioritizing the breastfeeding journey over the baby's health. Posted by you/brilliant profile 163. This isn't about me, but about my sister-in-law. I'm neurodivergent, so I'm sorry if I speak about a sensitive subject impolitely. I try my best not to offend anyone. I also don't have children, and I'm 19, so I probably don't know what I'm talking about. But please, if anyone can help us. English is not my native language, I'm sorry. My sister-in-law, Julia, gave birth 2 months and 3 days ago to a little, 2.85 kilograms, baby girl, Amanda. We live in Europe in a country that is pushing for breastfeeding, no matter what. So Julia was very keen on breastfeeding. The baby lost a lot of weight in the first week, I don't remember how much exactly, and she has been seen by multiple doctors since then. In her first month of life, the baby gained weight up to 3.2 kilograms. My mom has asked Julia multiple times to give the baby formula because the baby was constantly crying and had hunger cues. My mom breastfed all of us, 5 children, and she's very supportive of breastfeeding. She was just very worried about little Amanda. But Julia kept refusing, saying that only her milk counts, and she won't be poisoning her daughter with formula. At her monthly checkup, the doctor said that Amanda is starving, and she needs to eat. So my sister-in-law started going to multiple lactation consultants. They told her to pump around the clock, to top up the feedings with pumped milk, etc. But she refused to give Amanda a bottle because she said that if she introduced the bottle, then Amanda would never latch again. So she started feeding her about 20 milliliters of milk after each feed with a kind of feeding tube she put in Amanda's mouth. I don't know what to call it. Amanda didn't gain any weight for another 1.5 weeks, even though she was nursing every 3 hours around the clock, each feed 50 minutes, plus top-ups. Julia asked her mum friends for milk donations, and she started using that milk in the same manner for top-ups because she was able to pump only 50 milliliters per day. That's when Amanda gained a tiny bit of weight, 3.45 kilograms. Finally, 1.5 weeks ago, another lactation consultant told her that she needs to top up each feed with 80 to 90 milliliters of pumped milk, and she started doing it. And Amanda finally calmed down and started gaining weight. She's now 3.79 kilograms as of today. They also had her checked for tongue tie, and she didn't really have one, but just a tiny bit of slightly thickened frenulum. It was solved the same day, 1 week ago. Today, my sister-in-law visited a lactation consultant, and she told Julia that now she can give Amanda less milk as a top-up since the baby is gaining weight, and they want to check if the smaller amount of milk for 1 week will still make Amanda gain some weight. My mum is terrified of this idea because she doesn't want to see Amanda starving again, especially now that she has finally started looking pink instead of gray. My brother doesn't really care because he follows whatever Julia is saying. The lactation consultant also did a weight feed, but only 20 minutes because they had other patients, and in those 20 minutes, Amanda transferred 25 milliliters of milk from the breast. We don't know what to do. We know that breastfeeding is important for babies and mothers. We admire all the women who do this. But this became total craziness. Julia is constantly talking about nursing and pumping, there's nothing that matters to her more than breastfeeding. We told her multiple times that she's a wonderful mom and she should relax with this, and de-stress, and sometimes other options might be better for both the mom and the baby. But she won't listen. She's power pumping once a day, taking supplements, pumping regularly 8 times per day, and she's only leaving the house for a visit to a doctor's or lactation consultant. Amanda doesn't even go outside for a walk in the stroller. The only time Julia is taking her out is when they're driving to an appointment. She's managing now to pump around 100 milliliters per day, and the lactation consultants are telling her that soon she will be able to fully breastfeed Amanda. Except that the feeds still take around 50 minutes, and without top-ups, Amanda would be admitted to the hospital. We want Julia to be happy, but she says she's happy when Amanda is nursing, and the most important thing for her is to experience her breastfeeding journey. We don't know what to do. We don't know how to talk to her. This is why I'm here, asking all the nursing mums. Is it really worth the fight? Update 2 weeks later. So I've published the first part of this story before on breastfeeding and mom at subreddits, and I've been made to feel like a monster because mother knows best. For the record, we are in Europe. I'm sorry for my English, and also I'm extremely emotional. My sister-in-law Julia gave birth to little Amanda 11 weeks ago. From the beginning, Amanda was barely growing, mostly losing weight instead of gaining. My country is heavily pro-breastfeeding, and Julia decided that she wanted to breastfeed. However, Amanda wasn't gaining weight properly and landed in the 0.1 percentile for weight. Julia forbade me and my mum from coming to visit them. She said we would poison her if we brought her food. It was surprising, especially since before she gave birth, we were good friends. So we only saw little Amanda in pictures and videos my brother has been sending to us. And only once, my mum said she's worried because Amanda looked like she's hungry, she was crying and writhing, pushing her fists into her mouth, while Julia narrated on the video that this is how a happy baby looks with a full belly. So my mum asked if Julia could give her a bottle because Amanda still seemed hungry. Julia went berserk and cut us off completely. She was pumping, but her supply didn't go up at all. Amanda had a tongue tie resolved, but it didn't help much. Julia was using donor milk to top up Amanda's feeds through a sonde, I don't know what this thing is called. Now, every week they're visiting a doctor's office for a controlled checkup of the weight. This is where it gets really messy. They were there yesterday. And yesterday, my brother called us crying that Amanda is in the hospital. The story went like this. As always, Julia asked my brother to bring her coffee before the weighing appointment while she was using the nursing room to change Amanda's nappy. As always, he did. Except this time, a nurse went in the middle of it to ask Julia about some paperwork, and the nurse saw that Julia was feeding Amanda from a bottle right before the checkup. The bottle was 150 cc of milk, and it was already half down. The nurse said that Julia was supposed to wait with feeding until after the checkup, and then my brother came in. He got very mad. He said that Julia refused to give Amanda the bottles, so what the hell was going on? Then he took the bottle, and at the same time Amanda vomited a very, very thick milk. The nurse went crazy and checked the bottle, and it was filled with milk mixed with rice cereal. The doctor who was called to see it immediately ordered Amanda to be moved to the hospital for an emergency checkup, especially after seeing Julia, who went berserk and started throwing stuff around and yelling at everyone that she would be feeding her baby however and whenever she wanted. We went to the hospital to see my brother. Amanda had already had her blood tests done, and they showed some problems with her kidneys, liver, vitamin levels, and iron. The doctors said she had been starving for a long time and asked why nobody from our family reacted. We told them the story about Julia claiming that we would poison her. So the doctors immediately took Julia for a psychological evaluation for postpartum depression, but it turns out she was faking it. She admitted to the doctor she was super scared that somebody might take the baby from her, that her friend told her if she faked postpartum depression, we would leave her alone and she would have peace of mind during her breastfeeding. The doctors then told her that what she did was not okay, and that she was regularly stuffing the baby with milk and cereal before the weight checkup to pretend that Amanda was growing. They told her she should just give Amanda bottles with formula because this is about the little girl's life and survival. Amanda is now failing to thrive, and her life and health are in danger. Julia got very mad. She yelled that she would either breastfeed Amanda or she would not feed her at all, and that the choice was only hers because this is her baby and nobody else's. This is when the doctors told Julia that either she would go for another psychological evaluation, or they would call the police. Julia agreed to the evaluation, and they locked her up for a week. My brother is working 14 hours per day because they are poor, and after their wedding, Julia decided she wants to be a traditional wife, and he has to earn their living. So my brother said that whatever Julia is doing, it must be right. But after seeing what was happening, he got super mad. He said that she starved Amanda on purpose for her own sick satisfaction, even though he was working hard on providing money so they would be able to buy formula if needed. He said he wanted divorce and full custody over Amanda. We don't know if he will get it because it's rare for dads to take care of their daughters. Also, the doctors are mad at him that he didn't notice what Julia was doing. Before Julia went to the ward, I got angry and told her that she made monsters out of us, and that we were just worried about her and Amanda. And that this whole situation was always only about Julia and her breastfeeding journey, and not about Amanda's life. She called me a BTCH and said I should have died in childhood because nobody can love an autistic person like me. Am I the jerk for telling my sister-in-law that breastfeeding is not about her journey, but about her starving baby? /relevant comments. Commenter. Not the jerk. Julia is very mentally ill, and she was willing to kill her baby to maintain some weird illusion. Ops response. The doctors say she may have schizophrenia or some kind of psychosis or very dangerous mania. But if, after the evaluation, they find out nothing, she probably won't get Amanda back. Commenter 2. This is heartbreaking to read. Your niece's health should always come before your sister-in-law's pride or desire to exclusively breastfeed. It sounds like the doctors are finally stepping in, which is good, but your brother really needs to wake up and advocate for Amanda before things get worse. Ops response. He admits he made a lot of mistakes. He said he always trusted Julia and wanted the best for her and Amanda. He says he hates himself for what happened. My mom said we'll help him financially as much as we can. I also hope Julia will be okay. I really liked her before everything that happened, and she was always kind to me and was never bothered that I'm autistic. But mostly I pray for Amanda. Commenter 3. Julia needs to be in a mental institution for a while for Amanda's health. Clearly, she isn't making rational decisions based on the best interest of her child. Your brother should document everything, get affidavits from the doctors and nurse who witnessed this behavior, and go to court to get temporary custody or a restraining order or whatever the equivalents are in your country, because keeping Amanda away from Julia for a while is critical. Support your brother as much as possible. Ops response. She will be locked up for a week. And then we will see what happens. We're very anxious. Second update 1 day later. I got so many comments under my original post and so many private messages that I am unable to reply to each and every one, so I figured I'll post a short update. First of all, our little Amanda is doing good and stays in the hospital. She's being fed with formula and bottles. My brother had to agree to this, and since yesterday, she gained 30 grams. She had more tests done, and we're waiting for the results. The doctors are also worried about the fact that Julia force-fed Amanda with cereal mixed with donor milk before the appointments, because apparently, it can cause some problems with the digestive system in the future, especially since they don't know for how long she's been doing it and she doesn't want to admit it. Second, thank you all for your support. Also, thank you for the comments stating that we let Amanda down and put her in danger. My mom and I realize it, and we feel terrible about it. Some people were questioning what happened because my previous post in other groups stated that Julia is feeding Amanda and that she's doing everything she can to provide milk for her. And yes, that is true. This is what we knew at that time. We didn't know Julia decided that it's either breast milk or nothing at all. She only said this in front of the doctors. My brother took vacation at work, and most of his time he stays with Amanda, but he will be moving in with us. All this time, he's been working and later doing overtime under the hand, and he feels exhausted, but says he had no other choice. He promised he will do everything he can to be a good father. We don't have any information about Julia, but no matter what, we worry about her. She's our family as well. She doesn't have her own family. She said before the wedding that she and the rest of her family had a fight and they cut her off, so she is alone in this world, and we felt very sorry for her. We managed to get in touch with one of Julia's friends, Linda, who was donating milk to her. Linda was terrified by the story and admitted she was the one who told Julia to pretend that she's afraid of us poisoning her. All of it was because Linda's mother-in-law was demanding to visit them after the birth, so she used this excuse for people to leave her alone. And apparently, Julia said to Linda before giving birth that Amanda is only hers, and only she has the right to hold her, and Michael, my brother, if really needed. I don't understand this because my mom never asked to hold Amanda. In the hospital, 2 days ago, it was the first time we saw Amanda in real life. Linda also told us that she introduced Julia to the Milk League, not sure what that is, and there, she found out all the bad things about formula and bottle feeding. Also, it turns out she never wanted to vaccinate Amanda, but my brother forced her to. Linda said she recommended Julia a couple of lactation consultants, who apparently weren't real educated lactation consultants but some women with Instagram accounts claiming to know a lot about breastfeeding. This is all for now. This is all the information I gathered. The most important thing to me is that Amanda is safe with the doctors and nurses. I will update whenever I know something more, if you want. /relevant comments. Commenter. I would want to contact Julia's family to find out why there is no contact. Maybe this isn't her first mental breakdown. Definitely need the background and family medical history for Amanda's sake. Ops response. My brother said that this is what the doctors asked him to do. They said that certain mental illnesses can be in the family, and they would like to know what's going on. My brother will try to contact them, but we have never seen them, so it's a bit complicated. Commenter 2. Hopefully he tries a bit harder than he did at being a proper parent. Anyone with half a brain cell can tell the difference between a fed baby and a starving one. Even if he was working 16 hours a day, all it takes is 30 seconds to look at his child. I've been told by 2 different family lawyers that, at least in the United States, a large reason that fathers have the alleged difficulty in getting sole custody is simply because they don't try. They assume they won't get it, so they don't fight for it. In his case, his wife tried to starve her baby because she's crazy. So he better step up. I suspect that his hours will actually go down if he isn't having to pay for his wife's needs on top of his child's. Ops response. The doctors told him that he screwed up, and that he is a parent too. We're afraid they'll take Amanda away because of it. My mom already scheduled a meeting with a lawyer. Commenter 3. I hope you are in a place that will give your brother full custody. I don't think Julia is mentally capable of caring for a child. Ops response. The thing is that Michael messed up as well. And he knows. We just hope they won't take Amanda away because of this. Commenter 4. I love how everyone is acting like the brother is a victim. He should be charged for neglect too. The fact that he isn't makes me suspect this is fake. Imagine what a crap father you have to be for this to go on so long, and you don't even notice. Both your brother and his wife should be charged with neglect. Ops response. Right now, nobody is being charged. Yet. But he knows he is guilty as well, as he knows Amanda might be taken away. My mom scheduled a meeting with a lawyer. This is the only thing we can do for now. I'll update when I know more. Commenter 5. How long did your brother know Julia before marrying her? I'm sure there is more to the family cutoff story. This is not someone who is mentally well, and I doubt this is the first time this has caused a crisis. Ops response. Almost 1 year. She told him she's from a religious family, and she won't be waiting long for the wedding. He never met her family because she said they should meet only during the wedding. But they cut her off like 2 months before that. Third update 1 week later. Happy news! Amanda is currently at our home doing very well. Before I start with the update, I want to specify that, 1, I don't know everything. If the story is missing details, then I'm sorry, but I can't provide more as I'm very often not in the place where the conversations or revelations take place. I rely only on what I'm told. 2, our attorney told me that for the good of our family, and most of all Amanda, I'm not allowed to share the details of the ongoing case. There are many people involved now, many authorities. I need to keep my family safe, and most of all Amanda. We owe her the best. So I won't be answering the questions about, is Jugendamt involved, are there any charges and what are the charges, interrogations, court, USW. Please don't ask me these questions because I won't answer them. Now to the update. Amanda. She's out of the hospital, currently placed in our family house. We will have daily visits from nurses who are going to check up on her and on us and make sure that she's growing well and that we're taking good care of her. Currently, she gains around 35 to 40 grams per day, which the doctors say is an amazing result. She is also pink now and not gray, and is very interested in everything. I was scared to hold her because I've never held a baby. But my mum showed me how, and Amanda was smiling at me and playing with my braid. My older sister came to live with us for the time being and help us so everyone can get enough sleep and be a present caregiver. Amanda is eating every 3 hours around the clock from a bottle. She's getting a high-calorie formula and she seems to be fine. Tomorrow, she will have another blood test done and we're hoping for the best. We asked the doctors a couple of days ago to ask Julia to give us some breast milk for Amanda if she's willing, but Julia didn't agree. The doctors told us that she stated once again that either she's feeding her baby from her breast or she won't be feeding her at all. So formula it is. Julia. As far as I know, she's probably still in the psych ward, as she didn't return home. We don't know what's going on, as she cancelled all the permissions she gave to my brother to know about her health. So nobody can tell us anything right now. Before she cancelled the permissions, one of the doctors told my brother that she has a strong narcissistic personality, but they believe there's more to this. Michael. My brother knows about his mistakes. He's taking some sort of parenting classes and is in therapy and is working on himself to prove that he can take care of Amanda. He will be fighting for full custody. I can't tell about other things that are going on, so basically that about him. But he found out something interesting that he shared with the doctors of the psych ward. Julia's family? So my brother managed to find them through social media. And when he told them about Amanda and everything that happened, Julia's parents immediately wanted to come to visit, but Julia's father has problems with mobility, so instead they invited Michael to them to talk. Now this story is how Michael told us. If there are missing details, I'm sorry, but this is all I know for now. There were more things, I think, but later he decided to talk to my mum behind the closed door. So Julia was raised in a religious family in a small town. She has one younger brother, Sven. Her parents said that Sven was always a very sickly child. He was always ill, always with weird diseases that made no sense. Like sudden fevers and stomach bugs when nobody else had them. Sometimes he would have bones broken, like fingers or toes, and he couldn't explain why and how that happened. So the whole family had to take care of him, and because they had no sitters, Julia was always with them in the hospital when they needed to take care of Sven, mostly on weekends. So this isn't really weird, because I was always hurting myself with stupid things, so I can relate. But then they said that when he was 18, Sven took all his belongings, moved out of the house, and began working in the city. He only sporadically reached out to his mum to tell her he was fine and he wasn't sick anymore. Julia was very upset when Sven moved out, and her parents said that she was always super close with Sven, and they were always together. She was angry afterwards, she was breaking plates and glasses, and even once made a hole in the wall after she threw a chair at it. So her parents asked her to move out. She moved out, and soon after, she met my brother. They were together for less than a year before the wedding because she said she is from a very religious family and she cannot wait. Now the thing is that Julia is like super pretty. And my brother. Well, he's my brother. So he was really into her, and he really wanted to be with her, especially since she was educated and he is working simple jobs. He was always admiring her for her knowledge, and that's one of the reasons he never questioned what she was doing with Amanda, especially since Julia told Michael multiple times that she is the smart one in this house. Shortly before the wedding, Julia reached out to her parents demanding money for the wedding dress and wedding party, as well as inviting them. She also pushed for her brother to come. But when the parents called Sven to tell him about it, he said he will never be in any proximity to Julia, not after what she's done to him. He broke down and said that all his illnesses were caused by her. She forced him, for example, to eat raw potatoes or old cottage cheese, and once even a random animal poop she found in the fields. She also used to play with him violently, and he always ended up with broken fingers, toes, and wrist, 3 times. So the parents went berserk. I'm skipping here the part about how they were quarreling and trying to find out if everything was true, but apparently it was true. They said they don't want to see their daughter again anymore, and she won't get any money. If only they knew who her fiancé is, they would reach him and warn him not to even think about marrying Julia. But they didn't know Michael back then, as Julia refused to introduce him to her parents before the wedding. Michael got pretty mad at Julia's parents that they didn't try to warn him, but they later said they honestly started thinking Julia was making up the whole wedding thing, as she used to lie a lot when she was a teenager and young adult, and that she just wanted money from them. So the parents didn't make any effort to find Michael, but instead focused on Sven and helping him, which is totally fair. So that's the story for now. I felt sick when Michael told us about Sven. It was a couple of days ago, and I'm still feeling shocked and bad. It feels so wrong. Especially because Julia was always kind to me. She never tried to hurt me. I know her for almost 1.5 years. Michael told the doctors about it, but they couldn't say anything because of the lack of permissions. So for now, this is it. I'll update more when I can. /relevant comments. Commenter. This is wonderful news. I'm so happy sweet Amanda is healthy and growing so well. Ignore any keyboard warriors who like to spew that you aren't a mother and shouldn't be making statements about someone else's baby. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to deduce that your sister-in-law was killing her baby. I personally am all for them never getting custody back. Ops response. Thank you so much, internet stranger. Op to another commenter. Thank you. She is so tiny, and I was so afraid to hold her. I'm very clumsy, but my mom helped me, and it was something extraordinary. I won't ever have kids, so I appreciated this moment of our first meeting even more. And she even held my finger, and she's so strong. Commenter 2. I had a feeling she was hurting her little brother as I was reading it. You must tell whatever authority is involved in her case. She must never be unsupervised with this baby. They need to know, and her brother needs to know, as I hope you would testify to help this innocent baby. Ops response. And I still don't understand how it is possible that she hurt Sven, because she never tried to hurt me. Except maybe for that awful comment a bit more than a week ago. Commenter 3. Because you can talk and fight back and tell people she's hurting you, Sven and Amanda couldn't do any of those things, so that's why Julia hurt them but never hurt you. People like her target vulnerable people who can't fight back. It's also why she isolated Amanda from your family and did her best to keep your brother away from her too, so she could keep hurting Amanda without interference. As Sven got older and was able to talk, she probably told him no one would ever believe him, and that's why he didn't tell them till years later. He was too scared to, either out of fear of Julia hurting him again, or because she made him terrified that he wouldn't be believed. Ops response. I know I am naive, and my mom always tells me that I believe people too easily. But I just can't figure out what Julia would gain with this behavior. If she is sick, like some people here say, then I get it. But why wouldn't she ask for help? When I had problems in school because I'm autistic and I was abused by my colleagues, I asked my mom for help. Commenter 3. We all want to believe people are good, so don't beat yourself up about that. You had no reason to believe anything otherwise about Julia until she couldn't hide her true colors any longer. Abusers, psychopaths, sociopaths, and people who suffer from Munchausen's by proxy rarely think they're doing anything wrong or that they need help, so they never seek it out. Julia didn't ask for help, probably because she didn't think there was anything wrong with her or behavior. That was probably only further fueled if her family was praising her for helping with Sven. In your case, with your problems in school and with colleagues, you knew that their behavior was wrong and you needed help managing it. Julia and people like her don't think that way. They know society doesn't view their actions as okay, but they don't care because they believe they're doing nothing wrong or that they have a right to act how they are. Commenter 4. Munchausen by proxy is when a person intentionally makes another sick to gain attention. It is good that the baby has intervention from your family, and your brother should gain full custody. Her parental rights should be rescinded. It will be extremely helpful to subpoena Sven's testimony at the custody hearing to establish previous bad acts. Prayers to your family. Editor's note. Op's last post was made in September 2025, so it has been about 4 months since her last update.
Story 5.
I'm getting married in 5 months, and recently my fiancé's brother got a new girlfriend who already has a child from a previous relationship, and even after being told no multiple times, both he and my future mother-in-law are going nuclear on my fiancé and me unless we agree to make the toddler part of the wedding activities. Posted by you/final_estimate 7166. I need some advice on this situation from an unbiased source. Me, 23F, and my fiancé, 27M, are getting married in December. We got engaged in April, and I pretty much did all the planning myself, with the help of my mom, in the first few weeks. From the very beginning, my fiancé and I had a plan laid out for the bridal party. That was one of the first things decided, even before I had the ring on my finger, including flower girls and ring bearers. We decided that the flower girl would be my sister, who's also my matron of honor's baby, who will be pushed in a stroller down the aisle by my 10-year-old cousin, who would be considered a junior bridesmaid. For the ring bearers, my fiancé really wanted to include his best friend's son. For context, his friend has not had custody of his child for most of his life, long story, and it could be a little difficult to arrange his attendance. He will be around a year and a half at the time of the wedding. As a result, we decided that we would also have my two cousins, 5M and 7M, the brothers of the junior bridesmaid, be ring bearers as well. This way, there's no pressure on the friend, and everything will go smoothly whether his child can come or not. The older boys will help the younger boy walk down the aisle holding his hands. We decided on these specific children because they are closely related, close to us, and are the right age. Shortly after the engagement, I asked my sister and my cousin, the moms of the children, if their kids could be in the wedding and gave details of what they should wear, etc. The kids and parents were both so excited. This was great, and everything was going according to plan until a few weeks ago when my mother-in-law asked us if we would consider adding another flower girl. For context, my fiancé's brother, best man, 24M, lives across the country from us and recently told us, around 4 months ago, that he has a new girlfriend, 21F. This girlfriend has a child from a previous relationship, 10 months F. They have now known each other about 7 or 8 months. He is very serious about her, and we are very happy for them. He has taken a sort of father role in her daughter's life, which is adorable. He is expressing interest in marrying her in the future, but they are taking it slow. My fiancé and I have never met this girlfriend or her child, but we are thrilled for his brother, so we of course invited them both to the wedding. Now this is where things get a little messy. I have always gotten along great with my fiancé's family. They have always been so sweet, kind, accepting, and well-meaning. They welcome newcomers with open arms, including me, and have really become my family. I especially had a great relationship with my mother-in-law. She is the sweetest lady and would do anything for me and any one of her children. She lives very close to us, and my family lives far. She was always the first to say that it's our wedding, meaning mine and my fiancé, to encourage me to make my own decisions in wedding planning and not let my mother sway them. She has become like a mother to me in so many ways. With that being said, they are also very loving and accepting of my fiancé's brother's girlfriend, and her baby, from afar. Which is great. I'm so glad that they are so supportive. They even started calling her baby their first grandchild and flew across the country to meet them. With this context in mind, a couple weeks ago when my mother-in-law and I were hanging out, just the two of us, she asked me if I would consider adding the girlfriend's baby as a flower girl. She said fiancé's brother keeps bringing it up, and that it would be really cute. I politely told her that we already had a flower girl, my niece, and a junior bridesmaid assigned to push her in a carriage. She responded by saying essentially, "What's one more? She will probably be able to walk by herself down the aisle by then, 14 to 15 months. I kind of just said I would think about it with my fiancé and changed the subject. Later on I told my fiancé about it, and we both agreed that it wasn't a good idea because, 1, we already had the role filled, and it would be sort of awkward to have a baby randomly walking next to the stroller with the other baby. 2, if she needed help walking, it wouldn't be easy for the 10-year-old to juggle 2 kids down an aisle. 3, we have never met her, and she might not be comfortable walking down the aisle of a wedding where she knows nobody. And 4, they aren't married, and worst case scenario, if they break up, she's in all the pictures. I know that sounds harsh, but I come from a family where traditionally, if you're not engaged, you don't get A+1 no matter who you are. I am not following this rule, and everyone's significant other is invited, but that doesn't mean they get to be in the wedding. My fiancé and I were on the same page about this. We agreed to keep the bridal party the way it was. He talked to his brother and essentially told him it was a no, and everything was fine and everyone was on the same page until the other night. We were at my mother-in-law's house again, but this time my fiancé was there too. Once again, my mother-in-law brings up the flower girl thing, and my fiancé tells her that we already have the position filled, and that's that. But then my mother-in-law tells my fiancé how much it must mean to his brother since he keeps bringing it up. This brings out the empath in my fiancé, and he starts to have an open mind about it. Meanwhile, I'm still against it. And I start to say so, with some of the reasons I listed above. My mother-in-law points out that all of the children in the wedding are from my side except one, and that their side doesn't have any representation. Meanwhile, this is because there are no children on his side. She also points out that there are 3 little boys in the wedding, and why can't there be 3 little girls? At this point, she's convinced my fiancé, and I'm an island. I'm still defending my position alone. She wasn't being rude or anything, but every reason I have, she seems to have a rebuttal. She's saying things like they will get married one day anyways and she's already part of the family. Then I start saying we will think about it, and she is like, so that sounds like a no, and I was like, we will consider it. Then it was awkward, and I was about to cry, so I changed the subject. The whole time I felt like I looked like a major jerk. It was really bad. My fiancé since apologized to me for being open to the idea in front of his mother when we had decided against it. From what he believed about his mother, he figured that she would just have an open conversation with us and not try to push her way. I figured it would not go that way. Later that night, he called his brother and told him it was for sure no, and we had already asked other people. His brother was sad but understood. I felt really bad and guilty for making my fiancé feel bad. In hindsight, I really should not have, because of what followed afterwards. This is where my previous post left off. A lot has happened in the last few days. Editor's note: all that previously was the original post, but Op made a new post where she posted the original post's contents, and also additional information that happened later. I was worried immediately after that conversation that his mother would tell his brother that my fiancé was for it and I was against it while we were at her place. My fiancé said that he knows his mother well, and that she wouldn't do that. That next morning, his brother calls him wanting to talk. The first words out of his mouth are, "After our conversation last night, I talked to Mom and she said that you were wanting to have her as the flower girl, and your fiancé, me, wasn't, just as I thought would happen." And he goes on to say, "As your brother, I want to make sure that you get what you want since it's your wedding." I was pissed. My fiancé told him that we would still talk about it, but that we had already agreed not to have her as the flower girl, and that he should not have seemed so open to it last night. That whole day we discussed it. I felt like a jerk and was tempted to cave to keep the peace, but the only reason my fiancé was wanting it was because it meant a lot to his brother. But the conclusion we came to was that it's not his brother's wedding. So we called him up a few hours later and told him no for the 3rd time. He was upset, but at least it was over. Or so we thought. He texted him the next morning again, expressing how hurt he was by it, but at that point we were like, the decision is made. It's our wedding, please get over it, and then my fiancé's brother enlisted their mother. She calls my fiancé and basically attacks him for almost an hour on the phone. My fiancé did a great job of sticking up for us and sticking to his guns. His mom went as far as to say that my relationships with his whole family will forever be affected by this decision. That one hurt. And that my fiancé's relationship with his brother will forever be altered. At this point, this is all going way too far. We ended up talking to my fiancé's sister and found out that his brother no longer wants to be best man anymore, and that neither of them want to speak to us for a while. They said that this won't be resolved until we give in. I'm at a loss for words. This doesn't even feel like a real situation, to be honest. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. We are definitely not going to give in. At this point, all that it would tell them is that if they push hard enough, they can manipulate us. It just really hurts because we had such a great relationship before this. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Your mother-in-law and brother-in-law are being crazy, but your fiancé really messed this one up by waffling about it in front of his mother and making you look like a bridezilla. None of this would have been an issue if he didn't do that. Commenter 2. All of this for an 8-month relationship, for a child that isn't even his brother's? I'm usually not a big Reddit conspiracy theorist, but your fiancé needs to talk to his family to find out what is actually going on, because this is insane levels of petty for literally nothing. You are correct in every way, and for the love of God, don't give in, but when people tell you who they are, listen to them. Because it seems like there is some aggressive golden child syndrome with your future brother-in-law. Downvoted commenter 3. Yeah, I'm going to be on the mother-in-law's side. It's a baby, not some big-breasted bimbo. If a random baby is in the photos, so what? I think Op is a little bridezilla and not ready to embrace her husband's family of being super accepting. Her reasons are a little valid, but equally so is the mother-in-law. I think this super tiny alteration to keep the peace would cost Op nothing. She's being hard-headed for no reason. It's strange to see the selfishness being encouraged, but again, I feel weddings are a celebration of love and family, not just some aesthetic money pit. But hey, Op is about aesthetic above family, you do you. I wouldn't be marrying someone like Op in the first place, so I wouldn't be in the husband situation, to be honest. Op's response. First of all, bridal parties are supposed to include people who have a close relationship to the couple. Second of all, we would lose everything if we caved now. It would teach mother-in-law and brother-in-law that if they apply enough pressure, they can manipulate us and control us. Also, I am not a bridezilla at all, actually. I've actually been pretty laid back about the wedding, and this is the only issue we have come across. Downvoted commenter 4. You know, if you see the world this way, you might as well not get married at all. It's not your job to teach your in-laws anything, just as you probably don't want to be taught by them. That thought is a classic sign of having spent too much time on Reddit. You are risking this wedding and family peace over a baby at your wedding, out of principle, and you are telling me that you are not a bridezilla? Well, maybe you just need enemies in your life. If you said yes here, absolutely nothing bad would happen. There would be one more child at the wedding. But you would lose everything? What would that mean? You would be free to say no to any possible future request, which only exists in your imagination right now, and you don't seem to have problems telling anybody no, even to quite reasonable requests. Maybe ask yourself if you often tell people no, not because of a specific reason, but simply out of principle, because you think you might lose everything if you give a little. Drama Queen. Ops response. First of all, this is my first few days using Reddit. Second of all, in all instances in life, you are unknowingly teaching people how to treat you. If you let someone walk all over you, they will continue to do so. If you stand up for yourself and set boundaries, they no longer can. Third of all, this was an unreasonable request from the beginning. My fiancé and I have not met this child, the plans were already in place, and there is no blood or marital connection. Period. End of story. They did not respect our answer and kept pushing and manipulating. They put the feelings of one son over the other, the groom, and want to use our wedding as a backdrop for some grand gesture toward brother-in-law's girlfriend. They have only been officially together for like 4 months, so I would say that no, I'm not a bridezilla for denying this request. While I'm thrilled they are happy and hope they last, he is 24 and she is 21 with a child from a previous relationship. Statistics are not in their favor. And the fact that he feels the need to push so hard to prove his relationship at our wedding, at the expense of his relationship with his brother, isn't looking good for their relationship either. This is actually the only thing I've said no about in regards to my wedding. So yay. Perfectly reasonable. Not a bridezilla. And not the jerk. Update 3 days later. Wow. As a new Reddit poster, I'm absolutely shocked by how many views and comments this post got. I was not expecting people to actually reply. Thank you to those of you who gave great advice and were trying to help the situation. Your insight really opened our eyes, mine and my fiancé. A lot of you hit the nail on the head. Brother-in-law is the golden child and has always been favored greatly over my fiancé by their mother. Brother-in-law is the youngest, and his mother has been coddling him his whole life. My fiancé is the oldest and tends to be the peacemaker/sacrificed. A lot of you also called out the triangulation manipulation. I told my fiancé this, and he said that his younger brother often would rope his mom into their arguments, get her to take his side, and get my fiancé in trouble, no matter how ridiculous or wrong his brother was being. He mastered the art of triangulation manipulation from a young age. My fiancé would just take it and apologize to keep the peace. For those of you who said it's ridiculous to have a child we have never met and are not related to, and have not even met her mother, as such an important part of our wedding party, thank you. I was feeling like the crazy one for thinking this. Also, info, I was being gracious when I said they have been together 8 months. They have known each other 8 months and only been dating officially for 4 months. The wedding is further away than the length of their whole relationship. It's bizarre that they are pushing so hard for this. For those who said we should have granted their request and just kept the peace, my fiancé has been doing this his entire life with his family. That is probably why they resorted to their usual manipulation tactics. He never actually wanted to have this baby in our wedding. He, in fact, thought it was pretty ridiculous of them to ask. He was just ready to cave because he always does to keep the family peace. At the expense of himself and his needs or wants every time. Except the difference is, this time the wedding is about him. It is his day and not his brother. Well, both of us. And that's the other thing. He has me this time to stand up for him and what he actually wanted. I also wanted it too, which helps lol. On to the update. A lot has happened. Today my fiancé went to see his dad, and then his mom. They are separated. His dad is neutral, but has been sticking up for me in this whole thing. I have a great relationship with him. He filled us in on a lot. Here is essentially what has been happening. Turns out brother-in-law's girlfriend has more to do with this than we thought, as some of you suggested in the comments. She's the one who has been encouraging him to push for this, because it means a lot to him. And been super offended and making a big deal about us saying no. Personally, if it was me, I would never ask someone if my kid could be in their wedding. Even if it's family. But forcing it on strangers is wild. My fiancé found out from talking to his dad that my mother-in-law and brother-in-law are spreading a whole bunch of lies. Here is what has all unfolded. Mother-in-law is telling people I'm racist, and that's why I didn't want the baby in it. Apparently, the baby and mother are Filipino, which I honestly didn't even know because once again, I've never met them, they live across the country, I don't even know their last name. But still, I don't care what race they are in the slightest. The girlfriend now believes this and doesn't even want to come to the wedding anymore. That's her choice. Also, the wedding party is diverse ethnicities, so how is it that I'm racist? Lol. Brother-in-law is telling people that we are judging the girlfriend and don't want her child in the wedding because she was born out of wedlock, which is ridiculous. 2 of the children who are already in the wedding were born out of wedlock. 1 from each side. They have been talking behind our backs, gossiping, making up lies about me, and assuming things about me that are not true. Brother-in-law is twisting and changing my fiancé's words into complete lies that make him seem like the victim. He is feeding these lies of things my fiancé did not say to not only his mother, but his sister and his dad. My sister-in-law and father-in-law are both neutral and won't take sides, but think that this whole thing is insane and want it to end. We do too. They both see that they are doing this whole thing and hate me for no reason. So today my fiancé went to see his mother to essentially call her out for her behavior. She was absolutely hysterical and was not ready to listen to reason or logic. She deflected and denied, and lied about things we knew were in fact true. She refused to take accountability or any sort of blame for the situation getting out of hand. She just deferred back to blaming me for everything and making me the villain, and herself and her precious baby son, brother-in-law, the victim. Meanwhile, the last time I spoke to either of them was when we had that conversation with my mother-in-law at her house, where my fiancé slipped and this whole thing started. My fiancé has been handling this whole thing and even trying to shield me from the blame and take it all for himself. It's not working. Mother-in-law and brother-in-law have made this whole thing up in their heads and driven themselves and everyone else crazy over it. Meanwhile, all I've done is express my concerns for having a child in the wedding that we don't know, in that initial conversation, when they aren't engaged or married, and the fact that we already filled the roles. She denies favoring brother-in-law and claims that she is hurt by the accusation, and then in the same breath favors him and defends him. I feel the worst for my fiancé because he doesn't even want anything to do with them anymore and does not feel the need to keep up with these relationships. He said that his mother expected him to fall on his face today and apologize for everything, because that is what he was forced to do growing up and that's what they are used to. But now that I'm an extension of him, he is not letting us, get treated this way. He is angry that they are selfishly trying to use our day to make some grand gesture to his brother's girlfriend he's been dating for 4 months, and that they refuse to respect our wishes. He is shocked and disappointed that they are lying about us and creating drama around our wedding. He is saying goodbye to this toxic cycle and going to go no contact until they come to their senses and fix this mess. For those of you who asked, we are in premarital counseling with our pastor, who is also our officiant. He was bewildered that they even requested this in the first place and shocked and dismayed that they have turned it into such an ordeal. Anyways, this wasn't the update we hoped for, but it's the one we have. Hopefully one day things will turn around. We are hoping mother-in-law at least comes to her senses, considering we are the only family that lives near her. Maybe she will learn to support the son and daughter-in-law who will one day birth the grandkids she actually has a shot of seeing regularly, rather than blatantly favoring the son and girlfriend who live across the country. But for the time being, this is it. /relevant comments. Commenter. Maybe she will learn to support the son and daughter-in-law who will one day birth the grandkids she actually has a shot of seeing regularly. This woman has called you all sorts of terrible things, made up lie after lie about you. She treats your fiancé like scum. You're having to password-proof and security guard your wedding because of her. Why would you ever, for any reason, let her around your future children? She'll treat them like she treats your fiancé, and let them know how horrible you are. Their visits with grandma will be filled with stories about how horribly Uncle Perfect was treated, how racist you were for not letting Cousin Perfect be in the wedding, if, of course, he's still with his girlfriend, how sad she is, and how you made her sad. As soon as brother-in-law has a kid, she'll be too busy with the child from her golden child to even pay attention to your children anymore. Why would you subject your children to that? Ops response. Oh God, you might be right. Never thought of this, but she totally would. She did this with her own kids against her own husband. Commenter 2. Tell father-in-law and sister-in-law that by not taking sides, they are in fact taking sides, just not yours. Ops response. Actually, I would argue, if anything, They are taking our side, but just not rocking the boat with mother-in-law and brother-in-law. They both said their piece defending us, and when mother-in-law and brother-in-law rebutted with a ridiculous argument, they just changed the subject and avoid the wedding topic altogether. They are doing this to try to stop the family drama, rather than fan the flames. Second update 2 days later. Hi guys, I have a small update. I decided to just be the bigger person and try to dissolve some of the tension myself. I was tired of my fiancé talking to his brother and his brother twisting it, so I tracked down brother-in-law's girlfriend on Instagram and sent her a DM, like some of our comments suggested. Thank you. I cut out the middlemen, literally, LOL. I sent her a very nice message telling her how excited we are to meet her and her daughter, explained from my point of view in detail everything that went into the original decision of the flower girl and cleared up all of the miscommunications, her boyfriend's assumptions and twists of my fiancé's words, but I didn't say that, LOL. Surprisingly, she was very kind and appreciative. Her message back was very mature, gracious, and understanding. Me and her are 100% good, and she and her baby are very excited to come to the wedding. Honestly, it could not have gone better. Now for what everyone is wondering about, we are still low contact with mother-in-law and brother-in-law. My fiancé is not ready to talk to either of them. Brother-in-law has not tried to reach out. That night, after mother-in-law had that horrible conversation with my fiancé, she found out that sister-in-law was coming to my first dress fitting the next day and she wasn't invited. She asked sister-in-law to call us and ask if she could come to it. We told her there would be others. I wouldn't really be able to enjoy the day with all the tension. The next day I had a great time with sister-in-law, and did not mention the topic/situation even once because I knew she was forced to hear about it from both her mom and my fiancé. Mother-in-law reached out to both me and my fiancé and asked to talk to both of us in person and proposed a few dates. My fiancé told her that he was not ready to talk to her yet after how their conversation went the day before. The timing of it tells me that she definitely sees that if she doesn't make this right, she will be left out of all the wedding stuff. Not only that, but all of the life stuff that we're doing. For example, we just put an offer in on a house. I'm holding out hope that our relationship with her will be mended one day soon. I'm hoping that his brother also comes around now that we have explained everything to his girlfriend. My fiancé has expressed that they need to apologize before we can move forward. Not too much of an update, but just wanted to keep you guys in the loop. Thanks for reading and following along with this madness. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. I'm guessing this is off your hands now. Mother-in-law has to fix the mess with her son, not you, no? Anyways, good update. I hope it all resolves without any more drama. Ops response. He is insisting she apologizes to me before talking to her as well, because she spread so many lies about me. But yes, waiting for him to deal with it when he wants to. Third update 4 days later. Brother-in-law's girlfriend broke up with him. I don't know all the details, but brother-in-law told my sister-in-law, who told my fiancé this morning. Apparently, she said she couldn't deal with the toxicity and drama of his family. Trust me girl, I get that, but my fiancé is super upset because he thinks that she means us. As in me and him. I said after our messages the other day, she probably means mother-in-law, but my fiancé is convinced that from her perspective, he and I are the toxic ones creating drama. I don't know, that's debatable I guess. Either way, he feels super guilty and now just wants to fix everything with his family. I'm convinced that if anything, my text to her showed her how crazy he made this whole situation, and it probably illuminated some of his issues. I think he probably tries to manipulate her too. But it's hard to say. I don't know her or their relationship. At this point, I'm speculating, but I'm sure that there were other issues with them. Nobody breaks up with someone they truly are in love with just because of their family. There has to be something else. Let me update you on mother-in-law. Mother-in-law called my fiancé the other day, before the breakup and stuff, which we all just found out about this morning, and told him, maybe it's good this all happened, now you're going to therapy to work on yourself, and her, my mother is being super supportive. We did not appreciate that. Felt super condescending, to be honest. But anyways, he called her this morning after all of this, and she said she was trying to see us so that she could apologize to us. I will definitely hear her out and accept her apology. I will move on from this, but always watch my back. Things can be cordial again though. I'll keep you guys updated as things progress. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Nobody breaks up with someone they are truly in love with just because of their family. Oh, my sweet, summer child. Commenter 2. You are super rose-colored glasses, aren't you? People 100% leave people they love over their psycho families. In fact, regularly reading just normal, I'm constantly amazed how many women marry despite seeing the nightmarish families they are in for, and the spineless husbands that want to fix everything with their family because he feels so guilty. Brother-in-law's ex is smart. Fourth update 10 days later. This is more of a mini update. No huge news. My fiancé called his brother that night after the breakup to console him, like a good brother. They had a long conversation where brother-in-law talked about the breakup. At the end of the conversation, as it was leading into it, my fiancé said something like, "Hey man, I want to move on from this, but in order to do that you have to apologize to her, me." Brother-in-law flipped out. He started blaming me for the whole situation. Everything. And I mean everything. And saying that I should have reached out to him and not his girlfriend. My fiancé told him that I did not have to reach out to anybody, but I reached out to her to be nice and clear up all of the lies he, brother-in-law, told about us so that she would feel comfortable coming to the wedding and being around the family. He also said that brother-in-law was the one ruining my day, and that in no world should I be seeking him out to apologize for anything. My fiancé really is the best. Brother-in-law did not take this conversation well and refused to take any accountability, so my fiancé is questioning whether or not to even have him as a groomsman at this point. He's for sure not the best man. He asked someone else since everything has unfolded. My fiancé doesn't think they will ever be able to have a relationship. Update on mother-in-law, she begged us to come over so that she could apologize to me. I was skeptical because of the timing. In the past few weeks we haven't been talking. I picked up my dress, we bought our first house, and we have been hanging out with sister-in-law and father-in-law, all without her. I suspected that it was because she didn't want to miss out on our lives anymore, so she was just going to say whatever she had to. She did apologize, but it was vague and more of a "I'm sorry I hurt your feelings," and didn't go into any specifics. At this point I was just willing to be civil and move past it for the sake of my fiancé. I could tell how much it bothered him to be on the outs with his family. So I made peace. I still don't trust her and will be moving different from now on, but we are civil. Sister-in-law called us the other day and told us that brother-in-law twisted all of my fiancé's words on that singular phone call and is spreading it to the whole family, trying to make everyone hate him again and make himself the victim. Surprise, surprise. Also, apparently he got back together with the girlfriend. We will see how long it lasts, considering they have already broken up once. They are invited to the wedding, assuming they are still together, because at this point I like the girlfriend a lot more than brother-in-law after my direct message with her, but they will not be in any photos. Side note that I thought was kind of funny, as of today, mother-in-law made a picture of brother-in-law, girlfriend, and baby, just the three of them, not including mother-in-law, her profile pic on Facebook. The favoritism runs deep in this family, unfortunately. That's all for now, thank you for following along. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Oh my god, I want to slap your mother-in-law for your fiancé. That Facebook post is so crappy. Glad he has you to love him and put him first. Commenter 2. So they're both back on their BS. They've shown their true colors. You just be there for hubby. Sounds like low contact or no contact needs to happen for a bit. Fifth update 4 months later. Many of you were asking for an update after the wedding. So here we are. First and foremost, I want to say that our wedding was the perfect day and everything went smoothly. There was no drama on the actual day. There has, however, been a lot of drama with my in-laws in the past 5 months. If you would like to hear about all of that, read on. It might be a long one. A lot of time went by with me just being cordial and not being emotionally attached in any way to my in-laws. I got in a fight with his mother at one point when she started blaming us for his brother's breakup, and insisting my fiancé reach out to his brother to apologize. This brought up the issue again, and I explained how it was a super unreasonable request on their part. For them to ask us to have her in the wedding in the first place, that is. His mother continued to say that she would do anything for her family, and I guess your family just isn't like that, and I guess we were just raised differently, etc. Voices were raised, and I stormed out. My fiancé was upset because he hates that she is treating me like this and that we aren't getting along. I decide that I would rather be the bigger person and fall on my sword than see my fiancé upset and prolong the no contact with his family. So I go back and apologize for my part, raising my voice. She does not apologize for hers. Instead, she simply reiterates that she just has to come to terms with the fact that we were raised differently and that my family is obviously different than hers. It was at this moment that I kind of realized we would never be able to truly repair all of the damages. I will probably always have a nice, cordial, surface-level relationship with her. My fiancé, however, called her out and was very upset that she did that. Her response to me was, "I'm sorry I brought up that issue in front of you. I should have talked to my son privately," essentially saying, Sorry, I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to manipulate him with you there. It's much easier for me to get my way when it's just him. At this point, I'm like, girl, whatever. A few weeks later, my fiancé and his brother work things out between them, and they figure out that their mom was the one fueling the fire and making the flower girl thing a massive deal. His brother says he wants to call me and talk to fix our relationship, but he never does. Life gets busy, whatever. Fast forward a few months, and his brother, the girlfriend, and the baby come to visit. We finally get to meet them. His parents are all excited and buy a bunch of stuff for the first grandchild, and their visit goes well. Nobody talked about the issue ever again. We made an effort to make the girlfriend feel comfortable, the baby was cute, and all was good. I was cordial and kind, per usual. Now into the wedding planning issues. Some context, I would say I was a very chill bride. All of my bridesmaids were very appreciative of my laid-back wedding planning style. I let them choose any dress they wanted as long as it was black and long. This means any style, any fabric, any price range, any brand, etc. I wanted all the girls to have a dress that they would feel great in and wear again. I also did not have a head table and let all of the bridesmaids sit with their dates. Speaking of dates, as I said before, typical wedding rules say no ring, no bring. We did not do this. We let everyone bring their significant other. I also had an extremely chill bachelorette. It was not a trip, it was just a day of inexpensive activities 2 days before the wedding. Most brides make everyone travel somewhere for a weekend. With all of this being said, the only 2 things I asked of my bridesmaids were, 1, no heels, this was because we got married in the grass and they would have sunk in, and 2, hair down, this was to have some uniformity since the dresses were all so different. Also, because it was a morning wedding and we were on a tight timeline. Note, I also put on the wedding website no white because around here people wear white to weddings a lot, and my family would have totally made it a big deal. There have been many jokes about if anyone wears white, we are spilling red wine on them, so I put it on the website to avoid the hullabaloo. When my mother-in-law found out that I was controlling these things, she freaked out and basically told the whole family I was a bridezilla and that I'm controlling. She also kept texting me and my fiancé in group chats and asking silly questions like this person wants to know if they can have white nail polish and can I wear a shawl or is that not allowed, and I genuinely didn't know if she was being serious or trying to poke fun. When my fiancé caught wind of this, he joined a call where his mother and brother-in-law talked crap about me and how I was being controlling with the wedding details. He went off on them and basically explained how lenient I was being on most things. When his mom asked him a stupid question, he went off on her and said, "Why don't you call my fiancé and ask her, quit going around her and talking to me or only talking to her in group chats. You put effort in and talk to brother-in-law's girlfriend all the time and have a great relationship with her. Put some effort in with my fiancé." His brother did not want to hear the conversation anymore and ended the call. This hung up the entire call. His mother then called me. Mind you, I did not know about this conversation yet. So I had a pleasant conversation with her for almost an hour, about all kinds of things. She then calls back my fiancé and apologizes profusely for everything. She says she doesn't know what's wrong with her or why she did any of that, and that he was right. She said she regretted everything she's done to me and misses the relationship we had before. Since then, things have been better. She texted me asking to do a girls' day when we got back from our honeymoon. I honestly appreciate the effort, and I'm willing to give her another chance. I think she truly learned her place at this point. Fast forward to the wedding. It was a perfect day. My fiancé's reaction watching me come down the aisle was the most beautiful moment. He broke down bawling. This made half of the people at the wedding cry, especially me. His parents too. I think it was at this point that they realized just how much we love each other and how much I meant to him. They seemed genuinely happy for us, and things are a lot better. Brother-in-law has also been a lot better in making an effort towards us. So all is good in regards to our relationship with his family. Hopefully this lasts lol. One last detail people would probably like to know. I originally was against having brother-in-law's girlfriend and baby in the wedding pictures, but I let my husband decide because it's his family. He originally was going to have them in just one, but his brother wanted them in both, and his mom convinced my husband to let them be in both because it would be too awkward to have them get out of the photo. Nobody actually told me this, and I found out when they were actively in the photos lol. This wouldn't have mattered too much, but they ended up breaking up very dramatically less than a week later. So if anybody knows how to Photoshop people out of wedding photos, let me know. /relevant comments. Commenter. Lol, not them breaking up and all that drama being for nothing. Now brother-in-law and mother-in-law have the ex and her baby in the photos forever, and they're not even together. Commenter 2. OMG frame it. Live it up. Gift her multiple copies, Make it your Christmas card next year. Do Easter and other holiday cards with it. They push so hard for a random girl to be included, well, they can be reminded for the rest of their lives. Mother's Day? Get her a mug with a picture on it, or a throw pillow with a picture. T-shirts for brother-in-law. Breakups don't usually just come out of nowhere. One or both parties had to have known it was imminent and should have acted accordingly. I'm sorry they are stuck in your pictures. There are many subreddits dedicated to Photoshop and people who will help do it. Commenter 3. Op's mother-in-law is such a weirdo. I think the spiel about not knowing why she was acting this way or what's wrong with her is a cop-out. She does know what the problem is, she doesn't want to admit it to her son. Good that Op is choosing to be cordial, but her mother-in-law is a jerk. Commenter 4. It was a power play. Mother-in-law is used to her son folding to her demands, no matter how dumb they are. And suddenly he stopped folding. It was a personal insult for her, and she did everything she could to break them down or break them up as a couple. It didn't work, so she backed off. Temporarily. She didn't change, though, and Op and her fiancé should expect more crap from her, especially when they have kids.
Story 6.
My sister can't have kids, but my brother-in-law desperately wants a family with our DNA. Now she wants me to be a surrogate mother, but since I said no, my brother-in-law is stalking me until he can get me pregnant. Posted by u/4dagatimes. Excuse my errors and etiquette, I'm not a frequent user of Reddit. My friend suggested I use her throwaway account to make this post, so please be gentle with me, as much as strangers on the internet can be. I, 30F, have an identical twin sister. We'll call her Stacy for the sake of the story. Our mother unfortunately passed in childbirth, and we were raised by our father. Stacy has been married to Jeff for 8 years, and I have been in a relationship with Mike for 3 years now. One thing I've always known about my sister is that she wanted to be a mom. Even when we were children, she was always thinking about wedding ideas, nursery themes, baby names, etc. I was always more focused on books and having fun. I am now a flight attendant. I am also attempting to become a published author. My sister has not worked, ever, honestly. When we graduated high school, we went straight to college. She met her boyfriend in college, and once she graduated, she became a stay-at-home girlfriend until she became his wife. I have known for a while that my sister has been attempting to become pregnant, unsuccessfully. She has experienced a single miscarriage and has been unable to become pregnant again, after thousands and thousands of dollars being spent on IVF and pretty much anything they could do, because she wanted to experience pregnancy. After 5 years of no success, they have started to discuss other options. My sister isn't interested in adoption and is very adamant about having a child that has both of their DNA, her words, not mine. About 3 weeks ago, she came to my house and we were hanging out as we usually do, just chatting and watching Modern Family. She told me she had a serious question and needed to ask me while she still had her nerves. It scared me, but she asked if I could be her surrogate. I was frozen for a second and asked what she meant. She told me that I knew what a surrogate was, she needed me to be her surrogate. I expressed that she knew I wasn't interested in having children. This could definitely be due to how we came into the world, but I'll be honest and say I have never found the thought of having children appealing in any way. I told her that I would have zero issue with donating my eggs to her, however many she needed, she could have them all, but I could not carry her child. Upon hearing that, she became so angry. Her face was so red, and she was just yelling about how it's obvious how jealous and hateful I am because this is a small task. I didn't want to bring it to her attention, but she has always spoken about having more than 4 kids. Would the expectation be for me to do this every time? I don't know, I'm starting to feel so bad. She ended up telling me that if I couldn't do this one thing for her, how could I ever call myself her sister? She broke a picture of us I have sitting on my mantle and stormed out. Since then, she's only texted me pictures of her diaries from when we were kids, and all of their vision boards, saying that I'm stopping her from creating a family for no reason and to think about the bigger picture. My boyfriend refuses to give me advice, saying that it's my sister, and he doesn't feel comfortable attempting to sway me in either direction because it's such a touchy subject. Honestly, this is the longest I've ever gone without communicating with my sister, and I am seriously on the verge of giving in. /relevant comments. Commenter. Most doctors would refuse to allow you to be a surrogate, as you've not previously had children. She'll be hard-pressed to find one that would. Not to mention, she's asking her sister to sacrifice her body and potentially her life to fulfill her dream. That's not fair at all. If she can afford IVF, she can afford a surrogate. Commenter 2. Pregnancy is hard. Your body never ever goes back the way it was. There are risks involved, especially with surrogacy, because of all the hormones you would need to take. Recovery takes ages, and again, your body will not be the same. Plus, you don't know how attached you will be to the baby. It's an extraordinary ask, and unless the surrogate feels hell yes, it shouldn't be done. It's not fair of your sister to ask this of you if you don't want to. It's not your obligation to solve the crappy hand she was given. If she can't see that you don't owe her your body, she is the selfish one. She can be disappointed, she can grieve, but she cannot put the burden of her dreams on you. Adds an edit to her post. I am reading all the comments, and I want to say thank you so much. I feel so much better knowing I'm not the villain, but I would be lying if I said I am not leaning towards just doing it. This disconnect with my sister brings me immense discomfort in ways I cannot verbally express, but I see two frequent questions I want to answer to hopefully get different answers. Money. My mother did not die of natural causes, it was provider error. My father sued the hospital and my sister and I have sizable trusts with that money. So money is not an issue for either of us, and her husband is financially well off as well. So not working for 9 months, or paying for the egg retrieval process etc. isn't an issue in any way. It's more so her stubbornness for the baby to share our DNA and for one of us to be carrying it. Since we're identical, if she can't have a baby, how can I? Her lack of being able to have a child is due to a car accident we were in, which is also the source of the miscarriage she experienced. Due to her being in the front seat with our father, they took the brunt of the crash unfortunately. Her body is now unable to carry a child and she has had extreme complications with egg retrieval. I'm not sure about the details of how that has gone wrong, just that it is not working and not an option. It is hard to get her to discuss non-viable options so I can gain a better understanding. Doctors will not allow me to be a surrogate due to me not having a child. Thank you so much for this information. We have family dinner this upcoming Thursday because we always watch football with our dads and significant others. I'm sure this topic will come up if she decides to attend. I'm hoping I can bring this up to her. Update 2 days later. So I promised an update tomorrow, but my dad actually ended up calling me while I was hanging out and told me to come over for dinner yesterday night so we could talk. I want to start by saying thank you so much for all the comments and advice. Some of you were jerks to not only me, but my sister and boyfriend as well. I still appreciate the help. I didn't even ask about what when my dad called. I figured he had spoken to Stacy. Based on comments, I know you guys won't be happy, but I spoke with my boyfriend about where his head was if I were to go forward with it. He told me that he loved me and would support me through any and everything, but he would not continue to sit by while my sister made me feel like trash, and if I was doing this under coercion he would not be able to support me, which I honestly completely understand. When we went over to my dad's for dinner my sister and brother-in-law were already there. I spoke to them both when we walked in, but only my sister replied. My brother-in-law gave me the most disgusting look and greeted my boyfriend only. My dad sat us down at the table, and there was just this awkward silence and tension I could cut with a butcher knife. He said, "Somebody talk, we need to get this resolved before the game tomorrow night." My dad loves football lol. I started off the conversation by telling her that I did some research, and atop of my initial concerns I now had a few more and needed to know exactly what she needed from me. I first asked her what being a surrogate would look like. She just said, "Are you agreeing to it?" When I told her no, I just needed more details, she broke down crying. I asked her if she knew that a doctor would deny me from being a surrogate given that I've never successfully carried a child to term. She said she knew that, and she would just send my brother-in-law and me to a center of excellence where we can pretend we're a couple, and once I'm successfully inseminated, then I would request a transfer from that provider to her option for the continuation of care. My father intervened and said that asking me to do something a doctor wouldn't sign off on was a terrible way to attempt to begin motherhood. You could tell he wasn't on board with any of it but didn't want to pick a side. He asked her why she was so uncomfortable with the idea of a surrogate, and that's when my brother-in-law interjected and said, "Don't try to berate my wife with these stupid questions, talk to your selfish BTCH of a daughter about why she can't help her sister." That immediately shifted the mood. My boyfriend started to yell at him for calling me a BTCH. My dad told him he could not disrespect his daughters in his home. Everything just went up in flames. My sister was crying, asking me to do her this favor, practically begging. I told her that if I could trade places with her I would, but I was scared and just didn't want to die. I think that was the first time I had said that out loud of her. We couldn't get more solved after that. My dad asked my brother-in-law to leave because he couldn't control himself and refused to apologize. When he was walking out, my sister told him she would meet him in the car, then asked me to come and talk to her on the porch, just the two of us. I went out with her and she apologized for her husband calling me a BTCH, said that they were just on edge and it's been stressful. I told her that she shouldn't apologize for him, and that we'd figure something out. She asked me to reconsider and just kept saying, "You don't get it, you don't understand." When I pressured her for more, she admitted that her in-laws made a cruel joke at one of their dinners recently about how she was a murderer, referring to the child she lost. She said she asked him why he didn't stand up for her when they made the joke, and he said because it was true. He made some weird comments about her not being able to make up for it and how he was so excited to see what their child would look like. And how he would never be able to look into a child and see pieces of them both, so she had the idea of me carrying the child and he was super on board. But the way she said it was like he planted a seed, and she seems to believe it was her idea. She said she hadn't seen him that excited since the baby, and she just needed my help to get everything back to normal. I tried to explain to her that nothing would ever be normal again, and that what she was trying to do was the wrong thing. But he just started blaring the horn, rushing her to the car, and she said she'd call me later. I feel like I may lose my sister, but I now am not even willing to donate my eggs for her to have a baby with him. I took your guys' advice and looked up the egg donation process and... wow. Not at all what I expected. I want her to divorce him. I'm never going to help her procreate with that man. I genuinely think I'd be a surrogate for her to be a single mom before I'd ever allow her to place his child in me or take my eggs to even create a child with him. I had no clue that his family was pushing so much guilt onto her. I have literally been jumping at my phone every time it rings because I know she'll be calling soon, and I'll have to tell her that. I'm terrified I'll lose my sister, but I can't and won't do this. Probably won't update anymore, but thanks for all the help. I'll probably create my own Reddit now because I'm kind of obsessed with the site lol. /relevant comments. Commenter. OMG. I was getting sick to my stomach reading this, so afraid they had pushed you into this. Thank God you came to the conclusion that that awful man should not be a father. His family shouldn't be around children either. Somehow your sister needs to realize that even if she finds a way to get him his child, she will always be treated like this by him and his family. In fact, he may escalate. I don't know if he was once a decent guy or not. Many couples who lose a child change and can't recover. Concentrate on saving your sister. Commenter 2. This reeks of him having a twin fetish. The way he is acting is more like a toddler who was shown candy, and right before eating it, someone snatched it up. He can't see you and your twin as two different people, and he thinks that since you look alike, you should act like each other. Apart from identity fraud and its issues, and the fact that you acting like you or your sister would also lead to insurance fraud, I bet he was going to bring up just having sex with you at some point and get it over with, so they can save money for when the baby comes. Don't block him. He will get drunk at some point and start sending you messages. Keep those for a restraining order. Commenter 3. Your dad was right there. Why not tell your dad about the conversation and then try to help your sister with your dad's help? Ops response. I did tell my dad what she said when I went back inside. He didn't seem surprised. He said that he went to dinner with her in-laws per her request, and he saw the change in how they treated her. He said that, same as me, he didn't know how bad it was. I know he did reach out to her and tell her that my brother-in-law would no longer be welcome back until he apologizes to me. He's hoping that she'll still come over tonight, and we can talk to her together without his presence. This is all super new territory for us. We were under the impression that she was in a happy, loving relationship. We aren't idiots, and we knew the loss of their child did shake their relationship, but I could not have imagined this in my wildest dreams. Jeremiah has always been so cool. I used to see him like an annoying brother. Now I see he's emotionally abusive and extremely manipulative. Second update 6 days later. I know I said I wouldn't update anymore, but so much has happened and I can't explain the weird relief I feel typing my madness onto this website. My friend did say that I could just have this Reddit page, which relieves so much stress because Lord knows I wouldn't have made one if I had to do it myself. I had to watch a YouTube video on how to properly use this site and what some of the things mean because people kept commenting that I was karma farming. That's neither here nor there. On to the update. A lot of you suggested that I be more careful around my brother-in-law for fear that he would become violent. I did not listen, and I kick myself now for not doing so. I thought I knew my family well enough and this was just a bump in the road. How extremely naive of me. My sister called me back the next morning, the day after he called me a BTCH. I unfortunately missed the call because I was in the shower. When I called back, no answer. It was a normal day until we got to my father's house that night for football. Kickoff had just happened when my sister walked in. She asked my dad if he could come outside and talk to her husband. My dad said no because the game was on, and he could either wait until the commercial break or he could come in and apologize like a man in front of everyone who witnessed him disrespect me. She took a breath and told him how he wasn't being completely fair. She tried to bring up a previous situation drawing likeliness, and it infuriated my father. He told her how he didn't raise her to make herself small and weak for a man, and said whatever he did that made her think this is how you have a healthy relationship, he was sorry for failing her as a father. Her eyes started to water and she just stormed out without another word. When I went out to my car after the game was over, I had 2 flat tires and a broken passenger front window. My dad put 2 donuts on the car, used his truck to tow the car into his garage, and told me to take his other vehicle. He would get the car fixed and I could come and get it whenever I had time, but not to worry. He asked if I wanted to stay the night. I declined. I called my sister, she didn't answer, so I texted her and said a lot. But for the sake of keeping some of it private, I said, I can't believe this is where we are. Loving a man should never call for destroying your family in the process. She responded by saying, that's the problem, my family is already destroyed and you aren't willing to help me put it together. I again tried to call her after that, no answer. On the drive home I noticed a car following me. When I was able to get a better view, I realized it was my sister's mother-in-law's car. I know this only because she has a very distinct car decal that I have literally never seen anywhere else. I freaked out and called my boyfriend, asking him to meet me back at my place. When I pulled up at home into the driveway, the car pulled in behind me. Luckily my boyfriend was turning down the street. By the time my brother-in-law got out of his mom's car and tried to walk to me, my boyfriend was running out of his car yelling at him. Jeremiah immediately started yelling, I just wanted to apologize. I just wanted to apologize. He and my boyfriend got into a small scuffle before he got into his mom's car and sped off. He did hit my boyfriend's car in the process. It didn't appear to be intentional, and his car is still drivable. After this, I obviously didn't feel too comfortable at home anymore. I packed a bag and went to my boyfriend's house and haven't really been back home since. My dad did add a camera and floodlight to the back door and driveway, but I'm honestly not too sure I want to go back, although I know I will have to at some point. Yes, I reached out to my sister. No, she did not answer or respond at all that night or the day following. After that, I would notice that on one day a red car would be following me, the next a black one. I know you may say I was scared and just thinking people were following me, but I would notice them, begin to drive to the police station per instruction from my dad, just for them to then turn once the station was in sight. On Sunday I went to brunch with a few friends to celebrate one's upcoming wedding and discuss bridal shower details. The waiter came to me and told me my husband was up front and it was an emergency. Thinking it was my boyfriend and she was just mistaken, I went up to find my brother-in-law. I approached him in an attempt to not make a scene, speaking low and asking him to leave or I would call my dad. He told me that everything just went too far and he just wanted to apologize. We were kind of in the doorway and it was just awkward, people funneling and saying excuse me, so I suggested we step out to get out of the way. When we went outside, he apologized for calling me a BTCH and said he didn't feel that way. He told me I didn't understand how hard it was for him. And I cut him off there, saying that how hard it was for him didn't matter to me because his behavior was becoming too chaotic and abusive to not only my sister, but everyone else. He told me that he understood how I could feel like that, but asked me to again reconsider. He reached for my stomach and I instantly stepped back and told him he needed to leave and we could set up a time to talk with my dad, but him stalking me was an issue and we could talk later or I would call the police. He grabbed a fistful of my hair as I was walking back into the restaurant, saying don't you effing walk away from me. Honestly, I don't remember much after that. Everything just went really quickly and a few bystanders got involved. He ended up fleeing before the cops could come. A report was filed. 2 days ago he tried to come up to my airport terminal, telling them he was my husband and there was an emergency, same BS he pulled at the restaurant. He was arrested after refusing to leave. He was, of course, bailed out and has since taken to messaging me the most vile messages. My sister did leave after the show he put on at my job. She is currently staying with our dad, but has been asking me to drop the charges, making excuses for him, and has been very adamant that he didn't hit me at the restaurant despite my literal scalp bleeding because of how hard he yanked my hair, and the small scratches I have on my neck and arms from him continuing to escalate aggressively when strangers tried to help. Some of the texts are him telling me the vile things he's going to do to me, how he'll get me pregnant and I'll be stuck with him for the rest of my life, how he knows that I'm the woman who is going to bring him a son, and if I don't make it easy for him we'll both die before he gives up. Just really concerning. I blocked his number, so all of these are coming from random text now apps. I told the police and they said there's no way to prove it's actually him, so until he acts on it, nothing can be done. I am literally scared all the time, my boyfriend drives me to work, and on top of the regular precautions I take more, and I can barely sleep now. I send my sister a screenshot every time her husband messages me, and she has taken to no longer interacting. My dad has asked me to stop doing this because it's beating her down, but I told him that I can't even believe she defended him during some of this, and she needs to see the harassment that her husband is committing. I feel defeated. I don't even know if me and my sister can come back from this. I feel like I've basically taken over my boyfriend's life, and I feel terrible about it. He hasn't said anything, but his regular gym visits are cut sometimes if he has to pick me up or drop me off when I have to work or go anywhere else because I'm scared. Being gone for a day due to flights, I know, allows him to do more of his routine, but now we're basically forced to live together, which I enjoy, but I'm not sure that he does. We got into an argument the other day about the AC temperature. I feel like my life is slowly devolving into madness, and I can't breathe. Third update 1 week later. Hi, I don't really know where to start, but currently my brother-in-law is stalking me. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of why, but he wants me to have his baby. Unfortunately, the story just gets more chaotic. I had his number blocked, but at the advice of others, unblocked him due to the police stating that the messages coming in from unknown numbers couldn't be traced to him. He has sent me a few messages from his actual number saying that we need to talk and get to an agreement. I, of course, have not engaged. The vile messages from strange numbers have continued. I cannot confirm, but I always feel somebody following me. Going to get my coffee from Dunkin'? I feel like the blue car is following me. I've gotten to the point where I actually have taken a leave from work. I have completely abandoned my apartment and moved in with my now fiancé. I ran into him a few days ago grocery shopping. He approached me from behind and rubbed a hand on my back. When I jumped and screamed, attempting to draw attention, he pretended to be confused, throwing his hands up. I'm sorry, I'll leave you alone. I apologize. He seemed so genuine that the witnesses basically accepted his apology on my behalf and sent him on his way. I literally couldn't even talk, barely breathe to even form words outside of someone help. I felt so helpless. The next day, my apartment was broken into and completely destroyed. The next day, I got a message from a strange number that read, "It'll only get worse." I am terrified. My sister is currently living with my dad, and she is positive that it's not her husband. She said things went too far and he's been in contact with her about getting a clear head and being out of the state because he feels as if he's been unhinged and needs to recant her. I don't even know how to convince her that he's lying. The police seem to refuse to help because he hasn't done anything wrong. I feel like I have to actually die, or him hurt me in a serious way, for anything to get done. Please help me? I am currently in the US, so please, if you know of any laws, anything that can help, or urge the police to become more helpful, I would appreciate it. I cannot sleep, I'm coming to the point of simply not wanting to leave my apartment. Please help me. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Get a lawyer. You need to get a protective order. Ops response. I have a lawyer. I have submitted all documentation I have available. Cameras around the house, and I have a dash cam that records even when I'm out the car. The lawyer is telling me to continue to gather evidence because the evidence that we have won't be enough to effectively show a court that he is harassing me. It's like they want me to set myself up and prove that I'm in danger. I don't know what I can do besides put myself out as bait. Fourth update 4 days later. This has been absolutely insane. But Reddit has a place in my heart forever. I'm going to shorten this as much as I can. If you have questions, I will answer a few if I can. My boyfriend realized I was looking into apartments. I absolutely was going to temporarily rent an apartment like an idiot, and asked me why. I told him that I felt like he wanted his space back to himself and he proposed. I'm literally engaged. Now I feel a lot better about taking over his apartment, lol. I posted in the advice Reddit explaining that my brother-in-law was escalating. He approached me in a grocery store. I unfortunately did not do well with standing up for myself there. Not my best moment. He broke into my home, did some damage in my bedroom, and broke a few things in my kitchen he knows I love, mugs and espresso machine. No, I wasn't there, and yes, cameras were installed after. I took a leave of absence from work. Basically stayed holed up in my fiancé's, holy crap, apartment. My sister had been ignoring my texts and not engaging with me until I got a random call. When I answered, she was on the phone sobbing. I asked her what was wrong, thinking something happened to our dad. She explained that she had been following her husband and she knew he was following me. She said she was telling me because she went to the police and they explained they were sending someone out to talk to me. We sat on the phone for 5 hours. She explained that after the hair-pulling incident, her light bulb went off and she went into PI mode. Explained that it got to the point where she was concerned for my safety, which is why she made the decision to go to the police. She apologized for putting so much pressure on me. She said that while she would like to blame it on her husband, a tiny piece of her was actually shocked I said no. She explained that the DNA aspect doesn't matter to her. It was my brother-in-law that insisted on that, and she just wanted her family to be whole. She will be staying at my home with me, just temporarily until the divorce is final and the dust has settled. I'm sure he won't make the divorce easy, but they do have a prenup, so it shouldn't be too difficult. What do I know? I'm not married. Yet. Lol, sorry, I'm literally so excited. Sidebar, I did find out after my father slipped and shared that my sister actually had proof that her husband burglarized my home. She apparently held on to the information because she needed to decide the right thing to do. He said that when she told him, he told her she didn't have a choice, and he made her go immediately. She apparently didn't put up much of a fight. My dad said he feels like she just needed someone to actually say it to her for her to get it, but I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this. I'm happy that she made the right decision in the end. The police came to my fiancé's apartment the next day. They took my statement and explained to me that they wanted to simply have an agent patrol me for a day in an unmarked vehicle, and if he followed me, he would be arrested. They didn't inform me of what car was following me, but did say that it would be happening immediately, so if I felt I was being followed, not to panic basically. He was literally caught within 2 hours of me leaving my fiancé's apartment. We went on a date, and literally as we pulled into the third location, he was pulled over and arrested. I drank more margaritas than I should have that night at the restaurant. The detective did tell me I would be getting a call from the DA's office, which I assume will be tomorrow. Honestly, based on how this has all gone, I doubt they'll hold him accountable much. But I am hoping that with them having his phone, there is physical proof that he was sending me the texts, which will add to his punishment. I appreciate everyone who told me to get a gun. I am actually terrified of guns. A kid from my high school was playing with a gun and killed himself mistakenly. No, it wasn't in school or anything crazy like that. It was at his home, but when we heard about it, it reinforced my fear of guns. No guns for me. But I did buy bear spray and a knife. I have my first flight back at work this week, and I'm so excited to be back to my regularly scheduled program. Today's football games were amazing, and I was able to watch them with my sister, my dad, and my fiancé. I hope I don't have another reason to update this, ever. Thank you all so much. /relevant comments. Commenter. Do not stay with your sister. Do not let her stay with you. Do not trust her to not let him tape you. Do not believe she won't help him. I could be wrong, but it's not worth the risk. Commenter 2. Girl. Watch your back around your sister. She has been under that man's spell for so long, and her desire for a baby is still hers, regardless of what he has done. I don't trust her an inch. And now you have her in your home? After she knew he damaged your place and sat on it? Nah. Commenter 3. The relief I feel reading this. I'm so glad that he was caught, and that you're engaged. Congrats. I do hope things can get better with your sister. While I agree with others that being cautious around her can't hurt, I hope it won't be necessary. The image of you two watching football with your dad and your fiancé feels like the happy ending to the movie. Very heartwarming to hear. I would like to hear an update about his sentence, though. Considering what he did, I'm rather terrified what might happen if they let him off easy. I also wouldn't mind hearing about the wedding, but maybe that's asking too much XD. Hope you have a good day, and a good life, going forward. 5th update 9 months 2 weeks later. I am not op, I am her friend. This is my throwaway, and she let me have it back when I asked. Don't ask me questions, I do not know. She sent me the update and asked me to post it. I never thought I'd ever come to Reddit again, but here's the final update. I genuinely wish I would have taken the Reddit advice more seriously. I was so angry at what you guys were saying about my sister, I couldn't see that it could be true. After stupidly letting my sister come and live with me, within 2 weeks I came home and I was ambushed by her and her husband. I won't go into detail, but I will say that I barely walked away with my life. 2 broken ribs, a damaged/broken eye socket, and a shattered wrist. That doesn't even include the bruises and much more. I've recovered well, but honestly most days I wake up in a panic. I'm married and pregnant now. Yeah, I know it's ironic, all of this was because I didn't want to be pregnant, and here I am. I'm shockingly excited. My father and I have gone completely no contact with my sister. She has decided to support her husband through his legal case. She does still send me letters apologizing and saying she hopes I'll understand and forgive her one day. Honestly, I hope I can eventually too. Not being able to lean on her feels like I lost a limb, but when I think about reaching out, my mind goes back to that night, how she stood there and watched him do those things to me, how she helped, and I can't fathom the thought of ever speaking to her again. I'll absolutely never be on Reddit again. I appreciated the feedback, but the amount of unhinged DMs I received made me log out, and for my mental health, I'll never use the site again. I even refuse to log in and give my final update lol. It's just too much and too overwhelming. I appreciate the concern and help that some have showed. To reiterate, this is the update she texted me. I am not her, she is not me. Do not ask me questions. She has shared all she is willing to share. /relevant comments. Commenter. Do me the favor and tell Op that she can't blame herself for believing in her literal other half. Just make sure she's safe and protected when they find out Op is pregnant. I can't even imagine what she's going through. I'm just happy she's physically okay and hope she gets into therapy to work through this. Commenter 2. I'm so sorry this happened to her. No one wants to believe family will hurt them. This sucks for her. Congratulations on getting married. I'm thrilled her fiancé is a good man, and I hope the pregnancy goes well. I do hope they take millions of precautions, because her sister and her choices can cause more problems, especially if they find out about the baby. And no one deserves more drama or trauma from them. But please, don't make room for the sister in her life. My mind is going rampant with all the ways she could hurt her again. Good luck.
Story 7.
After getting sick from eating my dad's dinner and missing a school dance, I had a blow-up with him that ended with him packing up my room and kicking me out, and now we're at a standoff over my senior night and whether I'm ever allowed to live with him again. Posted by you/lowly nights. Okay, so first off, I do feel bad about complaining about all of this. I'm just a middle-class American teenager, like I have a car and both my parents are well off and own homes. I'm not living in Gaza or anything terrible like that. I get it. But I'm 18F and a senior in high school. I have straight A's and a full ride to a university next year. It's not my dream school, but I know I'll end up going there because the economy is terrible, and while my parents are okay money-wise, free is free. My parents are divorced and remarried. My dad has been with my stepmom for a while, and my mom and stepdad have been together about 5 years. A few months ago, I was diagnosed with a tick-borne disease and can't have red meat products. It's terrible, and I get so sick if I have anything. I miss steak. But a few weeks ago, the night before a dance, my dad was making dinner. I was at his house on one of the days I normally wouldn't be because my mom was out of town and I don't like staying alone. He made my little brother's favorite meal that I didn't know had beef stock in it. Just to clarify, since I'd never read the meal, I asked if it was okay to eat, and he said yes. Later, when I got sick, he checked the recipe again and felt terrible and admitted there was beef stock and he forgot. That's obviously not his fault, but later, when I was sick, we started fighting about the dance. I got super sick and had to miss my senior fall dance. Which I know isn't the end of the world, but it really felt like it was, and I got into a huge fight with my dad. He called me spoiled and high maintenance, and I know I said things like I hate him and he doesn't care about me, and left to stay at my mom's. We'd fought before, and I cooled off and went back to his house on my normal day, thinking we'd just apologize to one another like normal, but when I got there, he told me that he packed up my room, into trash bags, and that he wasn't going to take abuse from his adult child. I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. I was crying a bunch, and my stepmom was yelling at my dad. She gave me one of her credit cards and told me to call her if I ever needed anything, and I've been staying at my mom's ever since. Which isn't great. She and her husband kind of do their own thing, and I just feel like I bother them. I recently broke up with my boyfriend, too, and he's been kind of bothering me, and I asked my dad to tell him to stop, but he told me I needed to deal with my own issues on my own. So I asked my stepdad, which was embarrassing because I don't know him very well, and I don't know if he even fixed the situation. He seemed annoyed until my mom finally talked to my ex. He finally left me alone, but now his friends keep messing with me online and in person at school. My senior night for my team is this weekend. I wanted my dad there, and told him I'd buy him lunch this past weekend to talk. I told him I knew that what I said was wrong, and I wasn't trying to make excuses, but I was feeling so bad and was so upset about the dance, and him calling me high maintenance and spoiled also hurt. He said he knew that emotions were high, but I was an adult now and actions had consequences. I get that. But if I was the first teenager to fight with her parents, I would understand. I'm a good kid. I have a scholarship and a job, and I know kids who have gotten like DUIs and their parents still love them and let them live with them. He said he loved me, but I needed to learn consequences, and that he'd still go to my senior night. But I told him don't bother. I had wanted all 4 of them to walk me, but now I just want to walk myself. I don't feel supported by any of them, and just paid and went to leave. He told me that if I didn't let him walk me at my senior night, I could kiss ever moving back in with him ever again. I told him that was fine. I was just so done trying to convince him that I was worthy of living in his house. If my parents weren't divorced, it wouldn't even be a question if I'm allowed to live with my own dad. I'm fine with my decision. I have so many other things going on. My ex's friends are giving me problems, I'm playing like garbage anyways and will probably be benched soon, so it doesn't matter. But my grandparents and even my stepmom have called and asked me to answer my dad's calls and talk to him, and have said that I've upset him. I'm not trying to upset them, but I just am not in a good place to deal with all of this with him right now and don't want anyone there. There's a part of me that doesn't even want to walk that night. /relevant comments. Commenter. Not the jerk, your dad made a very heated and drastic move. His actions have consequences too. If he truly wanted to try to make amends, he'd find a proper way instead of guilt-tripping you through family members. Try to control your temper in heat-of-the-moment situations next time. And don't let people who don't make you feel supported and successful ruin your moments, like your grad walk. Ops response. It's not for graduation. It's for a senior night, since I'm on a varsity team. I generally do control my temper, everything is just so overwhelming right now, and I felt so sick. He just doesn't understand how bad the food makes me feel. Downvoted commenter 2. I don't get it. He said he'd come, and you told him no. Why? You wanted him there, why did you tell him no? Because he said you can't live with him? You need to mend the relationship before you can move back in. While I think he's wrong to be so demanding, I feel like your emotions are all over, and you're very reactive. You are making matters worse for yourself. He's being a jerk, yes, but you definitely aren't helping yourself. Ops response. Yes, that's why I invited him, apologized again, and even bought him lunch. But he said he still wouldn't let me move back in and still won't help me with my ex harassing me. I was just sitting there like, wait, why do I even want him there on my special night? Like, I get he doesn't like me. I know neither of my parents do, because to them I'm too much like the other one for them to ever actually really love me. But I thought if I sat there, apologized and begged him for help, he'd at least care, and he didn't. Downvoted commenter 3. Everyone sucks here. You are publicly showcasing your disappointment in your dad. You also have to own some stuff. He did overreact, but you were at his house on a night you normally wouldn't be, so it was him making your little brother's favorite meal, not something he would normally make for you. You didn't take the onus to ask if it had red meat byproducts, and then you got mad at him for your lack of responsibility. You were behaving like a spoiled and high-maintenance person, expecting them to meal plan things you can eat even on days you aren't supposed to be there. You told your father that you hate him because you missed a dance. You literally said I hate you to someone that has loved and provided for you, because he was making his son their favorite meal, you ate some and missed a dance. Words have consequences. Now you are going to double down and publicly shame him, because you don't feel like he has groveled enough. You might not be a troubled teen with DUIs, but you sound exhausting, entitled, and incredibly spoiled. Ops response. Yes, but I asked him if there was any red meat in the meal, and he said no. I was going to make myself something else, but I was starving after practice, and it smelled good, so I had it. When I got sick, he remembered the broth. I have found some easy things I can make and even bought them myself for both houses, so they don't have to change their lives for me. If he said there were beef products in it, I would have just eaten that. This is my last dance, and my, now ex, was angry I was going to miss it and was making me feel bad. I know I shouldn't have gotten angry, but it was really upsetting, and he wouldn't even comfort me when I was sick because he was annoyed. Commenter 4. Your father, your parent, whose only role as a parent is to keep you safe and healthy, gave you food that made you violently ill, and you're supposed to apologize to him. That's insane. He needs to earn his way back into your life, not the other way around. I'm a parent. I would do anything to keep my kids healthy. Commenter 5. Made his daughter ill, didn't take responsibility, got his feelings hurt by ops valid crash out, literally kicked his own daughter out of the house, refused to help her with a boy harassing her, and now sends flying monkeys with the manipulative messages about, again, his own hurt feelings. What garbage of a father and an adult. Update 1 month 1 week later. I know it's been a while since I posted about my senior night. But basically, I, 18F, got into a fight with my dad because he forgot there was something I was allergic to in the dinner he made, and I had to miss my dance, and he kicked me out to live with my mom. He got super mad when I told him he wasn't going to walk with me at my senior night. Anyways, I didn't even end up going and kind of forgot about it. Not to be super woke or anything, JK, I love being woke lol, but trigger warning. My coach isn't like a super nice guy or anything, but my ex's friends, the ones who had been harassing me after my mom had finally gotten my ex to leave me alone, accidentally did so in front of him. They were punished, and I was really hoping that would be the end of it. But it wasn't, and a few days later when I wasn't at school, they did something bad. I don't want to elaborate, and they were arrested, and the ones whose parents could afford to have them out on bail, but I know 2 of them didn't get bailed out. My ex wasn't there, but he was charged with something else. He's over 18 but still got bail, and they ended up dropping the charges on him. It might be my fault. I know it's stupid, but before it happened, I had deleted all of his messages because it was really stressful having them on my phone. My mom keeps pushing for them to get a warrant for the deleted messages, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere, and honestly, I don't know if it would even matter. I have a restraining order for all of them, though, which is good. There's a lady I'll call Gail. I don't know if she's a social worker or actually a cop, but she's been really nice and helpful. She told me that if they don't take plea deals, there will be multiple trials, and I'd have to testify at all of them. I asked her when the trials would be because the school I am going to is far away, but she said not to worry about that. I just don't want to be at my new life and have to miss classes or something. I also really don't want to testify and hope they take deals, even if it means they won't be punished as much. Like, I know they have rights and there's allegedly still a constitution in America, but the idea of testifying at multiple trials makes me want to die. I've seen videos of people making fun of women who testify too, and I can't handle that, so I really hope they take deals. I guess if they could just combine all of the trials and I only had to testify at one, I would be okay with doing that, but Gail said that's not likely to happen and not to get my hopes up. She wasn't mean about that or anything. I think she was just being realistic. My mom and stepdad have been really good about everything. My stepdad and I don't know each other that well, but he broke down and apologized and said he blames himself and should have done more. I don't think he should blame himself. I even told him that, but he's been doing nice things for me a lot and making a lot of food that I like without me doing anything in return, so I feel bad. My mom has been really nice and supportive, but I think she's taking all of this harder than I am almost, and that is annoying. Like, she just randomly cries and it's annoying to me because nothing happened to her. I haven't said anything to her about that though. Like, I don't need her acting like I'm still a kid and cutting up my food for me. I can do that. I haven't talked to my dad. I don't want to. The day before the party, I had begged my dad again to say something to one of the guys' dads because they work together, but he left me on red. So I guess I kinda blame him. I know that's wrong, but I don't want to see or hear from him, so I blocked him. I didn't even want him to know what happened. I know the police went to my mom's house to tell her, and I was kind of hoping that since I was over 18 they wouldn't tell him, but since he was still my emergency contact, they did. I fixed that for the future. He's talked to my mom, but she said I don't need to talk to him or even think about him right now. He sent a bunch of letters to my mom's house, for a week or whatever it was every day, but now it's less often, but I didn't read any and my mom said she just set them aside for now. I told her she could throw them away, but I don't think she did. I mean, I am sure he feels bad, but I don't want to hear him apologize or try to comfort me. I wanted his help before all of this and to have tried to stop it from happening, but he didn't do anything. So that's why I blame him and not my mom or stepdad. They at least tried to do something before all of this, even if what they did didn't work. I don't think I will forgive him. I know he's hurting, but I can't worry about his feelings. I know this sounds bad, but I'm not his only kid and he has my brothers too, so I don't feel guilty, like I'm not stopping him from being a dad forever to anyone, you know? Plus, I'm an adult now and I can choose who can or cannot comfort me. I have a therapist now. She's fine. I wish I could have a different one because her voice kind of annoys me. I don't think they let you change therapists because of that, though. I actually hate therapy, to be honest, and wish my mom would stop making it a big deal that I go. I don't want to tell her that it is kind of nice being the one in charge of my relationship with my dad and not vice versa. That's probably bad, but it's true. Plus, I kind of have an IDGAF attitude lately, and I probably would just say to his face that I blame him and that this is his fault, which I know isn't fair. So not talking to him is the right thing to do. I also had to block my stepmom. She texted my aunt that it's nice just being them and their kids and not having my drama in their house, and it got back to me, so I'm just giving them what they want. Like, I wonder if either of them actually ever really loved or cared about me. Maybe kicking me out when I turned 18 was the plan all along, and that's why he did it over something so stupid? And, again, they have my brothers, so they're not missing out on anything with me, you know? Everyone at school knows, but they've all been nice, like not even just my team and friends, but everyone there has been nice, though. Like, really nice. I don't think they're being fake or anything, but if they are, I told my therapist that was fine because I'd rather them be nice and fake than mean and authentic right now. I was kind of nervous because I'm not popular or anything at school. I'm not a loser or anything, but kind of do my own thing. The only other person in my class who's going to my college is this one popular guy, and he promised me he wouldn't tell anyone at our college about this. I know people will probably still find out, but that was nice. He's been talking to me more, even outside of school. Like, we were on break part of last week and he still reached out. It kind of feels like he's trying to hype me up for college, which is nice because at first I was kind of thinking about taking a year or something off, but I know I should go. I think his parents both went to the school, and he's like obsessed with it, so he keeps sending me things going on there. His older sister also goes there, and he said he's going to go a week early and stay with her and invited me. I know it's a while away and told him I'd think about it. I don't really want to, but it's one of those things where I feel like even if I don't enjoy it, it would be good for me long term to go and meet people before freshman week starts. So I don't know what I'll do about my dad. I was thinking about calling him at Christmas, but maybe I won't. My brothers have told my grandma they want to see me at Christmas, but it might be because I always get them good gifts, lol. Maybe I can go over to their house for a little. Mom and her husband don't do much like decorate or celebrate Christmas, and my dad's side is really festive, so I kind of miss that. I will probably do the more Christmassy things in town with my best friend's family. I know my mom and stepdad would do them if I asked, but maybe I'll just go with her family. So I don't know. My mom asked me if there was anything my dad could do for me to want to listen to or talk to him, and I told her I'd think about it. Luckily, she's only asked once. So I'm not saying never, I'm just not interested right now. But I'm excited about the future and going to college and think I'll just focus on that. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Does your dad know what your stepmother said? If he does, and he's done nothing, there's nothing to say to him. Let him have his wretched wife, and go on with life without him. A good parent doesn't kick their child out of the house when that parent has endangered them because of gross negligence. He's already a failure in many ways. Add his wife, and not sure what his redeeming quality is. Your grandmother could facilitate seeing your brothers without seeing your dad. As you have said in the post, you may not be in the headspace to see him. Adding the pressure of Christmas on top of that, it's probably not the best idea. Your mom is emotional because she knows you've been hurt and it's bad, but she can't do any of it for you. Good moms want to take the bullet for their kids and spare them hurt and hardship. She can't do that now and it's hard. No, it didn't happen to her, but it happened to her baby, and watching her baby hurt is very difficult. It is not on you to comfort her or support her or shield her, I'm just trying to explain. I hope you have a good Christmas and can start counting down to college with sincere joy and excitement. Fingers crossed they take please and you get peace from that part. Ops response. I don't know if he knows. I doubt she knows that I know even. My cousin just saw the text on her mom's phone and told me. She might have just been venting or something, but I don't care. I don't know if they'll let me just see them without them there, but I can ask my grandma. Like, I don't know if they'll let me know that's happened, and I won't tell them or anything, but maybe they don't want my brothers to be a part of it. I don't know. Commenter 2. Oh geez, I wonder what her ex and his friends did. What a terrible situation for her to be in. Commenter 3. The ex wasn't there, but it seems pretty clear his friends assaulted her at a party. Commenter 4. Being annoyed by the therapist's voice is a perfectly valid reason to switch therapists. Maybe pitch it to your mom a different way, such as this therapist is not a good fit and is not helping me. I need to switch therapists to have any hope of continuing therapy. Then switch. Maybe it will help, maybe not. But the one you have is not helping, so there is no harm in trying someone else. Ops response. Yeah. I also just don't like it, so maybe her voice is an excuse. It's a chore, like it is in the evenings, and I just have other things I'd rather be doing. I'll keep going for now, though, at least until the end of the year. Commenter 5. I have to say, when I've had good therapists, good fit for me, I've actually enjoyed doing therapy and haven't felt like it was a chore. So, I still think a different therapist would be worth trying. Ops response. I know therapy works for a lot of people. I just don't like it. I think I'm in a good place considering everything, honestly, and therapy usually makes me feel worse for a few days. I just don't think it helps me, but I get that it's helped a lot of people. Second update 3 weeks later. Hi everyone. I hope you all had a good holiday, whatever you celebrate. I love Christmas time. I'm not very religious or anything, I just feel like it's a great time of year. A lot of people have asked me for an update, but I don't really have anything huge. Things are mostly fine. Most days I feel totally fine. But I've decided that this whole chapter, or whatever, is over now. I read all my dad's letters. My mom and stepdad were gone for a weekend for her birthday, and I don't really sleep much. They were whatever. I can tell that he's hurting, But I don't have time for all of that. I would have killed for him to say any of that stuff before all of this. I didn't feel anything reading them now. Like, asking me to move back in doesn't mean anything now. It would have before, but now I don't even want to. My stepmom had sent a few, too, but they were mostly just about wanting me to reach out to my dad and how badly he was hurting. And one of them basically said that this all happened because I didn't tell my dad the severity of everything wrong, and they can't help me in the future if I don't talk to them. And in all my dad's letters he's constantly talking about how he wants me to move back in, etc., but in my stepmom's, she just says I should come over and visit. So I threw them all away. My best friend's grandparents got into a really bad car accident. Her family went out to Ohio to spend Christmas with them instead of them coming to her, which is good, but they were who I was going to do Christmas stuff with. They said I could come with them, but that felt very intrusive, so I said it was totally fine. They did ask me to house sit, but they don't have any pets or plants or anything, so I think they were just saying it's fine if I stay there some nights like I normally do. My mom and stepdad work a lot and aren't that into the holidays, but they put up a tree, which they never do, so that was nice. I found some decorations that were probably my grandma's in the basement and put them up too, so our house at least looked festive. My mom and stepdad are at least pretending to like them, but I'll take them down soon before they get too annoyed. That guy from my school who is going to college with me, I'll call Dan, his family doesn't do Christmas stuff either, but that's because they're Jewish. But there's this lights thing in my city, and it's kinda stupid, but I always used to do it with my dad and brothers and stepmom and was going to do it with my friend, but she had to leave town. But Dan got us tickets, and that was really nice. We had a good time, but I didn't really think about my dad and his family being there, but they were. I was able to avoid them and didn't let it ruin my night though. Christmas wasn't that great. I guess in the past I've just been more into it, getting people gifts and seeing people. I think a lot of people weren't feeling it. I feel like not as many people put lights up on their houses, and normally I can't go 2 feet without being handed cookies and stuff, but this year I didn't do any of that. So it felt like it was December 1st, then bam, Christmas Eve. Normally I'm with my mom Christmas Eve, then my dad's Christmas Day, and go to my grandma's on that side. So I called her and asked if I could still come for a little bit in the morning since they usually go to my stepmom's side for a bit then, and she said of course. She even went and got my brothers and told my dad and stepmom they could come after I left. It was really, really nice of her. I was having a lot of fun, and it felt like there was nothing wrong, but then my one brother asked me when I was leaving so his parents could come. So I left. He's a kid, and I'm sure he just wanted to open more presents, so it's not his fault, but it hurt a lot because I was so excited to see them, and I think I'm just going to distance myself from them for a while. Not because I'm mad, but just for now, for myself. My dad and stepmom had sent gifts with them for me, but I didn't open them and left them there. I didn't get them anything, so it felt wrong, but also I wanted to hurt them. My mom and stepdad go to his family on Christmas Day, and I didn't want to just be home alone, so I just kind of drove around for a while, but Dan was free. Normally when we hang out, we just get stoned, and he makes vegan versions of non-vegan meals, but the grocery stores were all closed, so we saw that ping pong movie. I quit therapy. Sorry. It was so expensive, and I was getting nothing out of it, and I had gone to this support group Gail told me about, and it's really been helping. Like exponentially more than therapy. I don't know if I'm supposed to pay someone for it, but I don't know who to ask. But even if I have to pay, I'll keep going. The people are nice, and I can just listen if I don't want to talk. Gail said she'd help me find one in my new city, but maybe I'll just do a fresh start when I go to school. I'm glad I found the support group. But one of the people there said something along the lines of how expensive lawyers cost, and I guess before that I didn't realize that these guys' parents not only paid their bail, which I guess they'll get back, but apparently thousands of dollars for lawyers to try to get them off. And anyways, this is stupid, but I got mad that they're paying all that money for their kids and it just goes to lawyers, and I'm sitting here paying for therapy because of what their sons did. And 2 of these guys still have girlfriends, one of them goes to my best friend's high school. Last year I went to her prom with her as friends, and the girl reached out and asked me not to go this year. I just blocked her, and Gail told me they're not allowed to tell me where I can and can't go. But if that guy is going to go, I obviously won't, and I'm not trying to make more drama by poking that bear. But in all of that drama, my mom was saying that after trauma you're not supposed to date for a year. Which, it's like, to each their own. Also, I think she's thinking of drug addicts, which I'm not. So those were really the only few times I've been sad lately. And not that much, like I don't cry or anything. I kind of want to change my last name. Not to my stepdad's though. I could ask my mom what her maiden name was, but maybe I could pick a new one. Gail said she might be able to talk to a judge for me, so that was nice. I know I'll change my last name when I get married, but that won't be for a long time, and I'm hoping I can change it before college. Either way, I'm going to be okay. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Thank you for the update. I'm glad to hear you're getting the help you want to process all the trauma and discarding what isn't helping, including your father and his wife, who is a total piece of work. I bet it was her plan all along to have you out of her house the day you turned 18. Come and visit, PFFT. Your father is feeling all the guilt he should be, knowing how he ignored your pleas for help, coming straight after his manufactured excuse to get you out of his house. I'm glad your mom and stepdad have stepped up to the plate to care for you. Enjoy these last months of school before you head off to college. Congratulations on your scholarship, and I hope those guys take the plea deals and that they each contain reparation payments for your future. Commenter 2. Hi up. You did good. I wish I had this guts when I was your age. My parents were 8th grade jerks to me, so much so I didn't like to see their faces at one point. But all is good now, because I learned to be alone in a house full of people. I had some traumatic experiences in my life too, by my parents obviously, but I didn't go to therapy. All I can say is you'll be better than fine once you leave. No one should have to beg their parents to protect them. No one should feel like not having a home when you do have one. I'm truly sorry for the things that happened to you. But the IDGAF attitude you are having? It's going to help you so much in life. This attitude has saved me a lot. I hope you are not worried about your future, because it's going to be amazing. It always starts when we choose ourselves. Good luck.
Story 8.
My parents are divorcing after my dad admitted to an affair, and even though everyone expects me to choose my mom for custody, I want to live with my dad. Posted by you/taking sites throwaway. Sorry for the long post. Backstory. A few days ago, my mom, 41F, and dad, 45M, took me, 13F, and my younger sibling, 11M, out to breakfast to have a family meeting. Over eggs and pancakes, my father admitted to having a brief affair with a family friend who used to watch me and my brother after school when we were younger. He did not make excuses, did not try to defend himself, and did not elaborate other than to say that he had cut all contact, and it was over. After that, he admitted the affair to our mom, and because he had hurt her, they were getting a divorce. They explained that they had already discussed it at length and had already started the process. They had already agreed that our mother would keep the house, and though my father would continue to live at home for a while, he would be moving out by the end of the school year. Late June. They promised to keep us informed about all the proceedings they felt would affect us, and were ending it amicably. Which I have to believe is true, because they continue to share a room until that day when my father moved down to the guest room in the basement. They also wanted to be open and honest about everything that was going on. Part of me wanted to feel angry or sad or something. Right now, all I really feel is disappointment. I was shocked, but not blown away, because I never really saw love as much of a part of my parents' marriage more than duty. I was surprised that my father had an affair, because I didn't think him capable of it, but I respected him for laying it all out on the table and admitting the mistake was his. My brother seemed to handle the news the same way. Then they told us that one of them would end up with majority custody, and they didn't want either of us to be blindsided by it. They explained that we were both old enough that a judge would take any choice we made about which parent we wanted to live with into consideration, and that they would as well. They didn't want an answer then, but both said we would be able to talk to them about it, and regardless, we would be able to see both of them whenever we wanted and would share holidays and birthdays. The issues. I'm not here because I need to figure out which parent to choose, or upset because they are making me. I respect them for being honest and giving us the choice. I'm here because I've decided. And it's not the answer anyone thinks I should have. I've decided I want to stay with my dad. And I know that my mother and her family will not take that well, and will end the amicable part of the divorce. I know my father is the one who made a bad decision leading to the divorce. I know that being a teenage girl, everyone expects that being with my mother would make growing up easier. I know that I would have to leave the home me and my brother grew up in, and probably the school I've been in since preschool, since it looks like the places my dad is looking at are in other cities. I know that my mother makes more money than my father and could probably provide more, even though they said they would both share the responsibility. But looking at my parents objectively, my father is the parent I look up to, mistakes and all. He's the one who always wakes me up for school, makes my lunch, and draws smiley faces on the bag. He read me bedtime stories, taught me to read and ride a bike, and fixed my boo-boos and helped me with my homework. He's the one I go to for comfort when I'm upset or sick or scared or just want to talk. My mother never really took an interest in any of that. I love her and know she loves us, but I feel like she had me and my brother because that was what she was supposed to do. Her culture expects certain things from certain people, And husband/house/kids are part of those expectations. And what parenting she does do, it's to make sure my brother and I conform to these expectations. We're expected to take piano. I'm supposed to be a girly girl. My brother should be into sports. We're supposed to get good grades, get into a good college, become doctors/lawyers/CEOs, etc. Her definition of helping with homework is yelling at us until we get it. Her comforting tactic is to tell us how much harder she had it as a child. She had to do the math to figure out how old I was on my last birthday, and is definitely of the mind that children are meant to be seen and not heard. Even though she says she's okay with us deciding who we want to live with, I know she has it in her mind that we'll automatically choose her because my dad was the one that messed up. I also know that her 4 sisters, who she's very close with, will back her up when I make the wrong choice. I've been through this with her before, and she only gives me a choice when she assumes I'll choose what she wants me to. And when I don't, I'm yelled at, guilt-tripped, threatened, had my aunt sicked on me, told I was dishonoring her and the family. And that was over small stuff like what language to take in school, what summer camp to go to, what I really wanted for my 12th birthday. I had a choice between going to Disney World for the first time with my dad's brother's family or her home country with her sister's family again, or quitting piano to pick up another instrument and join the school band. We compromised on violin, my third choice instrument, and she likes to remind me of how happy I am that I didn't choose the drums. She doesn't get that. Yes, I like the violin, but I would still want to learn drums. How do I tell her I'm making the wrong choice to live with my dad and fend off the onslaught I know is coming from that entire side of the family? Because I know it's not going to blow over, and it's not going to go away. I'm going to hear about it at every future holiday, every time I see that side of the family, for the rest of my life. I corrected her English in front of a stranger when I was 4, and I'm still hearing about it. They just don't let even the most minor infractions go. Ever. I already know I'll be called a bad child, a bad daughter, that I'm making the wrong choice, that I'm hurting my mother, that I'm a disappointment, that I'm dishonoring my mother, that I'm a horrible person. Not to mention the small ribbing and backhanded comments, petty slights in every conversation and family gathering from then on. And to complicate things, my brother hasn't told them his decision, and I'm pretty sure it's because he's waiting to see what I do. He does this a lot. He told me he wants to live with Dad, but is worried about her family too. And he knows if I say I want to live with Mom, he'll say it too because he won't want to be the disappointing one. If I say I want to go with my dad, then I'll be the disappointing one who was the bad influence, so he'll get let off a little easier. I'm not mad at him about that. It's not his fault, but it will be just more ammunition against me as the oldest. And I don't want to tell him what he should and shouldn't do because it's his life. When I finally do tell my parents and brother what I think, and he does too, he might actually be guilted into changing his mind, and that would make him miserable. I want to help him stick to his decision, but I know it will only make things worse for me. So yeah, long post, but there's a lot in my head, and a lot going on. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. You have to do what's best for you. Unfortunately, that might mean you have to deal with the fallout. Hopefully, your father will be able to shield you from some of it. Your mother should know better than to guilt-trip you and your brother. It sounds like she has a long history of manipulation and narcissistic tendencies. I'm sorry you have to deal with this pressure. Just stick by your decision and take it one day at a time. Ops response. I don't know if it goes as far as manipulation and narcissistic tendencies. My dad says she just wants what she thinks is best for me, and it's how she shows she cares. The guilting thing is just how she was raised, because I've seen my grandmother do it, and I've seen my mom and her sisters do it to each other. I just can't deal with it, and thinking about it makes me sick. Commenter 2. Your mother has been raised in an abusive way, and now she perpetuates this abuse. As much as you are afraid of her reactions when you tell her you choose to live with your dad, if you stay with her, you stay with the abuse 24/7. And there will always be something else to yell at you about. Living with her will break you and your brother for a long time. Commenter 3. Is your mom from an Asian culture by any chance? I only ask because my parents are, and I grew up in a very Asian American town. My high school was 65% Asian American, and a lot of what you say about your mother reminds me of the Asian culture. If so, then maybe I can help from the perspective of someone who grew up with parents like your mom. I know the feeling of that pressure to succeed, to meet an expectation of what kind of extracurricular activities you do. For me, it was ballet, piano, violin, swim, art, and tutoring, to respect your parents and never talk back, etc. I know it's not fun, and in fact sometimes it can be borderline emotional abuse. That's exactly why you have to do what you know is best for you and live with your father. I know it's going to bring a crap storm down on you and your brother, but it's for your own best interests. If your mother and her family are overbearing about it, go low contact, aka, Don't respond to them when they try to engage you/berate you. Just tune them out, walk away, hang up the phone, etc. Yes, they will be pissed. They will scream, guilt trip you, everything. But you need to remember that this is a function of their fear of losing control. You have to set your boundaries and stick to them. This is some pretty heavy stuff for a 13-year-old, and I'm really sorry that you're put in this position. Don't be afraid to tell your dad if you feel like you need to talk to a therapist to help you sort out your feelings of stress/guilt from your mom's reaction. Best of luck. Ops response. Yeah. Mom's Asian. I don't dislike her, and I don't think what she does comes from a bad place. And yes. Piano, swim, tutoring, more tutoring. She was disappointed I was too uncoordinated for ballet when several teachers said maybe I should try again when I'm older. My gran on my dad's side, immigrated from Ireland, had me and Sean knows folk dance, which I did okay with, but it was too clunky for my mom, so she stopped taking me after a few months. I think there is something to be said about boundaries, but I just don't know how I'm supposed to enforce them, even if I set them. Commenter 4. FYI, I'm a 27-year-old female. So, I have never had to make this choice, but it was a thing I thought about sometimes as a kid and then as a teenager. My parents did not show any signs of separating as a couple, but were never super close either. Also, I was an anxious kid, am still an anxious adult, and used to think of scenarios sometimes, like if you had to choose a parent to live and a parent to die, which one? I know that is weird, but bear with me. I always chose my dad. He wasn't perfect, but I loved him more. We were more like kindred spirits than my mother and I enjoyed the time I got with him so much more than any time I spent with my mother. Nobody was going anywhere, but I was choosing Dad. I was closer to most people on my mother's side of the family and spent more time with them, but when it came down to it, I would rather cut back on all of those visits and have a better day-to-day life with my dad. Not because he wasn't strict or because he didn't have expectations, because he had rules and had expectations, but because he liked me so much more for the person I was and would never have held that choice against me, even if I didn't choose him. No matter what people think, it is okay to choose Dad. From what I can see, you have good reasons for choosing him, and I am sure you have more that you didn't share. For what it is worth, my father died of cancer when I was 15, and it devastated me. My mother, who has always been self-centered and just generally crappy, just became unbearable. I discovered that she had only ever been bearable because of the buffer my dad created. He was able to deflect and override some of her nastiness. We actually don't talk at all anymore. I moved halfway across Canada, mostly to get the F away from her. I know it isn't the same thing, but I wanted to share my experience of having that choice taken from me. I would have described my mother sort of like you described yours before my dad died, but now. The happiest part of every holiday is not seeing her. Again, not saying your mother could become Satan, but make the choice for you, not because you don't want to deal with her unpleasantness. Also, I know everyone preaches on therapy so much, but it would probably help you deal with any crap your mother and other people give you about your choice. Just remember that the choice is for your life, not theirs. I am on mobile, and I know I made errors, but I wanted to get this out to you because I understand how hard it is to have other people pick at you over a totally reasonable decision. You sound like you are level-headed and kind-hearted. You got this. Ops response. Thanks. Your relationship with your dad sounds a lot like the one I have with mine. I don't hate my mom, and it's not like I don't want to see her. We just don't get along. My dad's just the one I rely on because I feel like I'm not letting him down all the time, like I do with my mom when I'm not who she wants me to be. And I feel the same way. I see my mom's side of the family more often than my dad's, even though they live further away, but I feel more at home with my dad and his side of the family. And that's really why I'd rather live with him, because I feel like if I lived with my mom, we'd just be fighting all the time, because I don't want to be the person she wants me to. I mean, I still fight with my dad sometimes, but not all the time like it feels with my mom, and we usually get over it quickly. With my mom, an argument can last days, because she'll keep bringing it up. So I know when I tell her I want to live with Dad, she'll be furious, and I won't hear anything but that for a long time. I just know it will be worse trying to live up to her expectations full time without my dad there, so it's just hard. Update 8 months later. So it's been a while since my original post, but I got a lot of good advice and wanted to give an update. A lot has happened. I ended up doing what a lot of you recommended and wrote a letter, using my post as a template. I didn't tell my mom or brother, but I did end up telling my dad. I didn't tell him what was in the letter, but told him I wanted to stay with him, and that I'd written it. My dad moved out once school was over and stayed in an extended stay motel. He would come pick me and my brother up on Saturday to spend time with him, or take us out to dinner on weekdays. Sometimes we'd just go watch TV with him there, but my mom wouldn't let us stay with him overnight. In May, he ended up getting a job in another state, about 2 hours driving time. He went there a few times to look for a place to live, and my mom let me go with him once when school let out. I told him about the letter then. Not everything that was in it, but that I wrote it down and I wanted to stay with him. My mom bugged me and pestered me, and my brother, of how we were going to say we wanted to stay with her. She was always angry on the days we spent with Dad, and made it pretty clear she thought we were being disrespectful by wanting to spend time with him because he was the one who cheated. When I came back from the trip with my dad, she was so mad she didn't talk to me all day except to shout at me for my room being messy. Anyways, the hearing was not what I expected. I expected a courtroom, and a rope judge on a high bench and a witness box, probably getting that from watching things on TV. Instead, it was just me, my brother, my parents, and the judge in a plain office. It was a lot less intimidating than I thought it would be. The judge was a really nice guy and was really patient with us and explained how everything would work, and that because my parents requested that our opinions be taken into consideration, he was going to listen. He did say that just because we asked for something, it didn't mean we'd get it, and that he would make his decision based on what he thought was best for us. He asked my parents to talk first, and my mom told him that both me and my brother had decided to stay with her, but we'd talk about how holidays would be split since my dad was moving away. The judge asked me and my brother if that was what we wanted, and that's when I gave him my letter. He actually read the whole thing, even though it was a page long. He then gave it to my mom for her to read. She got really mad, but didn't say anything. He then asked my brother if he had any thoughts, but my brother saw how mad my mom was and didn't end up saying anything. He asked my parents if maybe my brother and I would feel more comfortable speaking to him one-on-one. My mom didn't like it, but my dad asked us if it was okay. Since I said yes, my brother did too. When I spoke to him, he told me it looked like I put a lot of thought into my answer and asked me a few questions about the letter. I don't know what he spoke with my brother about because he never said anything. The judge also talked to my parents without us in the room, and I don't know what was said then either. My parents just came out and said the judge would make a decision soon. My mom yelled at me as soon as we got into the car and called me a traitor. She refused to let my brother and me visit with our dad, invited her sisters to stay with us, and they yelled at us too. That's when I found out my brother told the judge he wanted to go with our dad as well. Anyways, that went on for a few weeks. I called my dad asking him to pick us up, but my mom would turn him away at the door, took my cell phone, and grounded me. If she wasn't home, one of my aunts was there, so if my dad showed up, they'd send us to our rooms, threaten to call the police, then yell at us for contacting him, even though we hadn't. They asked us if we wanted to see our dad go to jail. My brother started sleeping in my room. We were both scared of our mom and aunts always yelling at us, and we're scared they would get our dad arrested and we'd never see him. We both spent a lot of time crying in our rooms because we couldn't leave the house. After 3 weeks, our dad came and brought a police officer with him, who told my mom she had to let him take us because he was our dad. She was really mad, but because it was the police who came with my dad, she had to let us go. Dad had apparently found a house in the new state, so he took us straight there. It's smaller than our mom's place, and there was no furniture at first, so we spent a few nights in sleeping bags on the floor, but I was glad to be with my dad. My brother slept in my dad's room for a long time because he was afraid my mom and aunts would come take us back. He let us know the judge said we could live with him, but we did have to go back in 2 weeks for a few days, because of their custody arrangement. Neither of us wanted to go, and my brother cried the whole way back. I felt like crying a lot too because I didn't want to go back either. Every time we went back, our aunts would be there, tell us we should call the judge and tell him we changed our minds, and would tell us we were bad children, and that we hurt our mom. We moved a lot of our stuff to our dad's. Our mom yelled at us every time we took something new, until my dad asked if she wanted to have a police officer supervise the move, and she stopped complaining, but would slam things around so we knew she was mad. We started at our new schools, which I was actually glad for, because after that, things got a lot more normal. My brother stopped being scared of being taken away, and stopped crying so much. I made a few friends who are really cool. Every 2 weeks, our dad would pick us up from school on Friday, drive us to meet our mom, and we'd stay with her until Sunday when we went back to dad's. Mom's place was always the same. She and our aunts would tell us we were making bad decisions, that we were failures, and that we had to tell the judge we were wrong for staying with our dad. We called a lot for our dad to pick us up early, but he told us it was our time with Mom, and he would see us Sunday night. Then, a few weeks after school started, my dad came to pick us up to take us to our mom's, and my brother freaked out. He always cried and complained, honestly, so did I, but this time he refused to get in the car and started screaming and rolling on the ground, saying he wouldn't go back. My dad tried to convince him we had to, and asked me to help, and I don't know. I just broke. I told him how horrible it was going back, and how the aunts were always there with mom and yelling at us, and I didn't blame him for not wanting to go back, because I didn't either, and both of us refused to get in the car. Dad yelled at us, saying we didn't have a choice, but he finally gave in and promised he wouldn't take us back if we got in the car. He called our mom and said we weren't feeling well, so we weren't coming, and drove home. When we calmed down, he sat us both at the table and said we couldn't just refuse to go because we didn't want to. He told us the custody arrangement said that we had to go to mom's every other weekend, and if we didn't go along with it, she could go to court and take us full time. He did hear us out when we told him about how bad it was, and the aunts always guilt-tripping us. He told us he was going to drop us off at our mom's the next day, but he promised to talk to her for us. Things didn't get any better that visit, but the next visit we went up a day early because my dad had to ask the judge that we go to family therapy. Mom was not happy and said we were ganging up on her when we told the therapist, let's call her Betty, why we hated going to her house. Betty asked my mom if maybe the aunts could not come over every time we visited, and my mom refused, saying that they were family and she needed support when me and my brother ganged up on her. We said we didn't, but Betty told us that we should show more concern for our mom, because she just missed having us all the time. We shouldn't spend all our time arguing, and give our mom a chance because she's hurting. I felt bad, because I didn't think of it from mom's side, but my brother insisted he didn't want to go back. Betty got my mom to agree to try a visit without the aunts if we agreed to try to not argue with our mom. When we got home, the aunts came over anyway. Mom took our phones, called the therapist stupid, and said that she didn't know what she was talking about. She and the aunts were the same, calling my dad names, calling us ungrateful and bad, and told us it was our fault people thought our mom was crazy and had to go to therapy. My brother was supposed to have a friend from his old school come over, but my mother sent him away, saying we were grounded for lying. My dad picked us up and was pissed when we told him what happened. It was the first time we ever saw him yell at our mom. He made us go in the car, but we could hear them anyways. Mom called him a stupid cheater, and no one could trust him, and my dad was just yelling that he was trying to help me and my brother. We had therapy the next week, but mom didn't come this time, so we drove the 2 hours home. The week after that, she did come, but only to pick us up and refused to talk to the therapist. When we got back to her house, the aunts were already there, and my brother started crying and didn't want to get out of the car. I was mad too, but I was more mad at how my mom was yelling at my brother, calling him stupid and lazy, and saying he would end up a cheater just like our dad. I lost my temper and told her to shut up. It wasn't the first time she slapped me because I'd done something stupid, but it was the first time in a long time, and I was too stunned to do anything about it. My mother took my phone and tried to take my brother's, but he said he forgot it. She sent me and my brother to our rooms for being disrespectful, while our aunts backed her up. I guess I have to give credit to my brother, because he didn't forget his phone. He just thought mom would take it like she usually did and hid it in his underwear, so when he got to his room, he called our dad. I didn't know about it until my dad showed up an hour later with a police officer. He told me and my brother to get our things while our mom argued with the officer that it was her time with us. My dad told her my brother called and told him what happened. The officer asked me if it was true that my mom hit me, but honestly, I was too scared to say anything because my mom and aunts were watching. I ended up just saying something like I wanted to go home with my dad. He let us go with him, even though my mom kept arguing with him that she had a court order and we were supposed to stay there. When we got home, my dad just made us dinner and said he was sorry for what happened. I told him I didn't want to go back the next week, and he actually said okay. So that was the last time I saw my mom in person. It was the week after Halloween. My dad asks us if we want to go visit her every week, but we always say no. He makes us Skype her, and she's been pretty civil since. As soon as she starts talking down to us, my dad steps in. It's kind of nice not having to make the 2-hour trip because I can do things with my friends on the weekend. My brother seems happier. Thanksgiving was a little weird without her. We went to our grandma's, Dad's mom, like we usually do, and Skyped mom from there. Dad asked us if we wanted to invite mom over for Christmas. My brother said no, but I'm not sure. My dad said that after the holidays we're going to start visiting again, but we only have to stay the day, and he promised we'd have someone else there, and that the aunts wouldn't be allowed. So basically that's where I'm at. Things are complicated, and I don't really have much of a relationship with my mom. I'm still not sure how to feel about it, but things feel like they're getting better. /relevant comments. Commenter. I'd recommend trying to see if it is possible to get visitation hours reduced. Your mother is verbally abusing you, and that is a danger to your health. Stay strong, you are remarkably mature for your age. Commenter 2. Slapping your kid and taking their phones away so they can't call for help is definitely physical abuse rather than just verbal. Up, please write down what happened if you can. Even if you don't want to do anything about it now, it might be useful if your mom tries to minimize what happened and make you stay with her again. Keep a diary anytime she does something like this, verbal or physical. The verbal stuff she's doing when she tries to persuade you that your dad is bad is called parental alienation, and most judges don't like it. If your dad isn't adhering to the court order, he might get into trouble for it. He should probably talk to a lawyer. I am not a lawyer, and your diary might be helpful. I wouldn't put it past your mom to be quiet about things right now, but be keeping her own journal to use against your dad later. Please ask him to talk to a lawyer and find out what his options are. Actually, if he says there will be someone else there, he might already be talking to a lawyer and have arranged supervised visits only. That would be awesome. Ask him. I am wishing for the best for you. Don't let any of this stop you from having a really wonderful Christmas day. Ops response. The visits after the holidays are supervised. My dad, brother and I are still going to family therapy without mom, and Betty had my dad explain what was going on, since our dad was trying to handle everything without getting us involved. He's not breaking any court order because after the police officer came to help get me and my brother out the last time, my dad apparently got another emergency order that gave him the choice of not bringing us over until they could arrange someone to supervise our visits with mom. Apparently, I didn't need to tell the officer she hit me, because my brother told him it happened, and that side of my face was still bright red, at least my brother said it was, when they got there. And the officer apparently backed my dad up when he asked the judge not to force us to go back every 2 weeks. For right now, we only have to see her on Skype, and our visits with her will only be for a day, and we won't stay overnight for a while. Also, the aunts won't be allowed to be there for at least 2 visits, so that's something. Commenter 3. You're doing a great job handling the situation, and your father seems to be a good dad. Keep the good attitude and help your brother get through this. Your mother may change over time if she sees how she's wrong in criticizing you and your brother. Keep an open mind about letting her back in your life. Ops response. My dad doesn't want us to cut her out completely because she's our mom, but he does monitor our Skype conversations to make sure she's not yelling at us. Commenter 4. Op, stay strong. Your story reminded me a lot of my own childhood, except I ended up living with my abusive mother. She bullied us and pitted my younger brother and me against each other. Cherish that relationship with your brother. I have almost no relationship with mine because of the things that happened when we were growing up. Your mother wants to hurt your father. She wants to hurt him so badly that she, and her sisters, will cross the boundaries of common decency and use the 2 of you to make it happen. I wouldn't be surprised if child support was a motivator as well. To my own mother, I was but a monthly check-in upon. Whatever happened between them, whatever your father did or did not do, has absolutely nothing to do with you, Op. And as it doesn't directly impact his ability to be a parent, it bears no consideration in terms of custody. Your parents' relationship is between them, and anyone who would try to involve you is wrong. I know you care for your mother. This is a crappy hand you've been dealt. That a mother would use the bond of mother and child to do wrong or seek revenge is nothing short of monstrous. It's okay to be selfish, Op. It's okay to look after yourself. Take it from somebody a little further down the road you're on. I wish you all the best. Op's response. My mom isn't using us for money. She makes more than my dad, and she considers taking charity to be only for weak, lazy people. The one thing I got out of this whole thing was a better relationship with my brother. We were never close before this happened, until he started sleeping in my room when things got really bad. Now we talk about almost everything. And my dad knows he was wrong. He still feels guilty that he cheated, and won't let us forget that he was the one who messed up. As far as my aunts, I'd be okay never seeing them ever again. I never liked them anyways. Editor's note. Op's last post was made in December 2016, 9 years ago, and she has not made any new updates since.
Story 9.
AITA for telling my husband he works for himself, not for our family, because he's never home and barely spends time with our child? Posted by you/Virgo514. My husband and I have known each other for 6 years and been married for almost 3 years now. We have a 1-year-old and we're expecting another baby. Our marriage has been full of emotional highs. We love each other and let the other know regularly. My husband has a 9-to-5 job, after which he is also a tutor. He had started this back when we were in college, and it was never an issue. He always had enough time. Even in the years leading up to the marriage and the first year of our marriage, this was never a big issue. However, in the last year or so it's become a big issue, and it's getting worse. He keeps on adding more classes to his schedule. Until last month, We had a red line that no classes on Sunday, he would devote that entire time to us. But last month he even added a class on Sunday on the excuse that exams are starting. It started to feel like me and my son weren't a priority to him anymore. Some days he comes home at 11. On other days he's doing it online, but that's not much better because he still can't give us any time. Last Sunday, I finally spoke out and told him he was neglecting his family. He was offended and told me that he doesn't enjoy having to work so hard, but he's doing it for our family. This is where I told him that no, I think he does enjoy it, it gives him an excuse to not spend time with us, and that he was doing this for himself, not for us. As things currently stand, our collective income is more than enough. There really was no need for him to add more classes on top of his existing ones, he's doing it for himself at this point. He's literally busy Monday to Saturday, and now he's trying to cross the red line we established for Sunday. We've been on bad terms since this fight. He keeps saying he can't believe that I said he works for himself, not for us. Am I the jerk here? /relevant comments. Commenter. My ex was like this. After many years, I realized he was avoidant. He also liked playing the victim and sacrificing so much for the family. He got lots of praise for it. We didn't need the extra money either. All he sacrificed was a marriage and a decent relationship with his children. I hope you can help him see that. Maybe counseling together? I don't know. It sucks, though. Downvoted commenter 2. Is he working more to financially support the family? Is your family only relying on his income? You didn't mention that you had a job. It could be that he is working more to cover the expenses. If so, then he is working for the family. Not sure about your expenses and all, but being financially responsible for a family which includes 2 very young babies is very, very expensive. If this is the case, you're the jerk. It's going to be hard, and you're going to have to grit your teeth through it, but if he is working all the time to support his family, love the man and cherish the little time you get with him. He's grinding to support y'all. Would you rather you spend all the time in the world together and living in squalor or on the streets? Please support him while he supports his family. Hell, have you told him you're proud of him working so hard? Ops response. I have a 9-to-5 job too, and like I said, our collective income covers our expenses and then some. If that weren't the case, of course I wouldn't be angry, I would understand. But given the situation, the fact that he took away the one day we get together just because it's exam season really got to me. I also want to make clear I absolutely appreciate how he provides for us to give us a great standard of living. And I've told him this many times. But now it feels like he's adding more work to disengage. Commenter 3. Info, I see where you're coming from, but I gotta ask, you sound like you feel secure about your financial situation. But does he? You're expecting another kid. You have a 1-year-old, with another on the way. I don't know where you're based, but certain regions are more expensive than others for families to live in. Based on just that information alone, there could be plenty of thought put behind whether or not you guys have the financial stability for the future. You clearly think so, but does your husband? Have you ever had that conversation with him, fruitfully, honestly, about the objective truth of your financial stability, and his and your thoughts on it? Ops response. Yes, we had that discussion before. We talked about how, since we're already comfortable, there shouldn't be any need to have a class on Sunday. In fact, at the time, I also thought he should cut down on his existing classes but relented on the Sunday agreement. I didn't think the numbers were important, but a lot of comments, not you, seemed to doubt my judgment that we're stable. I'm an accountant who makes $70K/year. My husband is a software engineer who makes around over $100K. And based on how many students he teaches and how many classes he has, he makes over $100K from that. Our household income covers our expenses. I'm an accountant, this is kind of my bread and butter. Downvoted commenter 4. Is it possible that he grew up very poor, and is not comfortable with your current financial setting? You have a young child, and you have another on the way. Perhaps he feels that the nest egg that you two have is not big enough. Ops response. No, he did not grow up poor. Both his parents are doctors, so that was not the case at all. Commenter 5. I don't understand the "you're the jerk" responses on this. The man is hardly ever home. They don't need the extra money. He is missing out on time with his child. His wife is feeling sad. Why is he doing it, if not for himself? He's clearly not doing it for them. Update 1 day later. Thank you for the feedback in the last post. The comments said that me asking him to adhere to the boundaries we established was reasonable. Some comments also suggested that I should not have implied that he works just to get away, so I was a little apologetic as well. After he came back, I decided to talk to him about this. The conversation was a bit of a train wreck. I brought up the fact that our income far exceeds our current and projected expenses, that me and our son were missing him, and needed him to spend more time with us. I made sure to stress that I appreciated all that he did. It just seemed like we were on completely different wavelengths. He said he kept on taking more lessons and students because he wanted us to have a good standard of living, have better vacations, better schools, a second house. I was dumbfounded. I never knew he felt that way. I stress our current standard of living was great, we make enough money, and that if he thinks that way, there's no end in sight. What if he decided we should also have a third house or something? Right now, I needed him with me. At this point, I kind of lost control and started crying. I didn't mean to, it wasn't something I wanted to do to pressure him or anything, just the fact that we were at an impasse was wrecking me. I told him I'd been feeling unhappy, that I kept compromising, and he reneged on it. After some more crying and consoling, my husband agreed that Sunday should have remained off limits. He gently asked me to give him a pass for one more Sunday, because his students' exams end next week and he would make Sunday untouchable the following semester onwards. He also promised to try to resize his classes in order to be able to come back home for dinner, even if it's a late dinner. He asked for time to do all this. I've given it to him, and I know he loves us enough to do what he promised. Thanks for the feedback to the original post. /relevant comments. Commenter. Yup, I doubt it, but good luck. Commenter 2. I'm sorry, but that's not good enough. He'll try to be home for a late dinner? When you have a toddler and are currently expecting. So, he'll only be around 1 day a week realistically, since your toddler will be in bed and you will have a newborn. When do you get time for yourself? When do you get help, or from whom, during the week when he doesn't get home until late? You are essentially a single parent, even with these concessions. Please don't apologize for crying either. You have nothing to be sorry for. Crying is healthy and helps relieve the pressure valve of emotions you're going through. Anyone would cry in your situation because it's sad. I hope things work out for you. Best of luck. Commenter 3. You need to tell him that he needs to get right with his family and you right now. Or he might be living in that third house alone. Play him Cats in the Cradle as background music. Ops response. I would like the changes to happen immediately, but I want those changes to be permanent. If he does something at a snap right now but has to go back, that would suck. So I'm just giving him the time to make those sustainable changes. I'm getting our Sunday back after the next one, which is progress. At least we're back to the red line. He said he had already booked a lot of classes for the next semester, so he just asked for time to discuss and rearrange them, since he can't just say no to his students after agreeing. He was earnest. I believe I made it known to him the toll it's been taking on me, and he will make the necessary changes. Commenter 4. Did he explain why he had these feelings of needing more? Is it because the new baby is coming, and this is like some weird financial nesting? Or did this start well before you were pregnant? I understand him needing a little time to readjust to the old schedule, but I don't see what caused it in the first place. Ops response. That's kind of where we weren't getting through to each other. He kept saying that he wants our family to have a good lifestyle, while I kept saying that we're already in a place where we aren't lacking anything, except him in the house. He finally understood that that's what our son and I need from him right now. I know I had told him last week that I think he does this just to be away from us, which I feel crappy about, but it's just that his tutoring hit critical mass close to when our son was born. I know the number of students in classes had been increasing steadily over the years, and maybe we should have set boundaries from the start, but it's gotten too much now. Commenter 5. The biggest problem I see is that his self-worth is being validated by his students and classes, more than by his own family. He likes how teaching makes him feel, and he doesn't get the same validation from being just a husband and father. So, he will continue to prefer working as much as he can. And it's a double whammy because he justifies the extra work is for his family, so he feels doubly validated for doing good things. Ops response. Your comment stayed with me for some reason, and I kept coming back to it. I asked him yesterday if he enjoyed teaching physics and math for hours on end, that he works so long, how does he not start hating it? I didn't bring up the topic of reduced hours or Sunday because we already have an agreement on that for now. He said he does like it. After some more inconspicuous needling, he told me he enjoys the fact that so many people trust that he can make them understand stuff and better their grade/future. I didn't go further into it. But your comment really helped give me some insight. Thank you so much. Second update 1 year 2 months later. Around a year ago, I had been having issues with my husband regarding his tutoring schedule and had come here to know if I was in the wrong. A few people had asked me to let them know if things improve or continue to deteriorate. We're in a better place now. We've been blessed with a daughter now too. He has become better at handling his workload and tutors primarily online now. I know I had said at the time that that's not much better, but it really is. Sundays have become sacrosanct again, with very rare exceptions that he asks my approval for in advance, and Wednesdays are free now too. He does more group tutoring now and so gets done by 8:30 most days too. He also got a new day job, which is entirely WFH, which has made things much better because he isn't so burnt out anymore. In the weeks following up to my daughter's arrival, he'd been by my side, especially since she arrived during the summer when school is out. I also took some advice from here and hired help to ease the burden, which has worked out really well. I've also learned to embrace the fact that his tutoring gives him joy, which maybe his software development job doesn't. He seems to be proud when his students get into good universities, and that it results in even more students. He still claims to do it for purely financial reasons, but I know that can't be completely true, because our financial needs really do not require it. So it must be something he enjoys. So I've become more understanding on that front too. I have had to put my foot down a few times though, especially in the initial days following our conversation, to make sure he understands that I was serious about needing his presence more. I had also confided in his older sister about this issue, which he was not happy about at the time and was probably an accidental jerk move on my end, but it helped. They had an argument. She straight up told him he was either going to end up working his way into an early grave at the age of 30, or ending up divorced, which helped. Full disclosure, the only time we ever really argue is still about this, when I'll want him to be free but he won't be. But it's rare, and overall we've come up with a good balance that seems to be working for us. Thank you. /relevant comments. Commenter. I think my questions are, is he missing things? What do you need support with? What's the actual crux of the issue? I read your posts and it speaks to a lot of how you feel, but, and apologies if I missed it in the comments, is he actually not pulling his weight at home? Is he missing important events? I agree it's important to spend time together as a family unit, but usually, when working on improving relationships, feedback needs to be specific and actionable. Ops response. We don't get to have our evening tea, where we used to decompress, except on Wednesdays and Sundays. I know that doesn't sound like much, but I really enjoy that, and I guess it's unfortunate he's not missing that. Sometimes he'll miss dinner, but he really tries to avoid it, I know. As far as important events go, all of our friends and family now know that Saturdays don't work for us, so they avoid it if possible. But the other day, a family friend had a gender reveal party on Saturday and my husband couldn't accompany me. Little things like that still happen. If I'm being very honest, when my son was born, I had a picture in my mind of what our house would look like after 5 p.m. It involved my husband always being there and us all having quality family time. The fact that that didn't happen is what my real issue is. I know life gets in the way, but I'm concerned about how we're developing our bonds as a family sometimes. As far as chores go, we've hired some help, and my mom being close really helps too, so that's not too big of an issue. Third update 7 months 3 weeks later. My husband and I have been married for over 4 years. Our son is 3 and our daughter is 16 months old. My husband has a busy schedule, due to both his day job and his business after that and on Saturdays and sometimes, if I'm okay with it, Sundays. We had planned to go to Spain at the end of December for a couple of weeks. We've bought tickets, booked a hotel, talked about how we'll spend our 2 weeks there. Last weekend he asked if we could postpone our trip to the end of June. A literal 6 months after we're supposed to go. I said no, it was so unfair that he was pulling this at the last minute. He asked me to understand that his business required him to suddenly change his plans, that it was important, that he'd been looking forward to this downtime as much as I had. To provide more context, this isn't the first time this has been an issue. His business hours had been an issue over the past 2 to 3 years. He'd made changes and organized his hours better, and his job had become WFH too, so we had struck a balance that I could be okay with. But his business hours again started infringing on our family time, and he'd been promoted to a managerial role at his day job, so he was now going into work on some days too. I told him I'd been looking forward to this for so long, counting days till our vacation. I told him I'll be going regardless, whether he wants to come or not, and if he doesn't want to come we can get a refund and my best friend can go in his place. Admittedly I was just lashing out, I have no idea of the logistics of it. Yesterday I asked him again what his plan was. He tried to show me messages from his clients to show how busy he was during that period. I told him I don't care. He gave me his word. According to him, I'm being unreasonable. I wanted to know, am I the jerk here? Also, I don't even know if it's logistically feasible and I don't want it to come to it, but would I be the jerk if I actually went on vacation and took my best friend along? /relevant comments. Commenter. You are talking about next month, right? Unless your airplane tickets are refundable, a postponement would be expensive. You're not allowed to transfer tickets to another person, so your friend will have to buy herself a ticket. Aside from that, it's a 2-week vacation for you to relax a bit with the kids. It's better than sitting at home fuming about a missed holiday. I personally think he is the one being unreasonable. There's no reason for you to stay home, is there? He is upset that he will miss out, so if he can't go, then you can't. That's selfish of him. Not the jerk. Ops response. I figured they wouldn't be transferable. I believe our tickets should be refundable. I haven't checked because I hate thinking about it, and I believe he'll come through. Commenter 2. Info, what's the financial situation? Does he need to be working a second job, and does he really need to please this client this much? Ops response. Our financial situation is well in the green. Tending to these clients during those 2 weeks won't make or break us. Commenter 3. He needs to either set the boundary with his clients that he won't be available those 2 weeks, or do the work remotely from Spain. His business is tutoring students. If he lets them know now, he can plan what he's tutoring them on to get them ready for exams before he goes away. Definitely hold your ground on this. From your previous posts, he has a real issue with overworking and not prioritizing family. It's like he feels like he's failing if he relaxes, and that's not good for his health long term or his marriage. Ops response. Thanks. I agree, and maybe that's the compromise I can go with. That he can do it online from there. It's not ideal. I'm not wild about him doing his classes while we're on vacation, but at least we'll be together. I'll think about it. Also, I just realized my profile was available for people to see my previous posts. It sounds wrong, but I was trying to keep the business vague rather than mention that it's his tutoring business, because when that gets mentioned, everyone becomes a lot more sympathetic about the work. But it's not a charity he's running, it's his business. Commenter 4. The tutoring thing makes him look worse, honestly. He could easily have told his students he's not going to be available those weeks months ago. And that's even before I peeked at your profile and saw you were the one who posted previously about what a workaholic your husband is. If you do delay the vacation, you know he's just going to cancel again, right? He's addicted to working, and this is never going to end. Ops response. I'm surprised, and honestly relieved, that his business being tutoring isn't clouding people's judgment. It definitely does IRL. If I ever in passing talk about how busy he is, everyone, including my own mom lol, is like, yeah, it sucks, but also look at how many students' futures he's securing. At this point, I just honestly want to reply with, what about our kids? My kids get his undivided attention less than other people's kids. I know it sounds horrible lol. Commenter 5. Girl. I remember your previous posts now. You are so not the jerk. Your husband is pulling this crap again? He literally sets his own schedule. He scheduled these students, knowing you already had a vacation planned. What is the deal? He's not the most important tutor in the world. These kids can find another tutor if he's full. If this was totally unexpected, or he was like the only doctor in the world who could perform a life-saving surgery during that week, I would feel a little more sympathy. But he's literally doing this to himself. And he's doing it to you. I'm so mad for you. When is he going to start prioritizing his family? I mean, seriously, if you go to Spain by yourself, is that really all that different from the life you're living right now, when he's working all the time? Ops response. I'm going to bring up the idea of him doing his classes while in Spain, with boundaries. It's not ideal, but it should work. I've been really looking forward to this family vacation, so this way we'll get to have that. Fourth update 5 days later. Hi, thanks a lot for the feedback on my first post. I had decided to suggest he do his tutoring classes online while we were in Spain as a compromise, and that's what I was planning on doing. My husband caught a cold on Thursday, though, and had been really down and out the last couple of days. He had taken these 2 days off work from his day job. Despite my insistence that he rest, he tried to do his tutoring classes scheduled but literally couldn't get through it and canceled those as well. I didn't want to have the conversation while he was this sick, so I postponed it. It was great, maybe not the best choice of words as a wife talking about my husband getting sick lol, to kind of just have him do nothing for these 2 days. He spent time with me and the kids, a few of his friends, and some mutual friends of ours also came to our place to see him because they rarely see him outside of important occasions. Last night I brought up the vacation again. He agreed without too much resistance. He said he'll move around some classes or take them in advance, but either way he'll be with us for the vacation. I thanked him and also told him he needs to take it easy, it's clearly affecting his health. He was like, him being sick isn't because of the work, it's because of the change in weather. I did bring up that we had had an agreement earlier and that he kept to it for a while, and we'd really struck a good balance, but things are back to the way they were prior to that. He said he always asked me before filling up Sundays, and that is true. To be fair, it's just, there's only so many times I can say no. He also mentioned how 2 people he knows have recently been laid off, that times are bad economically. I told him I don't see why that has to affect him. We're doing well financially, we have more than enough savings, our careers are good, he has a business that has been growing every year, we're secure where we are. He said he was too sick to talk about this, and that right now our kids are young, they need less of him, that his classes are important because students and parents come to him after having heard of him, and that it's important for them to get into good universities. I told him our son is old enough that he now wants to spend time with him, and that I can compromise on my needs and wants but not our kids. He got the point I was trying to make and said that he'll make the necessary changes. I'm glad our vacation is back on track. I'd really been looking forward to this as a family. Also, I'm glad I told him how he'd been reneging on the balance we'd established earlier, and he'll be going back to it. He did do it last time, so I'm confident he'll do it again. We both just have to work to make sure we keep it in place. Thanks a lot. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Glad the vacation is happening, supposedly, but he's full of crap. He's made his priorities clear. Young kids need their parents more. Commenter 2. Yikes, I'm glad that you're getting your vacation, but I hope for the sake of your children that your husband decides to be an actual parent at some point. Deciding that your children are too young to need their dad is a pretty awful perspective. Commenter 3. I think he has it backwards. The younger your kids are, the more they need their parents, not less. Growing up without them creates weaker bonds, and the kids grow up knowing they can't depend on their absent parent. I really hope he keeps his word and the vacation goes well, but I would be making plans if he eventually drops the ball again and again. Commenter 4. As soon as you mentioned Sundays, I remembered your older posts. I'm glad that the vacation is back on, but honestly, your husband needs some sort of cats in the cradle, 3 ghosts visiting him, wake up call. He really only stayed with your previous deal for a short amount of time. I wish I knew some way to get through to him, but I think that's going to be very hard. I'm sorry, I don't think he is going to get better with his time management, and it will always be on you to nag him. If he really doesn't get better, I think in the future you should just book any vacation you want, and if he comes or not, that's on him. He needs his eyes opened. Enjoy your vacation, and I hope you have great family memories. Ops downvoted response. He did get better with it a while back when I had seriously brought it up with him. This was when I was pregnant with my daughter. He just slipped back lately, and the new role in his day job also messed with the balance a bit. I think this vacation will be a good reset. 5th update 2 months later. Hi, a few people were kind enough to keep me in their thoughts and wanted to know how our vacation went, if it did at all. So my husband did keep to his word, and we had a really good time in Spain, and Portugal too, and he didn't do any classes while we were there. So lately he'd been frequently running fevers and not been well. I brought up that his workload was catching up to him, he denied it, we ended up going to our family doctor. His blood pressure had come out 150/110. She asked us questions and also asked him if his day-to-day involved stress, and he said no. I was actually stunned when he said that. I unloaded and told her exactly what his schedule looks like. She made it clear that with his family's history of high blood pressure and his workload, he was shaving years off his life, and messing up his immunity too. That was my breaking point. I told him I loved him to bits. If anything happened to him I'd be devastated, crazy with grief, but I would summon the strength to live. But I will not let him deprive our kids of their father by working himself to death. That I had given him enough chances, and he was taking advantage of my love for him by reneging on our established boundaries. If I had to disrupt his late-night classes myself I would. He told me to give him time. We had an argument because I was having déjà vu of previous conversations. I gave him a week to do what he needed to. He managed to make some really meaningful changes. It was stuff I'd been suggesting for so long, but he'd been resisting and not listening to me. I think he thought if he combined into larger groups than he already had, he'd receive some pushback. Well, not a single student left, nor any parent complained after he did it. He's since managed to have Wednesdays and Sundays completely free, Mondays, Fridays and Saturdays are reasonable, only Tuesdays and Thursdays are bad. We had a great vacation, he was fully present, and it was the kind of vacation that I had wanted, one where we could decompress. When we were flying back, I asked him if he'd had fun. He kind of laughed and said that he's not our kids, that I had to check up on him. I told him it's not that. I was really happy with the way he'd kept to our established boundaries, and I know it's a change for him. And that we were both going to make sure we keep those boundaries intact. I know it's just a step in the right direction, but I am hopeful we can maintain this. I'm also going to be more forceful about this. I don't care if people around us think I'm holding him back, or if these boundaries mean some kids don't get the help from him they need. I will not sacrifice my kids' happiness for them. Thanks a lot for all the help and advice. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. I'm glad the vacation was great and actually happened. Sucks his health is actually in trouble, and we can hope this is the wake-up call he needs, but God, you had to mom him and tell the doctor his likely cause of stress. That's not a good look for him. Is he like actively parenting your kids, or is he just the family friend/grandparent who pops in to help you? Could he take care of the kids if you got in an accident and knows what they like/dislike as well as any allergies, or would you need to call in external help to take care of them for him? When is he planning on cutting back so he can spend time with them? Does he even have a time frame, or is it just a nebulous promise? Like, I'm glad he's making changes. Again, but his schedule isn't fair to you or the kids. His lack of timelines or concrete goals means he'll always have some excuse. And I don't know if anyone ever said, but be firm on not getting a second house. What's even the point of one if he almost bailed on a simple vacation? It's something you'll have to maintain on top of everything else, be it hiring cleaners/yard work or renting it or both, and it'll just be another excuse to work longer and keep pushing back the date he'll step up and actually father his children. Ops response. Since he's changed his schedule and consolidated classes, he has been more involved. He plays basketball with our son now in the backyard. We'd had an adjustable hoop put in, which is now finally being used, and he is spending time with our daughter too. The new changes have helped. We have a nanny that comes in and a cleaner too, so that helps with the chores. I deliberately don't give him, chores or errands, to be honest, because he's still adjusting, even when he asks if there are any. Really, all I want him to do is be in the living room with us, go out with us, and just be present with us, which he's doing a lot more of now. Commenter 2. I'm happy that you got your vacation. Hopefully your husband gets more tests done to narrow down his health issue. The part where you have to veto his extra work makes me narrow my eyes a bit. He's making you the bad guy instead of holding himself accountable. Ops response. At this point, honestly, I'm okay with being the bad guy. I won't let him do what he was doing. I won't let him deprive my kids of their father by working himself to a grave. If it seems like I'm becoming overbearing or mothering him, I'm okay with being seen that way now. Commenter 3. Do the people you talk about this with IRL know he gets paid? The reactions you get make it seem like they think he's helping orphan refugees or something. Also, a good way to keep the money and get more time would be to dramatically raise his rates. Like 2 to 3x, the parents who pay for this kind of thing probably won't care. So he will either end up with the same work but enough money to quit his day job, or less clients and the same money. Also, his compromise being to get his schedule back to where it was 6 months ago is not okay. Ops response. Yeah, they know he gets paid, but it still makes them react differently than, say, if he was a streamer or something. They'll be like, yeah, it is tough, but on the other hand, what he's doing is so great. They don't have my perspective, I guess. Commenter 4. Sorry if this is rude. But are you not at the same point as a year ago? Nothing really changed. At all, it's the same update as before. He'll go back to the same stuff, and then you'll be back here. And then you'll update again that you finally found a workaround. And he's free on Wednesday and Sunday. Then you'll be back again saying he broke his word again. Rinse and repeat. Again, I'm sorry if this is rude. But nothing is going to change. He's just going to wait to do the same BS. I'm saying this as this man's daughter. My dad worked like that for most of my life, and is trying now to build a relationship with me. I love him, but it's weird. You are being naive. You have to be strong, or that's gonna be your life. Forever. Really. It does not get better if you don't grow a spine. Ops response. I won't let us go back. Not when going back is affecting his health, and by extension, our kids. When I said I would disrupt his late night classes, I really meant it at the time.
Story 10.
I called CPS on my sister. Posted by you/burner629393629. Burner account. I feel so effing stressed and guilty. Guilty for calling, but also guilty for waiting so long to call. I also called animal control, and they will be at her door in a few hours. I'm in college, and the new semester just started, and no way am I going to be able to focus in class today. My nibblings are severely neglected. They don't attend school, and one has an individualized education program for a diagnosed developmental delay and his long hair matted down to the scalp. Their house is a house of horrors, just filled with garbage, urine, and feces from the animals that they don't take care of. They all sleep in one bedroom because the house is filled to the brim with trash. I've tried cleaning, I've tried hiring people, I've tried begging. Nothing has worked. I've spent thousands of dollars trying to get this house cleaned up, and nothing gets through to her. My sister needs psychiatric help, and she won't get it. The woman I knew 5+ years ago would have never treated living, breathing creatures like this. I don't even know who she is anymore. She's such a liar that I have no idea what's the truth when she's talking to me. The school is on the verge of taking her to court for educational neglect. She keeps them out until dawn door dashing, and then they sleep until 4 p.m. and do it all over again. The kids don't have friends or social lives. They barely know how to act around people. I'm so disgusted and sad. My sister was my best friend, but I can barely look at her without feeling like I'm going to be sick. Our parents have washed their hands of this and don't want to be involved anymore. They've tried everything I have and have given her so much money because she refuses to get a job. I don't want them to be mad at me for calling, but I didn't see them doing it. I have 2 kids of my own to take care of, and taking on my nibblings would completely disrupt the household, but if they get removed from her care, I'd rather they came to me while she gets help. Our grandmother just died. Now I feel even more guilty for calling because she was close to her, and her mental health is already in the toilet. I feel so lost and alone in this. /relevant comments. Additional info from Op. Her children's father, biological father of only one child but raised the other child, died unexpectedly in 2020. He did everything for her. Cooked, cleaned, took care of the kids' school, parenting, and hygiene, and took care of the kids in their in-home daycare. They weren't really together by the end of his life, as he was an alcoholic, and he was removed from the household legally after he started being investigated for child pornography. Her life is a mess. But losing the stability that he gave her absolutely rocked her. Things crumbled when he was removed from the home, and the responsibility was shifted to her. Then, when he died, it made it a lot worse, as she still loved him. Commenter. You absolutely did the right thing. It's a tough thing to do, but those children are suffering, and so are the animals. Op's response. The animals don't even see daylight. They're caged and kept in a bathroom. 2 of her dogs have died mysteriously and were just left to rot. She won't let me in to see their current condition, but her friend tells me one has a huge mass, is very sick, and needs to be put down. Commenter 2. My family had to do something similar with my own sister. She had over 30 dogs in an infested household, and my nibblings were locked in their room from the outside for the majority of the day and weren't allowed to leave except to use the bathroom every few hours. They weren't going to school and had already been on individualized education programs that weren't being followed. My sister had become a user and was no longer the same person we grew up with. There's no shame in what you've done, and the guilt isn't yours to bear. Those children need the best chance to succeed, and the environment they are surrounded by right now isn't it. You made a hard choice, but it was the right one for those kids. Op's response. Wow, that sounds so similar to our situation. She did have 4 dogs and 2 cats, but they have been mysteriously dying over the last few months. She now has 2 dogs and 1 cat. Her children aren't locked in their rooms, but they aren't able to go out with friends or have friends over. They are very isolated from the outside world. I don't know how people can think these behaviors are okay. How broken can your moral compass be? Commenter 3. If there has been such a radical change, it's possible that she got postpartum depression, or even psychosis at this point, after the last birth, wasn't diagnosed, and it settled in. Did the change of behavior occur after the birth of one of her kids? If your sister is a danger to herself or others, you don't need her approval to have her admitted into a psychiatric hospital. Op's response. Her children are 9 and 13. Her children's father died a year and a half ago, and while she was unwell before then, his death really rattled the entire family. He did the cooking, cleaning, and made sure the kids went to school for 10 years. When she started having to do it herself, everything was just chaos. So, while I believe it's not the entire reason, it is at least a huge piece of it. I just want her to get treatment. Commenter 4. He did all the housework? What did she do? Op's response. Basically nothing, if I'm honest. They had an in-home daycare, and he did all the work with that too. Commenter 5. The only concern is that you didn't do this sooner. Those children are being severely neglected. Op's response. Things didn't come to a head until about a year ago. I have spent thousands of dollars cleaning and hiring people to help her. I thought I could fix her. I wish I had called sooner, but it took a lot of detective work and money spent on my part to get to this point. Update 1 day later. Since people have been asking to be brought along for the ride, I have heard absolutely nothing about animal control from my sister or from the animal control officer that I spoke to. He was going to stop in Monday morning, and it's now Wednesday afternoon. I'm not sure if maybe he did stop in and nobody told me, but there's nothing really to update there. I've also not heard anything about DCF or CPS. My sister's best friend has been keeping me updated on what's happening. She has also been trying to clean up her house and has been driving 2 hours to bring my nibblings to school so that my sister doesn't need to. I do not agree with this, though I am glad that they are going to school. I told her friend that she needs to not bail her out, because if she can't do these things without her, then we're not really helping her. I've been right where she is. She is basically me 6 months ago. Her best friend is not only driving 2 hours, both ways, to help my sister, but she has taken time off of work to clean her house. I don't think she can get very far on her own, but my niece somewhat has a bedroom floor now. She's also been sending me things to post on the marketplace to sell, including a rabbit enclosure that I had no idea she had. That one mysteriously died as well, I'm told. The kids have gone to school the last 3 days, late, because of my sister's friend. I fear she is just making the problem worse by doing it for her, but at the same time, the kids need to go. It's such a hard place to be. She told me that my sister is still sleeping, and it is currently 2 p.m. because she was door dashing all night. I don't know how she plans to keep this up. Thanks everyone for the kind words and advice. It's been so nice and encouraging to read through. You have no idea how much it helps. Second update 2 days later. My sister is very upset with me because I told our mother that her children aren't going to school, even after the meeting she had with the school telling her she has until the 19th to clean up her act or they're taking her to court for educational neglect. My mother wasn't happy with her and called her and told her off, to which my sister told her to lose her number. She is still not speaking to me, but she will get over it. She probably won't get over the CPS thing though. I haven't heard anything from them or from animal control, and she hasn't said anything about it. So it's still a waiting game. The school made a plan with her to have the kids at school at 7:15 because she told them the problem is that the kids don't want to go and be watched when they walk in, because she is constantly late bringing them to school and they're walking in midday, and every day this week they have been at least an hour and a half late, despite her best friend's efforts. Her best friend has been keeping me updated on things, and she has been driving 2 hours each way in order to bring the kids to school. When she stayed the night, she slept in the garage because the smell of urine and feces was so intoxicating. Her best friend went back home last night to get some rest before she starts work again tomorrow. She took a week off of work for my sister. It's currently 9:30 a.m., and I haven't seen her location move from her house, so I know that her kids are probably not going to school today. She told me getting up wasn't the problem, but her best friend told me she's been staying up all night door dashing and sleeping until 2 to 3 p.m. while she brings them to school. What is her plan now that her friend went back to her own life? Her best friend is where I was a year ago. She thinks she can fix her. She bought the kids new clothes for school because none of them fit, and has attempted to clean her house. She spent 12 hours cleaning and has hardly made a dent. She found 2 huge dead rats in common areas that the dogs have been peeing on, probably to mask the smell. I'm so effing disgusted. She told me her kids are not going anywhere and to stop rearranging my house for them, but she is not doing anything to make any changes for her kids. I want the kids here so badly. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Where is the kid's father? He should be notified of what's going on. If he's a good dad, he will fight for them. Even if calling CPS doesn't work, take a video of the trashed house and send it to the news and post it on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, saying mom refuses to clean up after her kids. Watch, it will be a complete 360 after this. Ops response. I have another post if you go to my profile, and I talk about it. The man who raised my nibblings was removed from the home 2 years ago for child porn allegations, which she says he was cleared of, but, to which he then promptly dropped dead in the street. Literally. The biological father of the older child hasn't seen him in 11 to 12 years and doesn't care to. Op adds an edit to her post. I have just called CPS again. I gave them all of the new information that I have from her best friend, as well as sent them pictures of the kids' bedrooms. There is a pellet gun on the floor in one of the pictures, and I'm sure they won't take kindly to that. I also told them about the moldy, unusable fridge, broken oven, cake urine and feces all over everything, and the huge dead rats that were found. I hope they get in there quickly. Commenter 2. What a wonderful aunt you are. Are you able to care for them yourself? Sadly, it seems that you're a better parent than their own mother. I would hate to see them go into the system because of an irresponsible mother, when they have a loving aunt standing by. Ops response. I'm in nursing school, work, and have 2 children of my own. I want them to come with me, but I'm worried about my sister turning my life upside down and needing a restraining order or something. I don't know if it would be better if they went to a neutral place. If all of that is happening, I won't be able to focus on my studies. If I don't do well in school, I'm failing my own children. So, it's all a big ol' mess. Up to another commenter. I'm hoping they will be allowed to be placed with me. If she has the choice, she might say no just because she's angry with me. We are usually very close, but now that I'm pushing her, she is shutting down on me. Op adds a second edit to her post. I called and spoke to the school. She did not get them to school, and ignored all of their calls, texts, and emails. She didn't even bother to tell anybody that they weren't going. This is against their agreement and doesn't bode well for her. The front desk lady seemed frustrated as well and seemed very well informed of the situation. They've really given her every opportunity to get them to school. She is still giving me the cold shoulder. I texted her and asked if she needed me to bring the kids to school tomorrow and that I'd give them breakfast. Nothing. The principal is supposed to give me a call back at some point, and they will potentially start doing welfare checks with the police when they don't show up. I am one of the kids' emergency contacts, and so they were more than happy to talk to me and seemed on the same page. I asked earlier this afternoon about doing one today, and it seemed like they might since I requested it. I have yet to hear anything, so I'm not sure if they did or not. I'm going to call and do the same thing tomorrow on my lunch break at school. I won't give up. Commenter 3. So hold on, why hasn't CPS realized these kids aren't being taken care of? Good Lord. Op's response. My sister is really good at dancing around the truth. She hasn't allowed anybody in the house. At this point, they will need a warrant. Commenter 4. Did CPS ever visit after the first call? How were the living conditions then? Also, how did she know you called? Op's response. No, they didn't. She's been on their list for a good year and they've never gone in the house. She fostered a baby for a little while, a whole other story, but the baby is no longer there, and she had every excuse in the book why they couldn't go inside, and they just let her. Commenter 5. Any updates? Op's response. Her friend is now unsending all of her Facebook messages. I'm guessing something happened. Third update 1 day later. I'm not sure if I should keep making new posts, or add on to the ones I've already made? Someone let me know lol, I don't know how this works. I called and talked to the school for the second day in a row. She did not get them to school yesterday or today, and slept through all phone calls from them. I watched her location, and she got home at about 6:30 a.m., and it hasn't moved from there. I'm going to start calling my sister's best friend Janice. Janice called my sister from 7 to 9 this morning until one of my nibblings answered the phone. They said they'd been trying to wake her up for an hour, and she wouldn't get up to bring them to school. Janice says they brought the phone to my sister, and Janice told her to get her ass up. My sister lied and told her she brought the kids to school yesterday, and she'd do it today. Spoiler alert, she didn't. Janice is upset that she's been lying to her, but I think she's always lied to her, she's just realizing it now. Well, fast forward a few hours, I start getting a notification for every message that is being deleted by Janice, incriminating my sister. Dozens of messages, including pictures. Luckily, I had most everything saved already at that point. I asked what she was doing, and she ignored me for a bit, and then I get a call from her. She's crying and upset and says, "What did you do?" I played completely dumb. Apparently, my sister called her ripping mad, screaming, saying that CPS got involved and hung up on her. She thinks Janice is the one who called. I do feel pretty bad about that. I have no idea if they showed up or if they called, but it didn't sound good. She has an inspection coming up, but we are unsure of when. I wish I knew what went down. All I know is that they mentioned the things Janice had told only me, so it'll come back to me eventually. It doesn't sound like she let that on to my sister. If somebody showed up to her house, I'm sure she refused to let them in, which is an obvious red flag. Her porch looks terrible, and there's trash and feces all over outside, so I'm sure that was another rock in her sack. We have our grandmother's funeral tomorrow morning, and if she gets her ass out of bed at 8:30 tomorrow morning, doubtful, it's going to be one awkward family reunion. Janice is also going. I'm crapping bricks. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. So Janice is trying to cover this up to save your sister? Am I understanding that right? If that's the case, she is complicit in the abuse. Full stop. Op's response. Yes, and I think she's starting to realize that I'm using it against my sister. Commenter 2. So Janice is more worried about how this makes your sister look to CPS than about what it's doing to her kids? She was totally fine with everything that's going on, to the extent of being willing to share it with you, until it can be used by CPS? She's more upset about your sister lying about taking the kids to school than she is about her. Not taking the kids to school and living in filth. Sounds like a bad person. Op's response. Her priorities are definitely messed up. Op adds an edit to her post. I just messaged her other close friend, who also happens to be a social worker. She's helping me get in touch with their social worker. No, the friend hasn't seen the house in a good year or two. Fourth update 1 day later. She did not make the funeral. Janice drove 2 hours to drag her out of the house, but she refused to go. Now Janice is cleaning up her house while my sister does absolutely nothing. I told her to just give it up, but she thinks she's doing what's best. The DCF inspection is bright and early Monday morning. Janice is doing what she can to hide the evidence. They're both more worried about figuring out who called than the kids' well-being. I'm beyond disgusted. Janice thinks she's being a good ride-or-die friend, but I do not see it that way. I wish I could never talk to either of them again, but my nibblings don't deserve to be isolated. Thanks for listening to my woes. Fifth update 1 day later. My sister has her inspection tomorrow morning. I don't know what time, as she won't tell us. She's done nothing to help this situation. My guess is she will just not let them in, and they will have to get a warrant. If anyone has any insight on how that goes, please let me know. I also sent the DCF a long email explaining everything about Janice, and I have offered my home and time to them should they need me. I'll make a more in-depth update after I find out what happens tomorrow. I'm hoping the social worker gives me a call and updates me. Sixth update 9 days later. I don't even know where to begin. It feels like so much has happened, yet nothing at all. My sister knows somebody called and is blaming Janice and isn't speaking to her. I feel slightly awful because now my sister is speaking to me again and talking crap about Janice. I've been redirecting her as best I can. The only reason she's even talking to me is because she wants to borrow my car. I wouldn't see it again. So I've been just saying it's at the shop, which isn't a lie, but I can pick it up anytime. I just haven't had the time with school and work, but I'm not telling her that. She only talks to us when she needs something like picking up her vape juice and giving her money or a vehicle. I'm trying so hard for these kids, and I just feel like I'm getting nowhere, besides poking the bear. For now, I'm saying let's make the best of it and get some help, but she's yet to make any effort. The only people that know I called are our dad, my partner, and her friend Caroline, who is actually a DCF worker. She's been so helpful through all of this in trying to help me help the kids, in a way that won't cause her to lose her job. And all of you. My sister did not go to the funeral as expected, and she has a meeting on Monday with the school to discuss the kids' truancy again. This was her deadline to start going before they took her to court. I've been calling the school every day, and they've not gone once since Janice stopped bringing them, day 3 of their deal. It's been a few weeks now. They know my phone number now and greet me by name, LOL. My sister managed to dodge her DCF worker 2 days in a row, once she rescheduled, and second, the worker rescheduled. The house still looks horrendous. I dropped off Operation Happiness gifts and food, and I couldn't even get past the front door. It was a dark, dingy, dirty, stinky cave. She's still in denial and says, Janice called DCF on me over a moldy zucchini. She's dead to me. Actually, she's just plain delusional. There's no way she can actually believe that, not when I've seen her house and smelled them all. She even craps on Janice for her cat and kittens and how at least there's not crap and piss at her house. There is. A lot. She just doesn't leave her bedroom. She's not put in a single gram of effort into cleaning her house, but she has spent lots of time trying to figure out who called on her, which is just disgusting. I've told her friend Caroline everything, and she has been trying to talk to her, but my sister has been lying through her teeth to her, which is unhelpful because I've told her absolutely everything. She said she may have to write her own report based on the things I've told and things she's noticed. She gave my information along to my sister's social worker and said to expect a phone call soon, as it's being made a priority. My sister is going to be pissed. I've been dropping hints to her about seeking treatment and easing her into the thought of her kids coming to my house. She's still vehemently against it and says they are not leaving her house under any circumstances. Unfortunately, she does not have that choice, but I need her to comply with our plan once they do get taken. I have no idea how she's going to react, and I'm terrified. Especially terrified for her children. She is not going to make this easy on them, and if she has to go to court, she will get a copy of the affidavit on it that will have my name and exact report that I made. I'm not thrilled for that, but for now, I'm just denying it until I can't anymore. Thanks again for listening to my woes. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Honestly, I would let her believe it's Janice. Don't say a word about it, because you need to be there for those kids. Maybe see if you could convince her to let the kids have a sleepover at your house? Just to give them a break and get them into school, and just in a clean environment. Up, you're strong for what you are doing. Don't back down for the sake of those kids. If their mom isn't in their corner, you need to be. Commenter 2. Good luck, and remember you are doing the right thing. Your sister is ill and does not realize how sick she is. Update us if you can. 7th update 3 years later. 2 years ago, I posted that I called CPS on my sister. The post blew up, and I ended up deleting it because I was afraid my sister would see it with how popular it was getting. I still get messages to this account asking for updates. Everyone was very helpful to me blowing off steam about this, so I feel like I owe everyone an update. It's not great. We have to be careful about what we say and do so that we can still have access to the children. My sister is a textbook narcissist, and she has manipulated them so completely. Here's some background to jog our memories. Hoarder house, they needed to all share a bedroom because they didn't have access to the other rooms in the house. The house is a biohazard. Urine and feces everywhere. Dead dogs, yes, plural, and rats in corners that they couldn't find. Moldy and decayed food everywhere and in the fridge. They had to order out for every meal. My mother and I spent thousands of dollars and hours hiring cleaning services, moving companies, and recruiting friends and family to help. My sister sat at the table vaping and scrolling her phone because it was too overwhelming for her. Her boyfriend had died 2 years before this, and that was her excuse for not getting her crap together for her kids. To this day, she says she didn't help because she wasn't ready. We begged her to get inpatient treatment. She took my niece door dashing at all hours of the night with her drug-using friends, while my nephew stayed at home playing video games. Loaded pellet guns were scattered through the house. Absences from school to the point of daily welfare checks, the principal showing up to bang on the door, and my sister being brought to court. Dogs and cats living in squalor, being made to crap and piss in the house. Sister was actively trying to get pregnant. Probably so much more. Yes, I was in contact with the school daily. Yes, I called the police. Yes, I called animal control. They said there was nothing they could do because she wouldn't open the door. Updates as of today. CPS did absolutely nothing. They said that the kids were not in imminent danger, and that there was nothing that they could do. My sister's enabling friend Janice cleaned up the dead dogs and replaced the floors in those rooms before the CPS worker showed up. I told them this. They didn't care as long as it was done. Janice also cleaned the kitchen and one bedroom, making it almost livable so that the CPS worker could see they had a kitchen and a bedroom. Mind you, there are 5+ rooms in the house that they couldn't access, with dead animals in it. My sister didn't allow the CPS worker in any other rooms, and the worker allowed that. My sister has a new boyfriend in the last 4 to 5 months. He is a drug user with a violent and criminal past who is in and out of jail. My sister is nearly 40, and her new boyfriend is 22. What they get out of this relationship, I am not sure. Neither of them has anything to give. Friend Janice has expressed concerns over the boyfriend's behavior with my 11-year-old niece, i.e., snuggling her alone in the car. My sister and her boyfriend and kids stayed with Janice for a few months after their house became flea-infested and they could no longer stay there, August maybe? Janice eventually kicked them out after they destroyed her house, complained about her asking for help around the house, did not contribute financially, and she needed to keep buying clothes and hygiene products for them all. I have told her to cut her off, but she worries for the kids. During this time, my niece slept in the car because she was uncomfortable at Janice's, and so she slept in a running car every night. The neighbors called the police multiple times. We all assumed my sister lost the apartment, but she is adamant that she hasn't been kicked out yet, only threatened. My mom sent her landlord money and bought another dumpster that is currently sitting outside unused because she is too overwhelmed. My mother is done. They stayed at my mom's for a few days after Janice kicked them out, where my mom bought all of them, including the boyfriend, new clothes. My niece and nephew are now 11 and 16. They have not been to school in over 2 years. After the school got too judgy, her words, she pulled them to homeschool. Our state has no rules or regulations on homeschooling, so there is no reason for her to even fake documents. My nephew is 16 and doesn't even know how many days are in a month. They do not do any schooling, and they have said this to my face. My sister has told us she will get around to signing them up. My nephew is over 300 pounds with high cholesterol and hypertension. He is embarrassed about his weight and depressed. He sleeps and eats all day. My niece was recently hospitalized after she couldn't walk and was so deconditioned and ill that she couldn't function. She was found to have functional neurological disorder from extreme stress. I went to their care meetings at the hospital, and to be severely malnourished and dehydrated. She told the doctors it just started, but they're not stupid. She was too sick. She sat in that car for too long that she atrophied and got edematous. This was going on for much longer than any of us know. My sister never brought her to the doctor for fear of being judged. She brings neither child to their primary care physicians anymore. You guessed it, they're too judgy. Eventually, she was worried my niece would die and brought her to the ER. She had to spend 3 weeks there. The hospital had many concerns but did not call. I had meetings with them and also told them all of this as well. I was really hoping that they would, and it would have more weight coming from them than from me. The boyfriend was staying in the hospital room with them, and the staff had a lot of concerns. He gave my niece pepper spray as a fidget toy, so he says is the reason, and it fell out when the nurse tried to help her to the bathroom. My parents are now divorced because of my sister. Our dad wants nothing to do with her, while my mom wanted to continue helping her because of the kids. I see both of their points of view. There is not a good answer. This has been a bombshell in all of our lives. My sister has burned all of her bridges and is door dashing all day for a hotel room. So that is where they are all staying, including the boyfriend. Either the car, or a hotel room. The car that they keep mysteriously getting into accidents in, and then lying about how it happened. My sister is still actively trying to get pregnant. She recently started on fertility medications and supplements. Where will they keep a baby? In the trunk. The children rarely respond to anyone because she has them drinking the Kool-Aid. They know that their mom could get in a lot of trouble, so they just don't talk. Neither of them has any friends, and they are so isolated from the outside world. I send them lunch money periodically, and my mom buys them clothes. Janice has blocked my sister on everything after she used and abused her too many times, so I don't have that avenue of knowing they are safe anymore. I called CPS again yesterday. I unloaded on that poor reporter. I then called the hospital and left a message with care management that I did it, and that I encouraged them to call and add details of their own. They will never be members of society. My friends are sick of hearing about it, my parents don't want to talk about it, and have washed their hands of it. If by some miracle they actually take the kids this time, the only place they could go is with me or with friend Janice, who is almost 2 hours away. If they went with Janice, I fear it would just allow more enabling behavior. My partner is a stay-at-home dad to our 2 small children while I work 12-hour shifts 3 to 5 times a week, and he is rightfully nervous about adding 2 traumatized children to the mix where he will be the primary caregiver. We would have to completely uproot our lives, which we are willing to do, but it is daunting. I am exhausted. I am angry. I am sad. I am so disgusted with myself and every other adult in their lives that have failed them. /relevant comments. Commenter. Well, this update is depressing. Janice literally ruined the rescue mission, all to end up blocking her anyway. Whole situation is sad. I'm so sorry for everything. Ops response. Tell me about it. I have told her again and again that she needs to stop bailing her out. She will never figure it out because she always has someone to throw her a line. It has gone too far. I love my friends, but you would not find me doing these things for them. To another commenter. I know a few people with connections to our DCF, and I reached out to one of them today. It's just so exhausting. I'm so worried about these kids. Commenter 2. This is just all unbelievably sad. You must be feeling so helpless. Ops response. So helpless. I feel crazy because nobody is acting like the sky is falling, like I am.
Story 11.
My brother and his fiancée of nearly 2 years are planning a wedding that is an etiquette nightmare, and I'm not sure how to handle it. Posted by you/the Dreaming Myriad. This is going to be a wall of text, so I apologize in advance. My 26F brother Andrew, 22M, and his fiancée, Christy, 21F, have been planning their wedding for over a year now. The date is set for April 25th of 2015. Initially, she had asked me to be a bridesmaid, but after she also wanted my daughter to be a flower girl, my husband to be a groomsman, me to do her makeup and engagement photos as a gift to her, and help with details the day of, I felt it was too much on one plate. Also, quite frankly, I can't afford her very specific dress, floor-length ball gown, which she still has not selected, specific shoes, a tuxedo for my husband, a flower girl dress for my daughter, high-quality makeup in her skin tone, and over $500 in photo sittings and editing. It's just too much time and money that I don't have. I sat her and my brother down and gently let them know that I wouldn't be a bridesmaid, though I was honored she chose me, because I didn't think I'd be a good bridesmaid with so much on my plate. They seemed sad but took it well and, until recently, had no further problems. Fast forward to this past weekend. They came over for dinner and talked with me and my mom about their wedding plans. I'm just going to sum those ideas up here. They want to have their ceremony outside. We mentioned that it would almost certainly be freezing. On the same date this past year, It was 30 degrees with a 15 miles per hour icy wind and ice rain later in the day. Christy's response was, "Well, I should be warm in my dress, it's pretty heavy." They have a venue that has plenty of indoor area, so they can get married there in worst case scenario, but they basically have said unless it's snowing or pissing rain, it'll be outside. I'm sure her bridesmaids in their strapless dresses and flip-flops or slippers will love that. As for my 1-year-old daughter, I'm not forcing her to stay out in cold like that in a teen-length dress with no sleeves. I don't know how to politely say, I'm not torturing my daughter or risking her becoming ill because you want a spring wedding in a wintry month. As for the date, they refuse to change it. They've told us that April 25th has no significance, is not an anniversary, and has nothing to do with their relationship. But they will not change it, even though we've gently mentioned, hey, May should be much warmer and would definitely make it easier for an outdoor wedding, especially for your guests. Their response is that April 25th is the date, period. The guests don't matter because it's their day. Okay, fine, whatever. We'll bundle up, I guess. Their plan is to have the ceremony under a gazebo-type structure. A very old family friend got some online thing from some vague church so he could marry people. He loves it. We've all known him since we were young, and he offered to officiate my wedding and wrote a wonderful ceremony for a handfasting for my mom and dad's 25th anniversary/vow renewal, all completely for free. Andrew asked said family friend to officiate, and he accepted. Last night we told Christy and Andrew it's getting closer, so they need to meet up with the officiant so he can do an interview. They both asked, why? We explained that the officiant was a close family friend, that's why they asked him to do it, and he likes to get a feel for the both of you and your relationship so he can officiate a beautiful ceremony. They don't want that. They just want a general do you? Do you? You're now married. Okay, that seems to defeat the purpose of a personal family friend performing it, but if that's what they want. Anyway, then we asked what they were going to give the officiant for a gift. They both said nothing. No gift. Why do they need to give him a gift? They're also not paying him, as he's doing it for free. At this point, my mom and I are afraid to hear more. But we need to know what's going on. So after the ceremony, their plan is to go to a wedding luncheon. With the wedding party only. That would include his parents, her parents, me and the hubby, her bridesmaids, his groomsmen, and the flower girls/ring bearer. This would exclude the officiant and all the other guests, including her brothers and sisters, as well as my sister and brother. At this point, all other guests would be told to go get lunch, and I quote, wherever, and we'll meet back here in a couple hours. At this wedding luncheon, at a restaurant in the next town over that's about 20 minutes away, we are all supposed to foot our own bill. Then we drive back, and we, as in my family, including the ones not invited to the luncheon, set up the decor and everything else for the reception because Andrew and Christy will be getting ready. After we get everything taken care of, there will be cake cutting and dancing. And then the end on the wedding. No food, snacks, nibbles, cocktails, nothing like that will be provided during the course of this wedding. Andrew also dropped the bomb that my grandmother, my father's mom, would not be invited because she didn't remember who Christy was at my daughter's first birthday last month. The backstory on that? Let's start with the fact that she's 80. Then let's go on to the fact that she's met Christy once and only once, almost 2 years ago. Lastly, my grandma had 9 kids. Those 9 kids married? They all had a minimum of 4 children. Many of those children are now married and have children. My grandmother has over 65 grandchildren. I don't even know the exact number, I stopped keeping track years ago, about 10 of whom have recently or are about to get married. She's 80. She has a hard enough time keeping track of how many people are in her family, never mind what their names are. It was absolutely nothing personal that she didn't know Christy's name. She just forgot, it has been 2 years for Christ's sake. So despite her being the only living grandparent we have left, and despite her driving the hour here to make it to Andrew's school performances and sending birthday cards every year without fail to her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, Andrew included, she's now not to be invited. I know this is ranty, but all this plain, bald-faced rudeness is flooring me and I don't know how to handle it. My dad, once we told him his mom wouldn't be invited, was not only hurt but angry. He said he will not go if his mom is not invited. Andrew is insisting on not inviting any of the others from that side of the family, and with such high numbers I can understand, but at least inviting grandma would be polite, not to mention loving. My sister, my mom, and I put together a wedding planning book for them ages ago and gave it to them. It had tips for a small budget, etiquette, timelines, checklists, and a breakdown of what a basic wedding should have. We got info from multiple sources and spent the time collecting and printing it, but it's completely obvious they haven't looked at it at all. It's like they want this big and beautiful wedding, but they pick out anything that costs them money or means they have to work. Gifts for people who do us favors? Nah. Big princess wedding dress? Check. Supplying food and refreshment of some kind? Meh, they can go get Taco Bell or something. Exquisite floor-length gowns with exact matching specified cut and color for wedding party? Check. Paying for said gowns? Nah, too expensive for us, I'm sure everyone else can afford it. Am I being over the top? Is it just me? Or is this really ridiculous wedding behavior? I've been to maybe 6 weddings in my life, attended in 3, fully planned 1, and have helped plan another. I'm all for modern weddings where you throw the whole bride's family pays for this, groom's family pays for that out the window, but typically that cost shouldn't rest on your wedding party, guests, and pretty much anyone that isn't you. How do I explain to them the things that won't fly? I'm not freezing my infant because they're stubborn, and I'm certainly not going to pay for a tux, baby dress, makeup, dinner for me and my husband, and play pack meal to set up and take down their entire reception center. I don't care who you are, it's ridiculous and asking too much. Not that they asked if we would set up, they told us we would. I don't want to ruin their day. I want it to go well, I want everyone to enjoy themselves, but I can't force them to plan better. That's on them. So my question is how to handle it? Christy is super sensitive and takes literally any criticism as a personal attack, so I want to go delicately here. Also, Christy and I work together, so achieving peace here is very important. /relevant comments. Commenter. I was all prepared to say it's their day, let them do what they want, because I'm not one for traditional weddings and such. However, they are wasting people's precious time here. No one is going to want to go to their wedding, leave to get lunch somewhere, and then come back several hours later to watch them dance and get cake. They are demanding a whole day for something that doesn't need it. They should just do a cake and punch thing directly after the ceremony, and be done with it if they don't want to serve a meal to their guests. Ops response. I guess that's where I'm at. Why rent this huge space and try to do the big wedding when what they seem to want is a small one? I don't understand, but they don't see anything wrong with that. Commenter 2. Are they paying for the wedding? Ops response. Her parents bought her dress and offered $2,000 to go towards anything they want. My parents offered to pay for the gazebo, their pick of the huge box of wedding things from a wedding I didn't go through with, and just all around help. My dad is about to be laid off, so my parents can't afford much, but that hasn't stopped my mom from offering to sew flower girl and bridesmaid dresses, buying fabric swatches of their colors so they always have them on hand to pick out matching wedding stuff, and attempting to help with planning. Commenter 3. This is insane. Have they been hitting the sauce? Honestly, if I were in your shoes, I would tell them your boundaries. Yes, I will help with, say, putting on makeup, but the bride needs to pay for all of it. No, I will not let my daughter be out in inclement weather. As for all the oddities and rudeness you've pointed out, maybe you should let someone else step up and talk with them. As your parents are partially footing the bill, I think they can address at least a few things that involve them. Ops response. Discussing it with my mom, it seems like this is the most reasonable option. Commenter 4. Is your brother anything like you? Has he changed to be like her? Does he pander to her every whim? You sound well-adjusted, and everything you say has merit. A wedding is their day, true, but attending it as a guest is literally a gift to the couple in itself. You care enough to attend and be a part of it, that's what they should be grateful for. It seems like they only care for themselves, and everyone else is just their cash cow. The 2 people you've described seem unspeakably selfish. I understand you work with this girl, and he's your brother, but both are young and naive sounding in your post. I am younger than yourself, but older than these 2, and I don't consider myself ready for marriage. These 2 don't seem so either. While you can go for the don't make it your problem approach described here, if my 21-year-old sister was acting this way, I'd be laying some knowledge on her. Perhaps get the couple and your parents together, the core family, and make them listen to your concerns. This wedding will definitely make them lose face with your extended family, and I think usually it's best to avoid that. Ops response. And therein lies the problem. They both are immature. Andrew has always been a little less mature, so when he met Christy, we didn't think it was a big deal that she was too. He definitely caters to her. She'll rip his head off in front of people at work when he brings her lunch, or even in front of my parents in their own home, and he responds with a yes dear or sorry honey. She chose the date, and I think he won't even talk about changing it with her because he doesn't want to fight. Honestly, I don't think they are even remotely ready to be married, but approaching them with that would be a surefire way to get Christy to hate me and Andrew to feel alienated. I try to get info from Andrew and then use that to gently encourage them to strengthen their relationship, because I really do want them to be happy. But I think they've both encouraged habits in one another that have only served to prevent maturity and growth. For instance, Andrew was offered free couples counseling through his work. They had been having trouble communicating, so Andrew thought it would be good to go. Christy refused to go after the first visit because it was uncomfortable and she didn't like it. I mentioned that counselors don't solve all problems, but they can give you tools to succeed, like solving conflict, healthy confrontation methods, and communicating with I statements rather than you. I crap you not, this is what she said to me. Yeah, well, I don't like that because I like to blame people for my problems. Plus, when we fight, I don't like talking it out, I just want to hide in the bedroom. Basically, I just said, well, you'll never have a healthy relationship that way, and left it at that. But Andrew won't push issues like that. He just says she doesn't want to and leaves it there instead of finding a way to get her to go. We can't stop them from getting married, even though we know it would be better for them in the long run. So we try to be supportive, but I think my family and I need to start teaching him and her how we should be treated, starting with putting our feet down on ridiculous wedding demands. Adds an edit to her post. I sincerely appreciate all of you taking the time to weigh in and offer advice. Just knowing that I'm not the only one thinking this is rude and crazy helps. After talking to my parents and showing them this thread, they decided to talk to Andrew this weekend about a select few things. They should put that they're not serving any food or refreshment on the invite so people know they won't be fed, as this isn't typical for a wedding. Grandma really should be invited. The officiant, since he is an old friend and is doing it for free, needs a gift. As for me, I'm going to set some boundaries with this wedding, mainly with what I will and won't do and how my daughter will be kept warm during the wedding. I will post a real update on the convo with my brother after it happens. Thanks again, everyone. Update 4 days later. So Christy actually texted my mom in a panic on Tuesday night because her mom had added some names she didn't know to the guest list of her side of the family. My mom just told her that she could help her and had her come over to talk. Christy brought over her wedding planning book and sat down with me and my mom. My mom asked her about the wedding plans, confirming that they intended to have no meal, that all the wedding party would pay for their own meal, etc. Christy confirmed. My mom, the saint of offering constructive criticism in the nicest way possible, said to Christy, I worry about this plan potentially hurting feelings, on your family's side as well. Do you mind if I explain why I think that? Christy was pretty receptive. She said she didn't want anyone to have their feelings hurt and asked what was offensive. My mom posed this rhetorical situation. I guess you got this idea from my sister. Okay, Christy. Imagine your parents invited you over for Christmas. You drive the 3 hours to their house, you dress in your best Christmas sweater, and you show up with gifts. Everyone is happy to see you and you hug and visit for a while. Your parents and some of your family then tell you that they are going to dinner. You can't come, but you can go to McDonald's or something. They let you know they'll be back in about 2 hours, so just hang out in the yard or wherever. When they get back, they let you back in the house so you can watch them eat the Christmas cookies they made for themselves, open only their presents, and play some Christmas music. Once that's all done, they say, thanks for coming, see you next year. And boot you out the door. Would your feelings be hurt? My mom is a funny and lighthearted storyteller, so at this point, Christy had laughed a couple times, with a kind of sad note in there, and also said, oh, several times as well. Christy spoke up and said she absolutely understood how that related to their current wedding plans. Seriously, it was like until that moment, she could see literally nothing wrong with their plans. She explained that they pretty much only had the budget of the $2,000 her parents were giving her to work with, and she was afraid a meal would cost too much. She also expressed frustration that Andrew didn't really help with the planning, he just kept saying, whatever you want when she asked for his opinion. My mom and I explained that Andrew probably just wanted the day just the way she wants it because it's always stressed that it's the bride's day. We gave her some tips for engaging Andrew to really get his input. At this point, she had really broken down and we were able to see her a little more for what she is, a young and naive 21-year-old girl, granted, with a bit of a passive aggression issue, in way over her head, running on little to no help with an event she has no idea how to plan. After chit-chatting a little bit, we talked about different ways to pull off an affordable wedding. We pitched ideas, and she either said she loved it, she'd think about it, or no. She liked the idea of having a small ceremony with the 50 people they really wanted to be there. After that, there would be a luncheon, provided by them this time. After that would be the reception, where the guests her mom added and anyone else that wasn't really close to them could come to celebrate. There would be a light refreshment for that. She is really not concerned about what the luncheon is, but would like it to be as low cost as possible, but not tacky either. My mom, my sister, Christy, and I are going to brainstorm in the next few weeks and look at prices to see what we can find within their budget. Then we'll all get together and let Christy, and Andrew, if he decides to join, decide which ideas she likes best for both the luncheon and the reception refreshment. Oh, and as for Grandma, when Christy handed over the guest list from Andrew, she was on there at the bottom. We hadn't talked about it, but he must have realized that Grandma deserved to be at his wedding. On my part, I mentioned to Christy I was worried about my little one in inclement weather, and she said they had decided they would plan on doing the ceremony indoors because it was likely the weather would be bad. She still wants to reserve the gazebo just in case it's nice, but she seems much more realistic about the weather situation now. I'm also going to buy grocery store makeup for her makeup for the wedding, nice stuff but not too pricey. And I've let her know that my hands will be full with the baby, so takedown and setup of decor and such will be next to impossible for me. Both my mother and I suggested requesting the help of their bridal party, groomsmen and bridesmaids, to help with the things that needed to be done the day of. She said she was sure that they would be willing to help, but that she'd ask. Many of them are young, single, and childless, so hopefully they'll be more able to help out. She also was asking about a bridal shower. One of her sisters had already volunteered to throw the dough party, but no one in her family had made mention or offered to throw her a bridal shower, so my mom and I are talking about doing that. When I was, almost, married, I had 2 bridal showers, and people were offering to throw one for me left and right. I feel badly that her family is not doing that. All in all, I feel much more comfortable with what I've agreed to do for them, and I'm happy that we were able to help Christy. In the original thread, u/half-ashalash and Solo mentioned that all their plans had been met with negativity. I think this caused them, especially Christy, to shut down and just say, "Screw everybody, this is our day." Really, they just don't know how to plan a wedding, and we all could see that. Rather than seeing that we wanted to help, I think they just heard the negativity of it. Sitting Christy down and explaining that we had some ideas that we thought could help, and that we in no way wanted to force her to do anything she didn't like, well, it helped a lot. We let her know that she should say no if she hated an idea or if she felt we were getting too involved. We still think they need to plan their own wedding, but we've also become more approachable for help in this regard too. No, we're not going to plan the wedding, but if they're stumped on something or want input, we've offered to help if we can. We'll see as time goes on whether they stick with it or if they fall back into the we don't care about anyone else mode. I still feel that they have a lot of growing up to do, and hopefully they can do it together and build a lasting relationship for the rest of their lives. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Your mom handled it so much better than I would have. Commenter 2. It's awesome that you guys could all sit down together and help her come to these realizations. Hopefully, the day will go off without a hitch, be tasteful and frugal, and everyone will have a good time. Second update 4 months later. So much has happened in these past 2 weeks. Last Sunday, Christy told Andrew she wanted to come over and talk with him and my mom. Andrew assumed it was about wedding stuff because they were getting only a couple months away from the wedding, and they had not really done anything. So they could hear and go to talk in private with my mom. I was playing with the baby in the front room, and I could hear yelling and arguing coming from the back room they were in. I was worried they were having a brawl back there, but just figured they'd work out whatever the hell was going on. Well, they both left, and my mom fills me in. Christy didn't want to talk wedding. She brought Andrew over to tell him, in front of my mom with no prior warning, that she wasn't sure if she wanted to marry him anymore. She wrote a list of 4 things to show my mom that Andrew is doing or has done wrong that she thought couldn't be resolved. My mom told her to keep her list to herself and that they needed to go to couples counseling. At this point, Andrew got really upset because he had tried already to go to couples counseling with her 6 months ago, and she didn't like it because it was awkward, and I hate taking responsibility for stuff. I'd rather just blame someone else. For the record, that is not a joke or exaggeration, she literally said that out loud and didn't see a problem with it. Andrew also blew up because I guess when he had proposed to her, she had been hinting at it and pushing for it. He basically asked her why she wanted him to ask her just so she could break it off 2 months before. Anyway, I obviously knew they were having issues and just kept my space. Even though Christy seemed to be trying to pull my mom into it, my mom agreed it was their business, and told them to get into therapy ASAP if they wanted to stay together. My brother gets counseling free through work, so they went to 1 session last week. I don't know how that went, I didn't ask. Oh, I forgot to mention. The Thursday before Christy called off the wedding, she went on an all-day hike alone with an old friend. He had been out of state for the past 2 years, Mormon missionary, and she wanted to catch up. They spent the whole day together in the mountains alone, and she posted on Facebook about how awesome it was. It actually pissed off almost everyone close to her, even her sister who thinks she does no wrong, because she's been vocal in the past about how opposed she is to Andrew even talking to a member of the opposite sex. She would literally yell at him and harass him about talking to old friends who just happened to be female or mentioning that he saw a friend in the grocery store and said hi. But no, it's okay for her to spend a whole day in the mountains with a dude. I complained to my sister but said nothing, until that Saturday, Valentine's. I asked Andrew what his plans were for the night, and he said, "Oh, Christy and her friend and I are going to dinner." Friend? He says, "Yeah, Zach, he just got back from a mission." So, same guy. I asked him if he was okay sharing his Valentine's Day dinner with another guy, and he basically said, "Yeah, they're friends, so I want to meet him and he wants to meet me." I was shocked, really, but Andrew is trusting of her, so he's never been possessive like she's been with him. Next morning, Christy isn't sure if she wants to marry Andrew anymore. I work with Christy, for those who don't remember, and the next day she's telling people that she and Andrew haven't broken up. Yet. That it's just the wedding. For now. The day after that, she chopped all of her hair off in this really strange and unflattering haircut. Again, this is a thing she would get after Andrew for. He's always enjoyed putting bright colors in his hair, and he wanted to be daring and do his whole head a muted navy blue. She told him no. But then it's okay for her to go chop her hair to 1 inch long in the back and maybe 3 inches in the front. The day after that was the therapy session. Andrew seemed optimistic. That weekend, this past one, Christy mentions at work that she is going to visit her mom for the weekend. Her mom has always disliked Andrew, and I figured her mom would talk her out of the relationship permanently, but my brother was so tortured at this point that I thought that might be for the best. Cue this morning. I asked Christy at work how her weekend went, and she says, "Not good. Andrew and I broke up." I just said I was sorry about that and went back to work because I was not expecting that response and didn't know what on earth to say to that. I had no idea that they broke up, so I was then worried about how my brother was doing. She then goes on to say this massive paragraph, but the rest of the weekend was okay. Me and Zach hung out until way late Saturday night just talking. He had his homecoming in the morning. He's the only person that really knows what's going on with me and Andrew. He was really nice and just listened to me. We were laughing because I found a gray hair in his hair, and he was totally freaking out. Then we went to the homecoming in the morning, of course. I only went for the main meeting, so then I went to his house and waited for him to get home from church, which was awkward, but it was only his aunt and grandma there. But then we had the luncheon afterward and whatever, and it was fun. I was tired when I got home, so I took a nap. At this point, my work friend Alicia is just staring at me, waiting for my response. She looked at me like I was a grenade with a pin out. I couldn't even gather a thought or sentence to say, so Alicia pipes in and says, "I thought you were visiting your family this weekend?" See, I was. That's who I stayed with. Well, did you even spend time with your family? See, well, I did talk with my mom on Saturday and stuff. But mainly it was about Zach's home thingy? See, well, yeah. Christy continued to babble about various things, like how she was now going to head to California because her friend had offered to fly her out there. She couldn't go before because Andrew couldn't afford the airfare to go too. She was just so damn happy, it made me sick. When her sister arrived at work, yeah, I work with 2 of these beaches, they talked about Christy moving in with her sister and when and how and all that jazz. I stepped out to call my mom, and she told me immediately that she was helping Andrew move his stuff out of the apartment as we spoke. I told her to do it fast before Andrew changed his mind. My mom packed up all the wedding stuff Christy had not been coming over to work on and dropped it at our work once she'd finished helping Andrew. She literally dropped the box and shoved it towards Christy with her foot. I think my mom did not appreciate Christy's cheery, "OMG hi," that she had used when my mom walked in the door. My mom was taking my sick little girl to the doc since I couldn't get time off work, so she came for the insurance card and left after. Christy and her sister went in the back room and tittered for a while after the unceremonious drop-off from my mom. How she's a horrible person and all that, I'm sure. I somehow remained calm through all this. I mean, I'm at work. This is personal crap, and I didn't want to talk about it in a professional place. But also, I'm so effing relieved. Christy is messed up. Her whole family has narcissism issues, and I'm so glad my brother doesn't have to tolerate her constant criticism, gaslighting, and verbal abuse anymore. He's now back home, and he is doing so well considering how fresh this all is. He told me he realized last week that it probably was over, but he wanted to give the therapy a shot. I think he also wised up about Zach. Near the end of my shift, I went to the bathroom. Thinking that urination somehow rendered me deaf while only being feet away, I heard Christy complaining that Andrew had just texted her and said, "So were you really staying with your parents? Or with someone else?" She was denying doing anything physical with this guy but did admit she'd been spending all her time with him lately. She definitely lost her effing weird peppy attitude after that text. I think it's because you can't play poor me when you're guilty of carrying on an emotional relationship with another person. Anyway, writing it all out gives me a peaceful feeling. I'm so heartbroken for Andrew, but he dodged a bullet. He wants to continue pursuing personal therapy through work so he can resolve the problems he felt he had in their relationship, thus avoiding them in a future relationship. I no longer have to tolerate a toxic person in my personal life. However, I do have to tolerate her and her borderline demonic sister at work. I feel I can handle this by simply reminding them to keep their personal crap home and be professional at work. I'm pretty sure I can handle it if they start being disrespectful towards him or my family at work. /relevant comments. Commenter. It was awkward, and I hate taking responsibility for stuff. I would rather just blame someone else. Holy crap, people say that? Andrew definitely dodged a bullet. Ops response. This is something she said on multiple occasions in front of me and my coworkers. It's just surreal to me. I don't understand how you can seem so self-aware, yet continue to behave in a fashion you are admitting is wrong. Commenter 2. This girl is an immature, self-centered piece of mess. Try to convince Andrew to block her on everything and not talk to her again, so there's less chance they will get back together. She might try to come crawling back to Old Faithful once the thing with Zach falls through. Ops response. I'm already getting that vibe. Luckily, Andrew is pretty steadfast to his word. He's dated a complete crazy before and did so well when she came crawling back. I'm sure Christy will be back as well. I think Zach is new and exciting, but the novelty will wear off. They do still have to sort out their lease, but once that's done, he has no reason to talk to her at all. We got everything out of the place today, so he gets to come back to the family home, back in his old room, and she gets to go to a now half-empty apartment alone. It'll set in pretty quick that he's not coming back. Commenter 3. He's dated a complete crazy before. So this is a trend for him? Maybe he should get into counseling on his own to find out why. Ops response. The complete crazy was his first serious girlfriend. He actually had a couple of really healthy, though short, relationships between the first crazy and this crazy, but those all ended because they decided friends were better. He does want help from the therapist to spot early warning signs of incompatibility and unhealthy attitudes. He also wants to learn when to quit. Really, all of us kids have had at least one relationship that has seriously sucked. I think it's because our parents had their conflicts and always resolved them. My mom taught us compromise and conflict resolution when we were young. All issues were solved by talking it out, apologizing, and hugging afterward. This has been awesome help for me in my life, but when you're in love with someone who doesn't compromise or resolve conflicts, it can be detrimental. You're trying to compromise, but don't realize those things don't work if only one person is doing all the compromising and apologizing. We've all just had to learn that you should work at having successful relationships, within reason. Commenter 4. Oh wow. Andrew is really lucky, and you and your mom sound like pretty awesome people. The only annoying thing is now having to deal with them at work, but it sounds like you have a solid plan for any drama. I hope she plans on converting to Mormonism soon though. Nothing is gonna happen between her and her boy toy Zach until that happens. Ops response. My boss has made it clear on several occasions that he won't tolerate gossip and personal attacks at work. That hasn't stopped Christy's sister several times, but they're so passive-aggressive that if you say anything about them being inappropriate, they shut up and do things like slam doors instead. Maturity levels run super high in her family. Commenter 5. This girl is nuts. Willfully so, meaning, she isn't actually crazy, but is so self-centered and deluded that she chooses to act like a sociopath to people she claims to love. In regards to her deserved justice, I think she will get a bit of a wake-up call with Zach. A returned Mormon missionary might date and flirt with a girl like her, but unless she is willing to turn her life upside down and convert and stuff, I very much doubt she will end up marrying Zach either, though correct me if I'm wrong. I just can see her getting very upset when the man she left Andrew for tells her she isn't right for him either, and I'm a bit ashamed to say it's making me feel warm and fuzzy. Best of luck to you and your family op. It sounds like your brother is lucky to have such a loving support system, even if he was unlucky in love. I'm glad he's pursuing therapy, as I personally understand destructive patterns in dating. Ops response. She is basically an ex-Mormon. In assuming he would never date or marry her, I think you're correct. She's not a virgin, lived with a man out of wedlock for a year, and in many young Mormon eyes, she's used goods. I completely disagree with that mindset, but in her case, I get the warm fuzzies thinking about it as well.
Story 12.
AITA for only staying with my dad when I come home for breaks, since my stepdad said he doesn't like me being at my mom's. Posted by you/background heater. I, 21F, am in my junior year of college. I go to school 3.5 hours away and usually only go home during breaks. My parents have been divorced since I was 7. Both are remarried with other kids. My mom, 47F, is married to Rich, 48M, and they have 2 sons, 8 and 10. My dad, 50M, and stepmom, 45F, have a 12-year-old son, and I have 2 stepsisters, 22 and 24. I had a good childhood, though, and always got along with everyone, I thought. Before I left this summer, Rich was coaching my brother's soccer team and gave me his phone so my younger brother could play a game on it. At one point, the phone shut off, so I plugged it into my battery pack. When it turned back on, there was a text from his brother saying, "Yeah, that's rough, but at least she's gone most of the time." I saw the text it was responding to, and it basically said that Rich always preferred when I was at my dad's house, and said all step-parents probably feel the same way, so he doesn't feel bad. I didn't snoop anymore and gave the phone back to my brother. I still plan on seeing and hanging out with my mom and brothers, but I told her I was just going to stay at my dad's on breaks from now on. I didn't tell her why, but I always hated having 2 houses anyway. I never wanted to just pick one because I loved them both, and they always said they all loved me being there and missed me when I was gone. I feel stupid for believing them, but I guess that's growing up. I told my dad and stepmom it was because my mom was having work done on her house, and they're thrilled I'll be staying there, I think. My mom is upset, but I told her it will just make things easier. I don't want to start a fight between her and Rich, and I won't make a big deal about anything. I plan on living at home for a while after I graduate to save money, and it'll just be easier to go towards just staying at one house anyway. I know my mom's sad, but I think this is the best for everyone and will make the most people happy. My boyfriend thinks I should just keep staying at both, but I don't know. I'm excited about just having one place to stay. But am I the jerk for not staying at my mom's part of the time? Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Not the jerk. You get to decide how you spend your breaks, but you are going to create a needlessly complicated relationship with your mom if you never tell her the real reason for your choices. I wonder if your stepmom might feel the same way sometimes? Letting your stepparents define your relationship with your parents based on their secret confessions seems like a bad idea, particularly if you never express it. Op's response. She says she loves it when I'm there, and the house doesn't feel the same if me or either of my stepsisters are gone. But yes, I worried for a while that neither of them liked me being there and kind of freaked out lol. Maybe because she has other kids, and Rich doesn't? But yeah, maybe my stepmom would prefer if I just stay at my mom's and won't say. But then I have nowhere to stay lol. Commenter 2. I think you need to sit down and have a serious conversation with your mom and stepdad. It is entirely possible that this is mostly benign venting, and yes, some step-parents find having stepchildren, who are only there occasionally and who have a significant age gap with the other children, to be awkward. Or it could be indicative of a serious problem. But being the bad guy, letting your mom think you are the one creating distance, is not going to end well. Approach it non-confrontationally, but you need to get it out in the open. Op's response. I just feel like telling my mom would either cause issues in her marriage, which I don't want, or she might agree like someone else says, and I don't think I would like to know if she agrees with Rich about this, to be honest. Commenter 3. What a hard situation, and you should only stay where you feel most comfortable. But, in my opinion, you should tell your mom the truth. Not the jerk. But if you were your mom, would you want your kid to tell you? Op's response. I don't know, probably not. Someone else mentioned my mom might actually agree with Rich and prefer when I'm not there, so I don't want to ask her because if I found that out, I'd be upset. Edit. I don't know why everyone is so mad at me about that. I'm just being honest. I'm not arguing with anyone. Commenter 4. You are the jerk. You just decided to read some texts without any particular reason, and then you chose to punish your mother without explaining why. People have bad days and rough patches sometimes, but is your stepfather truly a bad person, or has he mistreated you? Or are you jumping to conclusions to stir up drama? Op's response. I didn't choose to read the message. It popped up when I was helping my brother, and I saw my name, and of course I'd read it. I'm human, lol. He was never cruel to me, but knowing that he thinks this way explains a lot of the things he's done and said throughout my life. Op adds an edit to her post. I really don't know if I'm ready to talk to my mom about this, guys. We had some rough years when I was a teenager, and it's a little better now, but it would be devastating to find out she felt the same way. When I say I'm an adult, it just means that I don't depend on her anymore, not that I think I'm mature. If I was, I would probably have already told her and not asked Reddit lol. But that's not going to be an easy discussion, and I'm already hurting a lot. I know she's hurting, too, but I'm still the kid, and I'm just saying that it's going to hurt a lot. I'm probably going to tell her, I just can't right now. I'm sorry. Update 6 days later. I posted a few days ago about accidentally seeing a text on my stepdad's phone of him saying that he preferred for me to be at my dad's, so I decided that when I come home from college I would only stay with my dad. Everyone told me to tell my mom, some nicely but some not. I really didn't want to do that. But sorry I came across as argumentative. It wasn't on purpose, it was just like, the thing is that it felt like way more people cared about my mom's feelings over mine. And I get it, I've always done that too, but I've been working on it. But I took all of your advice and talked to my mom. I wish I hadn't. She had called me a few times about Thanksgiving and the plan, and then was telling me I should just stay with them. So I told her that I just felt like Rich doesn't love it when I'm there. I didn't tell her about the text. I just knew she'd yell at me and accuse me of snooping, even though I absolutely didn't. I just said I got the feeling that things were easier for them when I stayed at my dad's. She told me that of course it was easier when I wasn't there. It's hard having someone who only lives with you part of the time because it's harder to bond and plan around, and messes up routines. She said it really nonchalantly, like of course it's cold in the winter. I wish she had just left it at that, but then she was saying that I'm too much like my dad and reminded them too much of him. That hurt because my dad has said something similar before, so it's like I can't make anyone happy. She told me that I'm an adult now and should have already realized these things, but that she still loves me and wants me there. But these things are complicated, and she didn't like feeling as if I preferred or picked my dad over her. I got mad. I felt like she was just offending her stupid husband, trying to force me out of their lives and not listening to me. She told me that she defends me to Rich all the time, because blended families are just complicated. I told her I was going to still stay at my dad's then, so she wouldn't have to keep dealing with all that. But she basically insinuated my dad and stepmom probably felt the same way. That hurt a lot, and I hung up on her after asking her to have my back for once in my freaking life. I think I just knew deep down that she felt this way, so I wish I hadn't talked to her about it. I just feel so bad. I wish I had just kept my mouth shut and done my original plan, which was to tell her that my stepsister had asked me to help her with her baby and that's why I was staying there, but I had to make it all worse. I guess she told Rich because he ended up calling me. I didn't answer, but he left a voicemail and apologized. He said he was sorry if anything he did or said made me think that he didn't want me around. He didn't intend for that. But he didn't, deny any of it, so it didn't make me feel any better. I won't be returning his call anyways. I haven't really talked to them since. I texted to ask what the times for Thanksgiving were because every year I have to figure out how to make all of the houses work, but haven't heard back. She does this sometimes, so I'm not too worried. I'm sure she'll reach back out if she feels bad or needs something. I know some people pointed out it's unfair to my stepmom and dad for me to stay with them full time because they probably feel the same way, but I don't have anywhere else I can stay when I'm home. My boyfriend says I could stay with him at his parents', but I don't know how I'd explain that, and they're from Mexico, so I'd need to go home anyways to get my passport. So I'm going to stay at my dad's and just hope that they don't feel the same as my mom and stepdad. But I guess I feel like if even my mom feels that way, it's likely my dad does too, and that sucks to know. Before anyone says anything, no, I'm not going to tell my dad any of this. If you had divorced parents, you'll understand. You can't really complain about the other parent, or they just gloat and make it all about them. Also, I wasn't a bad kid. I had good grades, played sports, had a job, and didn't get into trouble. My parents are just really critical of me. I think I just remind them too much of the other, and as I got older I got sick of always being nitpicked over every little thing I do, so I stood up for myself, and they didn't like that. But I don't regret it. I did talk to my dad. He said he was thrilled I'd be staying with him and that they loved having me there. But sometimes I think he exaggerates. I don't know if he and my stepmom feel the same as my mom and Rich, but if they do, I'd rather not know now. Let's just say I won't be going through my stepmom's phone. I don't know. I graduate next year and figured I'd live at home for a bit to save money. But now I kind of feel like I don't belong at either house in the end. My boyfriend and I have talked about moving to the coast after college, and that would be nice. I feel like all of this has really changed how I view, my entire childhood, and it sucks that maybe I was never really as wanted as I thought. I don't know, it sucks. My boyfriend says I should try to look at it as a good thing, as weird as that sounds. Like freeing? I always felt like I owed a lot to my parents and needed to make them happy, but maybe I don't, and I guess that is kind of freeing. My boyfriend also told my friend he was going to propose in the spring, which is exciting. I am in no hurry though. We've been together for years, but I never wanted to be married before I was 25. But with everything going on, who knows? Top/relevant comments. Commenter. I'd text message Rich and say you accidentally saw the messages he wrote to his brother. You're not going home. I think you assume a lot without actually knowing, and that is part of the problem. You have also told your mom that you assume she doesn't want you, not that you have actual physical proof from her husband that you're not wanted. You are acting like you are the problem here, and being treated like it. I feel as if I am not welcome, isn't the same as I've seen evidence your husband doesn't want me there. Similar with Dad. Honest conversation. If it transpires that he'd rather not have you there, then make other plans. Work the holidays at uni. Go on holiday. Have a Friendsgiving. Better than being unwanted. Find your own peace. Ops response. Yeah, I told her I assumed, and then she freaking confirmed it. What am I supposed to do with that? I didn't have to even say that I had proof. They just admitted it. I won't be able to handle it if my dad tells me the same thing. Commenter 2. Your dad and stepmom do not feel the same way. Your mom is projecting because she knows she and her husband are jerks. You need to have the conversation with your father. Commenter 3. This right here is the answer. She is projecting, just like if you're with a guy who constantly accuses you of cheating. He's probably the one cheating, or girl as it were. They don't want you around, and they're trying to make you feel like nobody wants you around because then it's easier on them. You, inside, knew that your mom already felt like this, and I know it hurts, but it's for the best that you know exactly how she feels. I wouldn't even suggest going to Thanksgiving with her this year. It's going to be really hard to hear that sometimes parents aren't good people. And you're still rather young, so you're still learning this. It's clear she said something to Rich, however, or he wouldn't have called. I'm pretty certain he knows that you saw the messages on his phone and just doesn't want to outright bring it up. Best wishes. Second update 10 days later. I'm 21F and in my junior year of college. My parents are divorced, and I recently had a falling out with my mom and stepdad, so I have only been staying at my dad's when I go home. The falling out was basically because I found out that my mom and stepdad thought it was easier and less stressful when I wasn't there or was at my dad's, so I'm just giving them what they want. At my dad's are Dad, 50M, stepmom Dana, 45F, her daughters Callie, 24F, and Sienna, 22F, Sienna's son Aaron, and my 12-year-old half-brother Sam. Maybe, almost certainly, it doesn't matter, but the house was the one I was born and raised in, and my room there has literally always been my room. It's a 5-bedroom house, and all of us have our own room. Sienna shares with Aaron. I went back this week and had asked to talk to Dana. She took me to lunch, and when we got there, she admitted she had wanted to talk to me, too. Aaron turns 3 soon, and she thinks it would be good for him to have his own room. Since I'm going to be spending half my Christmas break with my boyfriend and his family, she thought it would be sweet to surprise him on Christmas morning with his own room. Which, yes, will be adorable. She said that when I came back in town for whatever, Sienna would share a room with Callie so I would still have my own space. I know I should say of course. Let me help you decorate. And I don't know why I just can't. Like, I am 21, go to school, and only come back for breaks and summers. Of course the kiddo living there all the time should have his own room. Plus, I haven't told them this, but I accepted an internship in the same city as my boyfriend's internship this summer, so I won't be coming home. I don't need a shrine to myself at my dad's house when it could go to better use. And my room is kinda the best room. It has 2 windows and is slightly bigger than the others. And she doesn't know about my falling out with my mom because I haven't told anyone on that side. Also, I might not even move back to my hometown if I get a job where my internship is. But, and I know this is so selfish, I go home randomly, like decide the day before, and even if Sienna actually is fine sharing with Callie, I'd feel like I couldn't just pop home whenever I want. She'd need notice. I was planning on bringing my boyfriend down more since we're getting pretty serious, and I don't think I could do that if I was staying in her room. And I know if I wasn't fighting with my mom, it wouldn't even be an issue because I could just stay there. So that's kind of on me. So I didn't really give an answer. I know if I said something, my dad would stop it. He was saying last night that Callie and Sienna could share a room full time, and there's no point in me moving my stuff. Dana didn't really say anything, but I don't think she agrees with him. I think there's an unspoken understanding that my parents are paying all of my rent and tuition while I'm in school. I work in summers and holidays, but not when I'm in school, and that's just fun money. So it's like they're paying for me to have my own room still low. And Sienna and my dad used to not get along great. Callie was happy for him to be in their lives, but their dad is kinda a piece of crap, and I think anytime my dad did anything for them, Sienna wanted her dad to be doing it. But it's gotten a lot better since she had Sam. My dad helped her a lot in dealing with her jerk ex, and her own dad basically never calls, and they have ended up mending things. So I kind of feel like my dad's shown me I should help family even if you're not a huge fan, and I should do so, too. I'm not asking if I am the jerk, because I know I am. I have a job at home on holidays, and all my coworkers think I should let him have it. My best friend said that it would be the nice thing to do. Obviously, my dad's side is for it. The only person who hasn't said I should is my boyfriend, but it might just be because he's taking my side lol. Sienna and I used to fight all the time, just like we were the same age and pretty different, and I was always jealous she got to spend more time with my dad. And it's been better. But not great. She goes to the same bar as my mom, and I guess told her about it since she doesn't know we're fighting. But now my mom's been texting me like, "See, you'll need to stay with us anyways, so stop being a brat." Sorry I'm rambling. I only get to see my therapist once a month and won't be able to again until December 17th lol. And I'm trying not to annoy all of my friends with my drama. I know I can get annoying and don't want to burn them out. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. Tell your dad and stepmom about the falling out. I read your first post. Your dad and stepmom clearly care about you, your comfort, and your wants. Tell them what happened. As far as the room goes, I have no real advice to give, but if you don't plan on moving back in at any point, it unfortunately makes sense to give up your permanent space for the child who lives there full time. But it really seems like everyone in that house is happy to make space and accommodate you when needed. Op's response. No, it's only once a month and books up. I know it's probably the right thing to do, but also it feels like now I can't move back after school. I don't know how to explain it. Like I'm really on my own now. Commenter 2. If you are planning on bringing your boyfriend around more, I think the most courteous thing to do for everyone involved would be to give the kid your old room and get a hotel with your fun money. You can still go home anytime you want, have your own space, and not feel like you're inconveniencing anyone ever that way. Op's response. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how often I'd come home if I had to book a hotel room every time I came back. I'd probably stay at my mom's before that lol. Commenter 2. Do you see yourself patching things up with her or keeping up no contact? I think if you weigh those options, it might help you make a decision as well. Op's response. I mean, she asked me to get a drink with her last night and I had a bit too much lol. So I spent the night there. So that was annoying, but I got the documents I needed lamau. But I just don't feel comfortable staying there for a long period of time anymore. Third update 3 days later. Holy snow. I had a bunch I wanted to do today and am stuck inside. It's fine, but disappointing. I've had a really bad week. I went home this week for Thanksgiving and wanted to talk to my stepmom. Instead, before I could talk, she ended up asking me if it was okay for me to give up my room for my stepsister Sienna, 22F's son Aaron, who's about to turn 3. Since both my stepsisters, I have another who's 24, and my 12-year-old half-brother also live there and it's only 5 bedrooms, and since I'm only there sometimes, it makes sense. But it was not a good time, and I tried for a few days to try to tell them no, and even told my dad what was going on with my mom. But it was like the decision had already been made, and they just wanted my buy-in. And maybe for me to clean out my room. On Thanksgiving, my stepmom outed me to my dad about how I started taking Wellbutrin recently. My mom and dad are both doctors, but they're surgeons and not psychiatrists, and I hate it when they know my medical business anyways. I don't know how my stepmom even found out. So I ended up taking all of my stuff I care about and leaving early the day after Thanksgiving. I'm back at my apartment where I go to school. It's lonely and snowing, but my boyfriend, 26M, changed his flight so he could come back to town sooner when he found out. I hope he's not delayed, but I'm sure he will be, and I feel bad. I told both my parents I'm not going home for Christmas. I have nowhere to stay despite my mom saying I should just stay with her. I don't want to. I was only going to spend 1 week with my boyfriend's family, but they said I could stay the whole time, so I will. I hope I'm not an imposition, but I'll be helping out as much as I can. So I don't know. I haven't even told them that I got an internship this summer in New York. It was an incredibly competitive one, and all of my friends and their parents know, and that was nice telling them. But I know when I tell my parents, they're going to be mad they found out last, so I keep putting it off. So yeah, here I am stuck in the snow waiting for people to come back into town because my parents suck. Maybe I'll make a snowman friend lol. If anyone knows the best season of 90 Day Fiancé for me to binge on HBO today, I'd appreciate it. Please don't tell me to go to therapy. I already am, and it's just whatever. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. I'm very concerned with how your stepmom found out about your Wellbutrin. Who knew about that? Is there a chance she looked up your medical records? And I'm sorry, please know that your personal worth has nothing to do with your family of origin. Plenty of adults have found family that are just as deep and caring as any blood family. Ops response: I don't know. I'm on her insurance, but I got it from the student health center and used a local pharmacy, so it's not on my chart or in the system for their pharmacy. Commenter 2. Did you have it with you when you visited? If yes, were there opportunities she could have gone through your stuff? Ops response: Sure, but I doubt it. Commenter 3. Well, since she couldn't see your medical info, face it, she went through your stuff. You need to talk to your dad about them kicking you out. Ask him if that was his decision as well. So, your dad can support her also adult daughters and grandkids and say "Fiyu" to his daughter. Also, ask him how she knew about your meds. Yes, she kicked you out. That's basically what she did. So a 3-year-old could have his own room, right? 3-year-olds generally don't like sleeping alone. And her single mother daughter gets a free pass. That 3-year-old's mom is getting knocked up again. At least after you talk to your dad, you'll know where you stand. If he caves to her, I'm sorry. I know you said you're on her stepmother insurance. Is there anything else you rely on them for? Time to gray rock and cut down on contact. Sounds like you could use a different therapist as well. These people suck. Hope your boyfriend got in okay. 4th update 1 month 2 weeks later. Happy New Year everyone. Thanks for all of your advice and everything on the issues with my parents. I know it's all been a little complicated, but I am so happy now. I'm engaged. I obviously didn't go home for the holidays. After our last exam, my boyfriend, I'll call him Gabe, and I flew to SoCal where his parents live and stayed with them for a few days. My dad came out for a few days, just him, so that was nice. I got a lot of gossip on my stepsisters, so that was fun. Oh. And I got another win. I was pretty angry about my room at my dad's and my stepsister taking it for her son, and all I could think about was how my brother, half-brother, is 12 and in the smallest room. Why should a toddler have the biggest? So I kind of made a whole stink about it with my dad and his mom. Dana couldn't really argue and had to deal with Sienna being a huge bee about it, but now my brother has my old room. My dad said that Sienna probably had planned on giving my room not to her son, but to herself after a few beers. He deserves it, he's the sweetest kid ever. Anyways, back to the exciting news. He proposed on the beach on Nye. He was going to propose on his favorite beach back in Mexico, but instead we went to a beach he'd never been to before. It was beautiful, and now it's our beach. He technically proposed with his grandmother's ring, which is beautiful but so big and kind of scary, and he knows how anxious I get, so he also got me a plain gold band I can wear daily. He knows I don't want to get married until after college, and definitely don't want kids until I'm probably 27 to 30, and is okay with that. He said he just didn't want to not be engaged to me any longer. We'll probably get married in the winter of 2027 or spring of 2028, and we'll be living together this summer and all of next semester. It's important for me to live with someone before I marry them. And his family has been so welcoming. All of the women on his mom's side have worn the same veil for over 100 years at their wedding. They said it's not a big deal if it's not my style, and his aunt even offered to sew me a new one that I like more, but it's so pretty. They said we could circle back after I pick out my dress, and I really want to invite them dress shopping with me. I usually get anxious about telling my parents these things, because I never know who to call first. But it was late, and my 3 half-brothers have a Discord together, so I just logged in and told them, because why wouldn't they be online at 11:30 p.m.? I guess they disseminated the info, and my stepmom texted me on the group chat the next day asking if it was true. I sent them a picture of us and the ring. My mom called and wanted to start talking about logistics, and said she would take me dress shopping. I told her I wanted his mom and aunts invited. She asked if I wanted to invite my stepmom, not in a nice way, more so in a well, you know Dana will never be able to do something like this with her girls, and I said I'd think about it. I feel so much better. Everything this past semester seems so silly now. Who cares about having a room at my parents'? I don't need that. I'm getting married. I will be living with my fiancé/husband. I haven't told them about my internship yet, that's just a future me problem, but it'll be fine. Thank you for all of your advice and for hearing me whine in my posts. I think I'm going to be just great. Top/relevant comments. Commenter. I'm so happy for you. It sounds like you'll be much more wanted at his family's place, so I would just go there for holidays. Put energy into people who put energy into you. And don't invite your stepmom to your wedding dress shopping. She has 2 daughters, she can do it with them. I personally don't think she deserves to be there for it, given how she's treated you and bulldozed over your feelings. And do the wedding dress shopping near you or your fiancé's family. Your mom can travel if she wants to attend. There are two of your fiancé's family coming, so it makes more sense. Ops response: I want to go shopping in New York when I'm there this summer for sure. I probably won't invite Dana. My stepsisters probably won't have a big wedding like I'll have, but I'm sure she can take them one day. Commenter 2: I'm sorry to barge in here, but I am confused. In your past posts, you made your mom out to be a really bad parent, especially after agreeing with her piece of crap husband. On the other hand, it seemed like Dana was much more accepting and supportive of you. I get it that maybe you are pissed about this whole room thing, and it pissed me off too, but it's still clear that Dana cared about you, while your stepfather straight up said he doesn't like you coming. To me, it's wild that your mom acts now like all is good and makes mean comments about your stepmom, and you go along with it. If anything, Dana deserves your invite more than your mother. It kinda seems like you want to punish her for the room situation. I get it was handled the wrong way, but come on. If you don't mind, I would like to hear your thoughts on this, because I feel confused a bit now, and I am not sure if I am missing something, or was the room really such a big deal, or what it is. Ops response: I guess my mom is still my mom. She still insists I have a room at her house, and I am always welcome there. Meanwhile, Dana schemed to give my room to her grandson so that her daughter would stop bothering her. I feel like that was the line in the sand. I probably would have invited her and included her in everything before that, but after her little antics with my room, she is just my dad's wife now. Commenter 2: I understand. But by your own account, 1. Stepmother was helpful to you and treated you well. 2. Your mom agrees with her husband about how it's hard to connect with you and all. 3. Stepmother asked you about the room while not knowing the situation with your mom. 4. Her asking about your room actually makes sense, and you admitted that too, because you will be less and less there. I think your anger, if we can call it that, towards stepmother is misplaced and is only there because of the situation with your mom and stepfather. Stepfather, who straight up said he doesn't like having you there. Your stepmother, while not knowing this, still says she wants you to come and that your stepsister will move for the time of your visits. What I am saying is, your mom and stepfather are cruel. Your stepmother is still good to you and is trying to accommodate you. And stepmother's request actually makes sense. Even if it's for the childish reason of not having to listen to the bitching of your stepsister. Honestly, I'm not sure if stepmother isn't more of a mom to you than your actual mom. Anyways, thank you for your reply and clarification. I understand how you might feel, even though I disagree with you to some extent. Have a great rest of the day. Ops response: But Dana also outed me for taking antidepressants and disregarded my protests about losing my room, even when I told her the reason. It's clear that she thinks her girls and grandson need to be prioritized over me. While my mom has said, in front of him, that my stepdad's opinion doesn't matter, and I should come home whenever I want. I told her since I'm engaged now we'd probably get a hotel when we come home, and she's offered to pay for them, but reiterated we can stay at her house. Dana has just shown her ass and her true feelings about me, and ruined our relationship beyond fixing.